In June 2025, a troubling incident unfolded on live television as Australian journalist Lauren Tomasi, a U.S. correspondent for 9 News, was struck by a rubber bullet while covering protests in downtown Los Angeles. The protests were a response to controversial immigration enforcement raids and the deployment of federal troops, actions that had sparked widespread civil unrest across several U.S. cities. The moment Tomasi was hit was captured live, drawing immediate concern and sparking international outrage. Tomasi was standing with her camera crew, clearly marked as press, when a law enforcement officer fired a rubber bullet that struck her in the leg. The force of the impact caused her to cry out and momentarily lose balance. The broadcast showed her visibly shaken, while her cameraman moved quickly to get them to safety. Despite the frightening encounter, Tomasi later confirmed she was sore but otherwise okay, and thanked viewers for their support. Her professionalism in the immediate aftermath was widely commended. The incident occurred amid increasing tensions between protesters and law enforcement. The federal government had ordered aggressive crackdowns on protest gatherings, deploying not only LAPD officers but also members of the National Guard and Marines, a move criticized by civil rights advocates and political opponents alike. Reports from the scene indicated that journalists and peaceful demonstrators were caught in the crossfire of escalating crowd control tactics that included rubber bullets, tear gas, and baton charges. Australia's response was swift. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese described the footage as horrific and expressed deep concern over the safety of Australian citizens abroad, especially journalists performing their duties. He emphasized that Tomasi had been clearly identifiable as a member of the media, holding a microphone and reporting live on air. Albanese confirmed that the Australian government raised the matter with U.S. officials and was monitoring developments closely. He reiterated Australia's stance on protecting press freedom, calling for accountability and transparency in how crowd control tactics are implemented. The incident also prompted a response from 9 News Australia, which condemned the attack on its journalist and stated it would fully cooperate with any investigations. The network's CEO, Matt Stanton, said that Lauren Tomasi and her cameraman Jimmy were recovering and being provided with full support. He stressed that no journalist should ever be placed in harm's way while doing their job, especially when clearly marked as press. Australia's Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, MEAA, joined the chorus of condemnation, calling for a formal investigation into the use of force against journalists. The union released a statement emphasizing that members of the press are not combatants and must be treated with the same protection as other frontline personnel. This is not just about Lauren Tomasi, the MEAA stated. It is about the broader principle of press freedom and the ability of journalists to work without fear of violence or intimidation. Opposition leaders in Australia, including Senator Sarah Hanson-Young and Karl Stefanovich, echoed these sentiments and called for stronger diplomatic engagement to prevent future incidents of this nature. Some political analysts suggested that the incident could cast a shadow over upcoming diplomatic discussions, including the G7 summit where both Albanese and U.S. President Donald Trump were expected to meet. As of now, the LAPD has launched an internal investigation into the circumstances that led to Tomasi being shot. The department acknowledged public concern and stated that it would examine body cam footage and tactical decisions made during the protest. While Lauren Tomasi has resumed her duties, the episode has reignited debate over the use of non-lethal weapons in protest management and the ongoing risks faced by journalists reporting from conflict zones, even in democratic nations. This incident stands as a stark reminder of the dangers frontline reporters face and the critical importance of protecting journalistic freedom in volatile situations. The African sun bathed the landscape in golden light, casting long shadows across the open plains of the Lion Park near Johannesburg. It was meant to be a day of wonder, of breathtaking encounters with the wild, one that Catherine Chappell, a 29-year-old American, had dreamed of. She had always sought adventure, and this was no exception. A gifted visual effects editor, she had helped bring fantastical worlds to life on screen, working on Game of Thrones, Divergent, and Captain America, the Winter Soldier. But no special effects could have prepared her for the raw, unpredictable force of nature that would meet her that day. She had come to South Africa with purpose, not just to see, but to contribute. A passionate conservationist, she had plans to make a film about the war against poaching, to tell the stories that so often went unheard. She had arrived a week early, eager to explore before her volunteer work began. But on that June afternoon in 2015, something went terribly, irreversibly wrong. The safari vehicle moved slowly through the park, the air filled with the deep, rhythmic sounds of the wild. Then, from the tall grass, a lioness emerged. Muscles rippling beneath its golden coat, it moved with silent grace, its amber eyes locked onto the vehicle. Chappelle, drawn to the moment, lifted her camera. The urge to capture the beauty before her was irresistible, but the rule was clear. Windows must remain closed. She rolled hers down. The lioness approached, each step deliberate. A few feet away, it paused, staring. Then, in an instant, the calm shattered. A blur of motion, a flash of teeth. The lioness lunged. The attack was swift and brutal. Before anyone could react, powerful jaws clamped down. Chappelle had no time to scream, no time to pull away. The force was unimaginable. Blood sprayed across the seat. Chaos erupted as the guide, Pierre Potgieter, fought desperately to drive the lion away, his own hands torn in the struggle. His heart pounded, then faltered. Pain lanced through his chest as he collapsed, the weight of the moment proving too much. Within minutes, it was over. Chappelle, the bright, adventurous soul who had touched so many lives, lay motionless, her journey tragically ended. Paramedics rushed to the scene, but there was nothing they could do. The news sent shockwaves through those who knew her. Her family, her mother Mary, her father John, her siblings Jennifer, Lauren, and Ryan were left reeling. Katie was brilliant, kind, adventurous, they wrote, their grief spilling onto the pages of social media. Her energy and passion could not be contained by mere continents or oceans. She had lived so fully, embracing the world with open arms, only to be taken in an instant. Back home, the industry she had worked so hard to be a part of mourned. She had been part of an Emmy-winning team, her work leaving an indelible mark on the world of film. And yet, it was the real world she had longed to capture, its beauty, its danger, its truth. Authorities opened an investigation, but the facts were clear. The lion had done what lions do. It had not attacked out of malice or cruelty. It had simply followed its instincts. The wild is not a place of safety. It is not a place that forgives mistakes. Catherine Chappelle had traveled across the world in search of something greater than herself. She had dreamed of adventure, of telling stories that mattered. In the end, she became one. The wind roared like a vengeful spirit as Kuriki stood atop Denali, the highest peak in North America. The year was 2004, and the elements seemed to howl in defiance, testing the limits of his resilience. He had done it, conquered one of the most unforgiving summits on Earth, but he could never have imagined that this moment of triumph would ignite a journey that would spiral from glory to controversy, from adulation to whispers of doubt, and ultimately to the merciless clutches of the world's deadliest mountain. By 2005, Kuriki's name was beginning to carve itself into the annals of mountaineering. One by one, the great peaks fell beneath his feet: Aconcagua, Elbrus, and Kilimanjaro. His relentless ambition was impossible to ignore. The mountaineering world took notice of this unassuming yet tenacious figure. The peaks he conquered. When he reached the summit of Oceania's Karstens Pyramid, it was clear Kuriki was destined for greatness. The momentum only grew. By 2007, his conquest of Cho Oyu and Vinson Massif secured his place among the elite. A television documentary immortalized his triumphs, launching him into the limelight. Fame followed. So did sponsors, eager to be associated with the rising star. With every ascent, his legend expanded, his status elevating beyond the cold, desolate peaks he had made his home. He became more than a climber. He became a symbol of ambition, of pushing beyond human limits. But the higher he climbed, the darker the shadows beneath him became. Doubts began to whisper through the mountaineering community. Kuriki's claims of solo alpine-style ascents without supplemental oxygen were met with scrutiny. Whispers turned into accusations. Could he really have done it alone? The revelations of his reliance on guides and fixed ropes cast a shadow over his declarations of independence. The contradictions in his accounts, particularly on Kilimanjaro, where a guide is mandatory, only fueled the skepticism. Was he the fearless soloist he claimed to be, or was there another truth lurking beneath the surface? Then came the failures, the brutal, humiliating setbacks that no amount of sponsorships or television specials could erase. Unsuccessful attempts on Everest, Annapurna, and Shishapangma tarnished his once flawless record. His decisions were questioned, his rushed schedules, his dangerous acclimatization strategies. Everything was scrutinized under the harsh, unforgiving light of public opinion. His 2009 Everest attempt ended in exhaustion and altitude sickness, forcing him to turn back in disgrace. Then, in 2012, Everest took its first real piece of him. A devastating failure on Shishapangma left him frostbitten, his body ravaged by the mountain's icy grip. 9 fingers, lost forever to the cold. The world watched, expecting this to be the end. But Kuriki was not one to yield. In 2014, he clawed his way back to success with a triumphant ascent of Broad Peak. It was meant to be his redemption. It wasn't. The years that followed were a relentless storm of missteps. Failures in 2015, 2016, and 2017 turned him into a figure of mockery. The internet was merciless. His name, once celebrated, became a subject of ridicule. The great climber, the man who had dared to challenge the sky, was now the punchline to a cruel joke. But Kuriki was not finished. Determined to reclaim his glory, he set his sights on Everest once more. This time, he would do the impossible, an ascent via the perilous southwest face, one of the most treacherous routes. No supplemental oxygen, no safety net. This would be his masterpiece, his final declaration to the world that he belonged among the legends. But legends are not made without sacrifice. On May 21, 2018, Kuriki began his ascent. The world, once captivated by his triumphs, now watched with a mixture of doubt and morbid curiosity. The jubilant explorer who had once commanded admiration was now a solitary figure against Everest's vast, indifferent expanse. His support had waned. His sponsors had abandoned him. His reputation had crumbled beneath him like an unstable ice shelf. Still, he climbed. Then fate struck, illness. It seeped into his body like a slow poison, sapping his strength, clouding his mind. He pressed on, but the mountain does not forgive weakness. At 7,400 meters, the sickness worsened. His breathing became ragged. A persistent cough racked his body, each gasp of thin air an agonizing battle. Pain burned through his chest. He knew something was wrong. Desperation clawed at him. He sent a radio message to his climbing guides at Camp 2, his voice barely more than a whisper. Help. He needed help. The guides responded immediately, fighting their way through the brutal night, the freezing darkness swallowing every step. But Everest is vast. Everest is merciless. Then, silence. The radio cut off. The guides, struggling against the mountain's relentless assault, could not find him in the dark. Time slipped away, vanishing into the howling winds. Somewhere in that frozen abyss, Kuriki, alone and battered, continued his desperate fight against the inevitable. And then, Everest took him. In the dead of night, weakened beyond the point of return, Kuriki lost his footing. He fell down the treacherous slope, his body battered by the very mountain he had spent his life trying to conquer. The cold seeped into his bones, the icy fingers of hypothermia tightening their grip. In those final moments, did he regret? Did he realize that Everest had never been his to conquer, that it had merely allowed him to climb, to dream, before finally demanding its price? The next day, they found him. His body lay at 7,200 meters near Camp 2. His journey, his desperate, relentless quest for redemption, had ended in the unforgiving embrace of Everest. The news rippled through Japan, through the climbing world. Shock, mourning, reflection. Some called him a hero, others whispered of arrogance, of ambition unchecked. But in the end, Kuriki's story is not merely one of triumph or failure. It is a tale of human will, of ambition that defied reason, of the unbreakable bond between man and mountain. It is a reminder that no matter how skilled, how prepared, how determined, we are all at the mercy of forces far greater than ourselves, and Everest always has the final say. It was January 20th, 2021, a bitterly cold day in the Scottish borders. The wind cut across the open land, making the already demanding job of working outdoors even more grueling. But for Robert MacArthur, it was just another day on the job. At 32 years old, Robert was a seasoned, charged-hand linesman with 13 years of experience in the industry. He was respected by his colleagues, known for his reliability, dedication, and no-nonsense approach to work. Outside of his job, he was a passionate football fan, a die-hard Rangers supporter, and a man who took pride in providing for himself and his loved ones. He had operated heavy machinery countless times before, and on this day, he was tasked with moving a mobile elevated work platform, MEWP, near Long Formicus Barrier, working on a new electricity line. The MEWP was a powerful but potentially dangerous machine. It was designed to help workers reach difficult areas, particularly on rough terrain. It required precision, patience, and strict adherence to safety protocols. The terrain in this area was challenging, uneven, steep, and unpredictable. That's why there was an approved access route, one carefully selected to minimize risks. Robert and his colleagues were supposed to follow that designated path. It was the safest way down. But for reasons no one will ever fully understand, Robert made a fateful decision. He chose a shortcut. Maybe he thought it would save time. Maybe he was confident in his abilities. Maybe he had taken the shortcut before and thought he could handle it again. Whatever his reasoning, the choice would prove to be deadly. At first, the descent seemed manageable. The MEWP moved slowly down the steep 22 to 23 degree gradient, its heavy caterpillar tracks gripping the cold earth beneath it. But as Robert maneuvered the machine further down, the ground beneath the tracks became unstable. Then it happened. The MEWP suddenly lost traction. It slid over a raised sheep track, throwing its weight off balance. Robert must have felt the shift instantly, the stomach-churning realization that the machine was no longer under his control. The MEWP started to turn sideways, the metal tracks acting like skis on ice. It was now careening down the slope at a terrifying speed. Robert struggled to regain control, but there was nothing he could do. The MEWP struck a raised, compact tuft of grass, and in an instant, the massive machine tipped over. The weight of the vehicle was too great, and gravity took over. Robert wasn't wearing a seatbelt. The moment the machine toppled, he was violently thrown from the operator's cabin. He hit the frozen ground hard, likely dazed, possibly unconscious. But before he could react, the MEWP came crashing down on top of him. The force of the impact was catastrophic. Emergency services rushed to the scene, but there was nothing they could do. The injuries were too severe. Robert MacArthur, a man who had spent years mastering his craft, was gone. In the aftermath, a fatal accident inquiry was conducted at Jedburgh Sheriff Court. Sheriff Peter Patterson led the investigation, piecing together the final moments of Robert's life. The findings were as devastating as they were clear. Robert could have survived. The evidence showed that had he been wearing his seatbelt, he would have likely remained inside the MEWP during the accident. He might have suffered injuries, but he would have had a real chance at survival. Instead, he had been thrown into the machine's deadly path. The second, equally tragic conclusion was that the accident was entirely avoidable. If Robert had followed the designated access route, the one designed to prevent precisely this kind of disaster, he never would have lost control in the first place. The company, Keltbray Rail Limited, had done its part. Their systems were in place. Their safety procedures were clear. But in a moment of haste, Robert had taken a different path. Sheriff Patterson noted that Robert's personality might have played a role. He was a diligent worker, someone who wanted to get the job done efficiently. But sometimes, experience can lead to overconfidence. The "let's just get on with it" attitude that had made him a respected worker may have also led him to take an unnecessary risk. It's a haunting reminder of how even the smallest decisions can have life-altering consequences. One unfastened seatbelt, one shortcut, one moment of misplaced confidence. That was all it took. Robert's story is not just a tragedy, it's a lesson. Safety protocols exist for a reason. They are not suggestions. They are not inconveniences. They are the line between life and death. No matter how experienced someone is, no matter how many times they've done a job before, complacency can be fatal. For Robert MacArthur, a man who had built a career on precision and skill, it was a cruel irony. And for those who knew him, who worked alongside him, and who loved him, it was a loss that will never be forgotten. In 2011, Britain lost one of its most recognizable television personalities. Jimmy Savile, the eccentric entertainer, the tireless philanthropist, the man who had raised millions for charity, was gone at the age of 84. His funeral was a spectacle, a nation mourning a man who had spent decades bringing joy to audiences and helping the sick and vulnerable. He was knighted, celebrated, a fixture of British culture. But behind the glowing tributes, behind the headlines of admiration, an unsettling question lingered, because for years there had been whispers, hushed conversations, unspoken doubts, rumors that never seemed to gain traction. And then, after his death, something cracked. The whispers grew louder. The rumors became confessions. Investigators began pulling at a thread, and what they uncovered sent shockwaves through the entire country. Jimmy Savile, the beloved television host, had spent decades hiding in plain sight. Under the guise of charity work and entertainment, he had preyed upon the young, the vulnerable, the sick. His crimes weren't just disturbing, they were almost unthinkable. By the time the truth fully emerged, the numbers were staggering. Over 500 victims. For years, Savile had been best known for Jim'll Fix It, a family-friendly show where he granted children's wishes. Millions saw him as the quirky, oddball presenter with his signature tracksuits and oversized jewelry. But away from the cameras, away from the bright studio lights, he was something else entirely. He had built his entire career on trust. Trust that he twisted and exploited with chilling precision. He had positioned himself where few would question him. In the 1960s, he began volunteering at Leeds General Infirmary, a children's hospital. He wasn't just a visitor, he became a fixture. He raised money, took a part-time job as a porter, gained unrestricted access to patients, and no one suspected a thing, or at least, no one spoke up. One victim, a 14-year-old boy in a wheelchair, recalled how Savile casually approached him, made a joke, then crossed a line that shattered the boy's trust forever. This wasn't an isolated incident. It was a pattern, a chilling, calculated pattern that repeated itself over and over. Savile's career flourished. He became the host of Top of the Pops, Britain's biggest music show, where young female dancers performed weekly. The energy was electric, the music was loud, but behind the scenes, something sinister was happening. In 1976, during a live broadcast, a teenage girl named Sylvia Edwards felt a sudden, unwelcome touch. She turned, horrified, and saw Savile grinning. She tried to report it. No one listened. Why? How had he gotten away with it for so long? The answer was as disturbing as the crimes themselves. Jimmy Savile wasn't just a celebrity. He was a protected figure. He had powerful friends. He had connections within the BBC, within the police, even within the royal family. He wasn't just a television host. He was an advisor to Prince Charles, a man who had influence over public policies, who had the ear of people at the highest levels of society. For decades, people suspected. Staff at hospitals whispered about his behavior. BBC employees exchanged knowing looks, but Savile was untouchable. He was Sir Jimmy Savile. He was the man who raised millions for sick children. Who would dare accuse him? It wasn't until after his death that the full horror of his crimes was revealed. As police investigated, survivors who had once been silenced began to speak out, and the more they spoke, the more the scale of his abuse became undeniable. This wasn't just about children. Savile's victims spanned generations. From 5-year-old children to 75-year-old hospital patients, women, men, the young, the elderly, no one had been safe. He had used charity work as his shield, his fame as his weapon, and the most chilling part, he had never even tried to hide. In 2013, an official report confirmed what many had feared. At least 60 victims at Leeds General Infirmary alone, hundreds more across the country, a legacy of devastation concealed for decades by a culture of silence and willful ignorance. Even after death, Savile's crimes forced the nation to reckon with an uncomfortable truth. He had been allowed to operate unchecked because no one wanted to believe he could be guilty. Victims had spoken, but they had been dismissed. Allegations had surfaced, but they had been buried. The fallout was immense. Investigations uncovered not just his crimes, but the complicity of institutions that had enabled him: the BBC, the hospitals, the authorities who had failed to act, the people who had looked away. For the survivors, justice came too late. Savile was gone. He would never stand trial, he would never answer for his crimes, but his exposure shattered the illusion that powerful figures were beyond scrutiny, and it forced Britain to confront a bitter, haunting question: how many others waiting for the world to look away? In March 1981, Carl McCann, a 35-year-old wildlife photographer, set out on what he believed would be a solitary yet fulfilling expedition into the heart of Alaska's Brooks Range. With a passion for capturing the raw beauty of the wilderness, he arrived fully equipped, carrying 500 rolls of film, 1,400 pounds of provisions, and multiple firearms, prepared for what he thought would be an unforgettable summer. But a critical oversight would seal his fate, leaving him trapped, alone, and helpless in the unforgiving Alaskan wild. McCann, originally from Texas, was no stranger to adventure. In 1976, he'd already spent 5 months alone in the Brooks Range, an experience that likely instilled in him a sense of confidence, perhaps too much confidence. This time, however, he made one fatal miscalculation. He believed he had arranged for a friend to pick him up at summer's end, but he never confirmed his return flight. Unbeknownst to him, the pilot he had paid for plane repairs had never actually been scheduled to bring him home. As spring gave way to summer, McCann documented his journey in meticulous detail. His diary began as an awe-filled account of the thriving wildlife around him. But by August, his entries started to reveal a slow, creeping dread. "I think I should have used more foresight about arranging my departure," he wrote, an early sign that he was beginning to realize the gravity of his mistake. As the days passed and the plane never arrived, McCann's situation became increasingly dire. His supplies dwindled, and with autumn approaching, nights grew colder. He tried to stretch his rations by hunting ducks and muskrats, and even drying caribou meat from a carcass he found. Yet, despite his resourcefulness, his isolation became his greatest enemy. In late August, a glimmer of hope appeared in the sky. A small plane circled above his camp. It was an Alaska State Trooper, spotting his remote campsite. But McCann, unaware of the life-or-death weight of his actions, waved his orange sleeping bag casually, unknowingly signaling, "All okay, do not wait." His only chance at rescue vanished into the sky. As fall tightened its grip, McCann's journal reflected his descent from determination to desperation. Hunting became nearly impossible, as wolves and foxes competed for the little game that remained. His frostbitten hands struggled with even the most basic tasks. The cold gnawed at him relentlessly, and hunger sapped his strength. His once detailed diary entries became short, frantic scribbles, his handwriting growing shaky and uneven. By November, with no food left and his body wasting away, the thought of trekking 75 miles to Fort Yukon became a fantasy rather than a plan. His writing turned to hopelessness, his words filled with the fear of being forgotten, lost forever in the vast, empty wilderness. Near Thanksgiving, McCann described crushing weakness, dizzy spells, and relentless chills. With the last of his fuel, he lit a final fire, scrawling a farewell message in his diary. He pinned his Alaska driver's license to his last note, leaving behind instructions for his undeveloped film and a humble prayer for forgiveness. Then, in the silence of the frozen wild, he ended his own life. On February 2nd, 1982, a month-long search, initiated by concerned friends, led Alaska State Troopers to his camp. His tent was buried under snow, its entrance sealed by the harsh winter. Inside, they found his lifeless, emaciated body, preserved by the cold. His diary, over 100 pages long, chronicled the slow, harrowing decline of a man once filled with wonder and determination, reduced to a soul consumed by solitude and despair. The coroner's inquest would later confirm what his last pages had already revealed. Carl McConn had perished, not from the cruelty of nature, but from the crushing weight of isolation, hunger, and the realization that rescue would never come. Sometimes, a seemingly harmless dare can take a dark turn, and that's exactly what happened to Sam Ballard. In 2010, the 19-year-old aspiring rugby player was enjoying a chill evening with his friends at the home of Jimmy Galvin, a buddy who, believe it or not, is now a famous pianist and music composer. The group was just hanging out, sipping on red wine and trying to act a bit grown up. But then, the night took an unexpected turn when a slug appeared on the concrete patio, and, as it often does with a bunch of teenage boys, a dare was born. So, what did they do? They dared Sam to eat the slug. A totally innocent, silly moment among friends, right? What could possibly go wrong? Well, what happened next would change Sam's life forever. He gulped down the slimy creature, thinking it was just a weird, gross challenge. But soon after, he began feeling incredibly weak, with his legs in pain. Then came the dizziness, followed by vomiting. His mother, Katie Ballard, initially thought the symptoms might be a sign of multiple sclerosis, a condition that had affected her husband. Multiple sclerosis can cause fatigue, dizziness, and weakness in the legs, and Sam had all of those symptoms. But doctors quickly ruled it out. It wasn't until Sam mentioned that he had eaten a slug that the puzzle pieces started to fall into place. Katie was skeptical. Who gets sick from eating a slug? But soon, Sam's diagnosis would prove much more terrifying. He had contracted a rare parasite known as rat lungworm disease. You might be wondering what on earth rat lungworm disease is. Well, here's the scoop. It's a disease caused by a parasite typically found in rats. The parasite gets into slugs when they consume rat feces that's contaminated with the parasite. When humans eat raw or undercooked slugs, the parasite can make its way into the brain, causing severe complications. And that's exactly what happened to Sam. The parasite made its way to his brain, causing inflammation in the membranes surrounding both the brain and spinal cord. Things went downhill fast, and Sam was soon in a coma, fighting for his life. Though most cases of rat lungworm disease are mild, Sam's case was catastrophic. He remained in a coma for about 13 months. When he woke up, he found himself in a completely different world, paralyzed and barely able to speak. His rugby dreams were shattered, and now he needed help to do even the simplest tasks. Despite this devastating new reality, Sam remained fully aware of everything around him. His friend Jimmy, who had been there when the dare went down, couldn't help but feel guilty. In an emotional moment, he apologized to Sam, with tears streaming down both their faces. Sam's mom, Katie, never blamed his friends for the dare. She knew it was just a reckless moment of youth. However, the weight of what followed would weigh heavily on her forever. She hoped, against all odds, that one day Sam might walk again. But deep down, she knew his life could never go back to the way it was. In the final years of Sam's life, Katie fought tirelessly for her son's care, especially when Australian authorities cut disability funding. But despite her relentless efforts, the years of hardship wore on her. On November 2nd, 2018, Sam passed away at the age of 28 in Hornsby Hospital, just a short distance from where he grew up. In his final moments surrounded by his loved ones, Sam managed to say the words Katie had been longing to hear, "I love you." It was the last thing he ever said before taking his final breath, a sad reminder of how one dare changed everything. The African wilderness is both breathtaking and merciless. a place where nature reigns supreme and danger lurks just beneath the surface, sometimes quite literally. For Dr. Richard K. Root, a man who had dedicated his life to saving others, the wild had something far more sinister in store. A world-renowned infectious disease specialist, mentor, and humanitarian, Dr. Root had traveled across the globe, tackling the deadliest bacterial infections and mentoring the next generation of medical professionals. But on a seemingly peaceful day in 2006, his extraordinary journey came to a horrifying and violent end. Dragged into the depths of the Limpopo River by a giant prehistoric predator. At 68 years old, Dr. Root was far from retired. His passion for medicine and education remained as strong as ever. When the University of Pennsylvania's Infectious Disease Department extended an invitation for him to help train doctors in Botswana, he didn't hesitate. The project was crucial. Botswana was in the grips of a devastating HIV/AIDS epidemic, and Dr. Root was there to help equip local medical teams with the knowledge and skills to combat it. His assignment would last 2 months, and in that short time, he was determined to make a difference. But amidst the hard work, there was also time to take in the stunning beauty of the region, a land teeming with wildlife, ancient landscapes, and vast rivers where predators still ruled. And so, on March 19, 2006, Dr. Root and his wife, Rita, embarked on what was meant to be a simple, guided canoe safari through the Tule Nature Reserve, a decision that would become his last. The canoes drifted peacefully down the Limpopo River, the soft murmur of water mixing with the distant calls of birds and the rustling of leaves in the towering riverbanks. The sun was bright overhead, glistening off the surface, painting the illusion of a serene and tranquil moment. But beneath the murky depths, something was watching, waiting. Dr. Root sat in the lead canoe, accompanied by a seasoned guide, a man who had likely seen his fair share of Africa's dangers. His wife, Rita, followed in another canoe, capturing moments of their adventure on camera. The photos she took just minutes before the attack showed Dr. Root at ease, completely unaware that he was about to become prey. Then the river erupted. A monstrous crocodile, measuring between 13 and 15 feet, launched itself from the depths. In a single, calculated move, the reptile lunged onto the canoe, sinking its dagger-like teeth into Dr. Root's body. The canoe shook violently, but did not overturn. The beast didn't need to capsize it. It had already won. Within seconds, Dr. Root was ripped from his seat and dragged into the water. A scream echoed across the river. His wife, just yards behind, could only watch in horror as her husband disappeared beneath the surface. And then, silence. Panic set in. The guide and other members of the group searched frantically, scanning the water for any sign of movement, but the river had already swallowed him whole. In that instant, Dr. Root, a man who had spent decades fighting deadly diseases, saving lives, and training future doctors, had become nothing more than another victim of Africa's unforgiving wilderness. Word spread quickly. Authorities and local trackers launched a full-scale search, scouring the banks of the Limpopo River for any sign of his body. Days passed. Nothing. For 4 long days, hope dwindled. His wife clung to the desperate possibility that somehow he had survived. Then, on the 4th day, the river gave up its secret. Dr. Root's lifeless body was found near the site of the initial attack, his remains bearing the unmistakable signs of a crocodile's ferocious grip. The man, who had spent a lifetime fighting death, had lost his final battle to a silent, ancient killer. Dr. Richard K. Root was no ordinary man. He was a pioneer in infectious disease research, a respected educator, and a mentor to countless physicians across the world. His work in sepsis management and bacterial infections helped shape the modern medical understanding of some of the deadliest illnesses known to humankind. But even the greatest minds are no match for nature's raw and unpredictable brutality. His death sent shockwaves through the medical community. Tributes poured in from colleagues, students, and institutions worldwide. He had spent a lifetime saving lives, yet in the end, no one could save him. His tragic death serves as a haunting reminder of the unrelenting power of the natural world. In the wilderness, even the most accomplished, intelligent, and respected individuals are still just another part of the food chain. The Nile crocodile is a master of ambush, a prehistoric killer that has remained unchanged for millions of years. With crushing jaws, capable of exerting over 5,000 pounds of pressure per square inch, and the terrifying death roll, a brutal part, it is one of the most feared predators on the planet. Each year, hundreds of people fall victim to these ambush hunters, especially in the rivers of Botswana, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. But it is rare for someone as high-profile as Dr. Root to be among them. Perhaps that's what makes his death so haunting. It wasn't a disease, an accident, or old age that claimed him. It was something far more primal, a silent predator in the water, a moment of peace shattered in an instant, a man of science, swallowed by the wild. And in the end, no cure, no knowledge, no expertise could save him. On June 30th, 2019, Austin Howell, a renowned free solo climber, set out on what was meant to be another exhilarating ascent. Another day pushing the limits of human capability. But by midday, the unforgiving cliffs of Short-Off Mountain in North Carolina would bear witness to a devastating fall, one that would silence a man who had spent his life dancing with danger. Austin, 31, was not just another climber. Born in Friendswood, Texas, he discovered his passion for the vertical world at 19 while attending the University of Houston. From the moment he touched rock, it became his obsession, his calling. But his path was not without hardship. In 2008, a horrific 35-foot fall at an indoor climbing gym shattered his body, fractured vertebrae, broken bones, and a traumatic brain injury that left lasting scars. He fought through the pain, through depression, through the weight of a world that told him to stop. But stopping was never an option. Climbing wasn't just a sport to Austin Howell, it was survival. It was clarity in chaos. By 2019, Austin had become a legend in the world of free soloing, scaling sheer rock faces with no ropes, no harnesses, only his skill, his mind, and the raw power of his fingers grasping stone. His days were filled with daring ascents, moving gracefully across cliffs that most wouldn't dare to touch without extensive protection. To him, it wasn't recklessness. It was art. It was therapy. It was life. That summer morning, Howell arrived at Short-Off Mountain with photographer Ben Wu. The air was thick with humidity, the cliffs towering and unforgiving. Austin began his ascent, a vibrant tie-dye shirt clinging to his back, his cap pulled low over determined eyes. He soloed Dopey Duck and Golden Rule with effortless precision, his movements fluid, calculated. Wu snapped photos as Howell navigated the rock with the confidence of a man who knew no fear. Then, as the sun climbed higher, Wu departed. Austin stayed behind. The mountain called to him. One more climb. Witnesses later recalled seeing him on one of the most treacherous sections of the cliff, attempting a bold move to a delicate flake. A split second, a single miscalculation, a scream tore through the stillness of the gorge as his grip failed. Austin Howell plummeted 80 feet, his body twisting through the air before colliding with the unforgiving earth below. Nearby climbers, stunned by the sudden violence of the fall, rushed to his side. Collins and Massey, two fellow climbers, rappelled down the rock face, their hearts pounding as they reached him. Massey attempted CPR, but the damage was catastrophic. The life that had burned so brightly, that had defied gravity and odds time and time again, was extinguished. By the time emergency responders arrived 90 minutes later, there was nothing left to do but pronounce him dead. The climbing world was shattered. Austin Howell had lived on the edge of existence, always aware of the risks, always pushing forward despite them. His mother, Terry Zinga Jackson, had long feared this day. After his first brutal accident in 2008, she had begged him to reconsider, to step away from the danger. But Howell had been resolute. cutting off his casts, removing his neck brace, and climbing again within weeks. To him, there was no alternative. Life was an inherently dangerous sport, he often said, a phrase he lived by until his final breath. In the days that followed, tributes poured in from across the climbing community. Friends and fans described Howell as more than a climber. He was a mentor, an inspiration, a force of nature who embraced life with an intensity most could only dream of. His Instagram, once filled with breathtaking images and introspective musings, became a digital memorial, a place where his followers mourned, celebrated, and honored his legacy. Some would call it inevitable, an end written in the fabric of free soloing itself. But to those who knew him, Austin Howell was not just a man who chased danger. He was a man who found meaning in the impossible, who sought peace on the edge of oblivion. And in his final moments, on the face of that mountain, he was exactly where he had always belonged, free. It was New Year's Day, 2008, a crisp morning in the Blue Ridge Mountains of northern Georgia. Meredith Hope Emerson, a spirited 24-year-old University of Georgia graduate, decided to kick off her year with a hike on Blood Mountain. An experienced outdoorswoman, she brought her trusty Labrador mix, Ella, along for company. Armed with confidence, skill, and her furry sidekick, Meredith set out from the Vogel State Park trailhead, ready for an invigorating day in the Appalachian wilderness. The hike was scenic, the trails serene, and the air laced with the promise of fresh beginnings. Along the way, Meredith exchanged greetings with fellow hikers, including a gray-haired man accompanied by a red dog. It was a passing moment, hardly worth noting, until later. When Meredith didn't return home that evening, her friends grew anxious. By January 2nd, their calls to her phone went unanswered, and her absence prompted a missing persons report. Authorities swung into action, quickly locating Meredith's car at the trailhead. What began as a hopeful search soon turned grim when searchers discovered scattered items along the trail: water bottles, dog treats, and evidence of a struggle. This wasn't just a case of someone lost in the woods. Witnesses recalled seeing a man with a red dog near where Meredith had vanished. The description fit Gary Michael Hilton, a 61-year-old drifter with a reputation for haunting remote trails. A survivalist with a sinister history, Hilton roamed the forests with his dog and more baggage than anyone suspected. On January 4th, Hilton's luck ran out when a gas station attendant recognized him cleaning out his van and called the police. A search of his van revealed blood evidence, confirming Meredith had been there. Under mounting pressure, Hilton confessed and offered details in exchange for sparing himself the death penalty. He led investigators to Meredith's remains on January 7th, bringing a tragic conclusion to the search. According to Hilton, he'd approached Meredith on the trail, brandishing a knife and baton to demand her ATM card. But Meredith wasn't one to go down without a fight. Using her martial arts training, she fiercely resisted, even breaking Hilton's hand in the process. Her bravery slowed him down, but ultimately he overpowered her. Hilton held Meredith captive in his van for 3 harrowing days, repeatedly attempting to withdraw money with the incorrect pins she'd intentionally provided. Her quick thinking created an electronic breadcrumb trail that helped authorities close in. Tragically, realizing he couldn't release her, Hilton decided to take her life, tying her to a tree with false promises of freedom before committing the unthinkable. In the days that followed, investigators uncovered Hilton's dark past. He was linked to the murders of Cheryl Dunlap in Florida's Apalachicola National Forest and elderly hikers John and Irene Bryant in North Carolina. Hilton's reign of terror across southeastern national forests ended with his arrest, and he was sentenced to life in prison, currently on death row in Florida. Meredith's story left a lasting legacy. Her loved ones founded the Right to Hike organization, advocating for trail safety and emergency resources. Ella, Meredith's beloved dog, was found alive near a dumpster and became a cherished member of her family. Though her life was tragically cut short, Meredith's courage and spirit continue to inspire efforts to make the great outdoors a safer place for all. The mountains may be beautiful, but her story reminds us they can also be perilous, and not just because of the terrain. It was just after 1 a.m. on June 7, 2014, along the New Jersey Turnpike. A group of friends, comedians, writers, performers, were heading home after a night of laughter at the Dover Downs Hotel and Casino in Delaware. In the van was Tracy Morgan, still riding the wave of his comedy career. Beside him was his longtime friend, 62-year-old James McNair, known to everyone as Jimmy Mack. He wasn't just a comedian. He was a mentor, a giver, a man who spent his life lifting others up. That night, he had joined the tour for support, for camaraderie, but none of them would reach home. A Walmart tractor-trailer barreled toward them from behind. Its driver had been awake for more than 28 hours, nearly 2 days without rest. He never slowed down. At highway speed, he slammed into the back of their customized Mercedes-Benz Sprinter limo. The impact was devastating, igniting a 6-vehicle pileup and ripping the van apart. Inside, chaos unfolded. Most of the passengers weren't wearing seatbelts. Emergency exits had been blocked or jammed. A plywood partition separated the driver from the passengers, cutting off their chance to escape. In the very back, where the crash struck hardest, sat James McNair. He died instantly. For McNair, life had always been about more than the stage. Born in 1951 in Peekskill, New York, he wore many hats, working in a homeless shelter, cooking at the Salvation Army, volunteering at church, organizing community events. He built a platform for others, creating the original Uncle Jimmy Mack Amateur Hour to give unknown comics their first shot at a crowd. Comedy didn't make him rich, but it brought him into the orbit of Tracy Morgan. The two met in Harlem in the early 1990s and became inseparable. As Morgan's career soared, McNair stayed close, writing jokes, offering notes, even freelancing for Saturday Night Live. For Tracy, he was more than a friend. He was family. But on that night, McNair never stood a chance. He left behind 2 children who would never again hear his voice or see him perform. Tracy Morgan survived, but survival came at a brutal cost. His ribs, his leg, his face, broken in multiple places. His brain, injured so severely that doctors placed him in a medically induced coma. For 8 days, he lay unresponsive, balanced between life and death. When he finally woke, he couldn't walk, couldn't talk, couldn't even see clearly. The man who made millions laugh now faced a new battle, remembering how to be himself. Rehab lasted 2 long months. Morgan relearned how to move, how to speak, but his spirit was fractured. He admitted later that depression consumed him, that mood swings left him lost. An upcoming show was canceled. For a time it seemed comedy, the thing that defined him, might be gone forever. The lawsuit that followed was staggering. Walmart settled privately, with reports placing the payout around $90 million, one of the largest personal injury settlements in U.S. history. But even that couldn't close the wounds. Walmart's insurers fought the decision, questioning the settlement, dragging Morgan's name through legal battles, as though his pain could be measured in paperwork. The National Transportation Safety Board left no doubt. The crash was preventable. The driver had violated hours of service rules and sped recklessly into the limo. He took a plea deal, avoided prison, and walked away. But for James McNair, there was no walking away. His body was laid to rest in Cortlandt Manor, New York. His family received part of the settlement, but no amount of money could fill the absence of his laugh, his generosity, his presence. In 1984, a case out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, shocked the nation and raised questions that are still debated to this day, questions about justice, vengeance, and the limits of human restraint. It all began when 11-year-old Jody Plosh, a bright and athletic young boy, was abducted by his 25-year-old karate instructor, Jeff Doucet. What seemed like a trusting mentorship turned into a nightmare when Doucet, abusing his position of power, kidnapped Jody and took him on a cross-country trip to a motel in California. During this time, Doucet not only kept Jody hidden from his panicked family and authorities, but he also allegedly sexually assaulted him, a revelation that would horrify any parent. When the FBI finally located them and brought Jody home safely, relief swept through the Plosh family. But for Jody's father, Gary, something darker was brewing beneath the surface. Gary wasn't just relieved, he was enraged. While most parents might place their faith in the justice system, Gary's faith had been shattered by the unthinkable trauma inflicted on his son. And so, as Doucet was being extradited back to Baton Rouge to face charges, Gary made a decision that would burn his name into history books and public memory forever. On March 16, 1984, Gary arrived at the Baton Rouge Metropolitan Airport with a small-caliber revolver hidden under his jacket. He positioned himself near a row of payphones, wearing a baseball cap and dark glasses, pretending to be just another guy making a call. What he was really doing was waiting for the man who had stolen his son's innocence. As Ducey walked through the airport, flanked by law enforcement officers, TV news cameras rolling, Gary turned around, raised his gun, and fired a single shot into the side of Ducey's head. The moment was so sudden, so precise, that it stunned the police officers right next to him and shocked viewers who would later see it play out on television. Ducey collapsed instantly, and although he was rushed to the hospital, he died the next day. Gary was immediately arrested on the scene, but public opinion was anything but unanimous. Many Americans viewed Gary's actions as understandable, even justifiable, a grieving, outraged father taking justice into his own hands. Others argued that no matter how emotionally charged the circumstances, vigilante violence couldn't be tolerated in a society built on rule of law. In a remarkable twist, the court seemed to lean toward mercy. Gary Ploche was charged with second-degree murder but ended up pleading no contest to a reduced charge of manslaughter. The sentence? 7 years suspended, 5 years probation, and 300 hours of community service. He served not a single day in prison. While some critics were disturbed by what they saw as a lenient punishment, others saw it as a compassionate response to a man pushed to his psychological limits. The event lives on today in true crime documentaries, ethics classrooms, and viral video compilations as people continue to argue, was Gary a hero, a criminal, or something in between? In later interviews, Gary expressed regret not for feeling anger, but for the action he took, acknowledging that violence, even in vengeance, comes with a heavy burden. Jody, now grown, has spoken openly about the ordeal and has said he forgave his father, understanding the torment that led him to that moment. It remains a chilling yet deeply human story of pain, of justice, of a father's love pushed to the edge. It was April 10th, 2014. Just before 6 p.m., the sun hung low over a lonely stretch of Interstate 5 near Orland, California. On that road, a charter bus carrying 44 high school students rumbled north, its passengers buzzing with excitement. These were kids with dreams, kids from working-class families who had boarded that bus to take part in a 2-day college tour at Humboldt State University. For many, this trip was the first step toward a future their families had never known. Laughter, chatter, and the kind of nervous hope only teenagers can carry filled the air. But heading south, coming the opposite way, was something none of them could have imagined. A FedEx truck, massive and unstoppable, barreled down the same road. And then, in a split second that changed everything, it veered across a 60-foot grassy median. Witnesses said it was like watching a monster break free. The truck sideswiped a Nissan sedan and then slammed head-on into the charter bus with a force so violent it could be heard for miles. The sound wasn't just a crash, it was an explosion. Flames erupted instantly, swallowing steel and glass in a fireball that lit up the evening sky. Smoke rose thick and black, curling upward like a signal of disaster. Inside the bus, chaos broke out. Screams, heat, confusion. Teenagers who moments earlier had been dreaming of their future were now fighting for their lives. 17-year-old Jonathan Gutierrez had been asleep when the impact came. He woke to fire, panic, and desperation, leaping from the bus with nothing but the clothes on his back. He escaped with bruises and a split eyebrow, but his friends, his classmates, were still trapped inside. Some never made it out. 18-year-old Ismael Jimenez refused to save only himself. As the flames closed in, he smashed a window and began pulling students out, one by one, until he was overtaken by smoke and fire. He died a hero, his final act one of selflessness. Denise Gomez, also just 18, didn't survive either. She was a leader at her school, a soccer player, a yearbook editor, the kind of student who inspired others. Like Ismael, she carried dreams of being the first in her family to go to college. Adrienne Castro, 19, from El Monte. Marika Serrato, 17, from Riverside. Jennifer Bonilla, who had a twin sister on another bus that arrived safely at Humboldt, all gone in an instant. The fire moved so quickly, so violently, that even adults meant to protect the students stood no chance. Arthur Arzola, a 26-year-old admissions counselor who dedicated his life to guiding kids toward higher education, died later in the hospital. Michael Mivette, 29, and his fiancée Madison Haywood, both volunteering as chaperones, were lost together. This was supposed to be their second year helping kids reach their dreams. Instead, their names joined the list of the fallen. In total, 10 lives were lost that day. 5 students, 3 chaperones, and both drivers. Dozens more were badly injured, some dragged out of the flames with their bodies burning. Survivors later recalled moments that sounded like a nightmare. Friends engulfed by fire, smoke so thick they could hardly breathe, windows cracking under the heat. Some victims were burned so badly they could only be identified by dental records or DNA. A dream birthday, a peaceful river safari, and then pure terror erupting from the depths. It was December 1st, 2018, Kristen Yaldor's 37th birthday. She and her husband, Ryan, had set out for what was supposed to be a relaxing canoe trip down Zimbabwe's Zambezi River, a place known for its breathtaking beauty and rich wildlife. The guided tour promised calm waters and stunning photo opportunities near Victoria Falls, but nature had other plans. They had barely begun when one of the guides called out, a warning lost in the stillness of the river. Something massive surged from below. In an instant, their canoe lurched violently, flipping over as if it had been struck by an underwater explosion. Before Kristen could react, she was in the water. Gasping, disoriented, she surfaced just in time to see Ryan desperately swimming toward the shore. She was almost there too, just 5 strokes away from safety, but then it happened. A force like a wrecking ball clamped onto her right leg and yanked her under. The pain hadn't hit yet. Shock, adrenaline, survival instincts. The water churned as the unseen monster rag-dolled her side to side, its massive jaws crushing down like a hydraulic press. She had dived with sharks before. She knew not to panic. Hold your breath. Stay calm. She reached for the creature's jaw, her fingers brushing against its rough, prehistoric skin. For a moment, it loosened its grip. Was she free? Had she scared it off? Then, agony. Kristen clawed her way to the riverbank, her broken leg sending white-hot pain through her body. The severity of her injuries was unknown, but the crimson stain spreading into the water told her everything she needed to know. A guide wrapped a tourniquet around her leg. Ryan, hands shaking, tried to call for help. Across the river, tourists, safe in their vehicles, had stopped watching animals. Now, they were watching her. Kristen borrowed Ryan's phone. She dialed home. It was 2 a.m. in Florida, but her mother answered. "Do you want me to sing you happy birthday?" "No, Mom," Kristen whispered. "I got attacked by a hippo. For those who have never seen a hippo up close, its bite is the stuff of nightmares. Its jaws open to a horrifying 150-degree angle, revealing 36 dagger-like teeth, including massive canines designed to crush bone and tear through flesh. A hippo's bite force is strong enough to snap a canoe in half, and it had nearly done just that. Kristen survived. But the scars, physical and psychological, would last forever. The Zambezi had given her a birthday she would never forget, and a reason to never trust calm waters again. The climb up Everest is a journey that begins in the relative calm of base camp at 17,700 feet, 5,400 meters. But as climbers ascend toward the summit, the mountain reveals its unrelenting, perilous nature. Each camp along the way marks a deeper descent into the unknown. Beyond these camps lies the final trial, the death zone, a desolate 3,000-foot stretch where life begins to slip away, step by agonizing step. The name Death Zone is no exaggeration. Here, climbers face the full fury of Everest, oxygen deprivation, plummeting temperatures, and unpredictable storms that can turn the summit's siren call into a death knell. In early May 1996, a group from Adventure Consultants, a company specializing in guiding climbers to the top, embarked on a climb that would forever be etched in Everest's grim history. The group included 11 clients, 3 company guides, and an unknown number of Sherpas. Among them was Yasuko Namba, a determined 47-year-old woman set on becoming the oldest Japanese climber to reach Everest's summit, and the second Japanese woman to conquer all 7 summits, the highest peaks on each continent. As they scaled the Lhotse Wall on May 8th, one of the guides, Andy Harris, suffered a near-catastrophic injury. A boulder the size of a television struck him in the chest. Yet, Harris pressed on, refusing to abandon the climb. The group reached Camp 4, and just after midnight on May 10th, began their final push to the summit. Time was against them. For safety, climbers must begin their descent by 2 p.m. to avoid nightfall in the death zone. Yet, delays and exhaustion slowed their progress. It wasn't until well after 2 p.m. that many in the group reached the summit, a breathtaking but dangerous delay. As they began their descent, Everest unleashed its fury. At 5 p.m., a blizzard descended upon the mountain, engulfing the climbers in blinding snow and gale-force winds. Visibility vanished, temperatures plummeted, and the group became trapped in the death zone. Rob Hall, a seasoned guide and co-founder of Adventure Consultants, stayed behind with the struggling Yasuko Namba, even as conditions worsened. Using a satellite phone, Hall managed to contact his wife the next afternoon, his voice faint and freezing. "Sleep well, my sweetheart. Please don't worry too much." It would be his last message. By the time rescuers arrived, Hall, Namba, and Harris were dead, claimed by the unforgiving storm. Hall's body was found frozen, a tragic testament to his devotion to his clients, while Harris's body was never recovered. The storm didn't spare others on the mountain that day. 4 climbers from another group also perished, their dreams of conquering the world's highest peak ending in icy desolation. The 1996 blizzard remains one of Everest's deadliest tragedies, a haunting reminder that even the most experienced climbers are at the mercy of the mountain. Everest is more than a challenge. It is a reckoning, a place where ambition meets nature's unyielding power, and the line between triumph and tragedy is drawn thin as air. The summer of 2019 was meant to be an unforgettable adventure for Lucas Fowler and Chinna Dees, a journey through Canada's vast and untamed wilderness, celebrating their love and insatiable thirst for exploration. Instead, it became a nightmare, a chilling and senseless tragedy that would haunt their families forever. Lucas, a 23-year-old from Sydney, Australia, had been raised with a love for the outdoors. His childhood was filled with dirt bike rides and camping trips, and by his early 20s his adventurous spirit had already carried him across the globe. It was during these travels that he met Chinna, a 24-year-old from North Carolina. Kind-hearted, free-spirited, and endlessly optimistic, Chinna was the perfect counterpart to Lucas. Their bond was instant, their love undeniable. After spending Christmas together in the U.S., Lucas returned to his job on a remote Canadian ranch, preparing for their long-anticipated road trip. Their plan was simple: 10 days of driving through British Columbia's breathtaking landscapes in Lucas's beloved 1986 blue Chevrolet van, a symbol of their shared love for the open road. But the journey took a dark turn on July 14th. Their van broke down along the remote Alaska Highway, roughly 20 kilometers south of Liard Hot Springs. Stranded but undeterred, they laughed, embraced, and even enjoyed a roadside picnic as they tried to get their van running again. Passing motorists recalled the young couple smiling and full of life, blissfully unaware of the horror lurking in the shadows. The following morning, the dream was shattered. A highway worker, Trevor Pierre, made a gruesome discovery. Lucas and Chinna's bodies lay just meters from their van, lifeless and riddled with gunshot wounds. The scene was one of sheer brutality. The back doors of the van swung open, its windows shattered, and the couple's bodies positioned eerily, as if frozen in time. It was clear. This was no accident. This was a cold-blooded execution. For 3 agonizing days, authorities struggled to identify the victims, their faces marred by the violence of their final moments. When the names Lucas Fowler and Chinna Dees were finally revealed, the news sent shockwaves through their families and across the world. Lucas's father, Stephen Fowler, a seasoned detective in New South Wales, was thrust into an unbearable reality. His own son was the victim of a heinous crime. Chinna's family in North Carolina faced their own torment, grappling with the loss of their beloved daughter and sister. Their grief was compounded by an unsettling question: who would do this, and why? The answers would come, horrifying and senseless. Then, a shocking twist. 2 teenagers, Cam McLeod, 18, and Briar Schmigelski, 19, initially reported as missing persons, were identified as the prime suspects. The revelations turned the case into a nationwide manhunt. Over the next 15 days, police tracked the fugitives across 3 provinces. The young men left a trail of destruction, evading capture and sending fear rippling across Canada. Their final destination? The dense wilderness near Gillam, Manitoba. On August 7th, after weeks of searching, authorities found their bodies deep in the brush. They had taken their own lives, ending the pursuit but offering no justice, no real answers. For the families of Lucas and Chinna, the discovery brought a bitter form of closure. The monsters responsible for their children's deaths were gone, but the senselessness remained. In the days following the tragedy, a single piece of CCTV footage surfaced, offering a haunting glimpse into the couple's final days. It showed Lucas and Chinna at a gas station, laughing, holding each other and wiping down their van's windows. A snapshot of love, of innocence, of a life they were supposed to have. A life stolen by 2 aimless killers with no clear motive, no reason beyond destruction. At their funerals, Lucas and Chinna were remembered not for the tragedy that befell them, but for the love they carried, the joy they spread, and the adventure that defined their short but beautiful lives. It was July 11th, 2023, a sunny morning in Yosemite National Park, California. Grace Roloff, a 20-year-old college student, was buzzing with excitement. She and her father, Jonathan, had secured coveted permits to climb Half Dome, one of Yosemite's most iconic and perilous hikes. This was going to be an adventure for the books, a father-daughter bonding experience on a trail that demanded both grit and determination. Grace, a student at Arizona State University, wasn't new to challenging hikes. She'd already conquered Angel's Landing in Zion National Park and trekked through the Grand Canyon. Prepared as ever, she'd even splurged on a shiny new pair of hiking boots, ensuring she was geared up for the grueling 14-16-mile trek. Little did she know, those boots would become infamous in her story. The day began perfectly. Blue skies, sunshine, and breathtaking views. As they ascended the famous cables leading to the summit, Grace and her dad were in awe. Reaching the top, they soaked in the panoramic beauty of Yosemite, sharing a heartfelt moment of accomplishment. Life felt like one big adventure, but in the wilderness, the skies can change their mind faster than a college student deciding on a major. As they began their descent, an ominous black cloud rolled in, and rain poured down like a bucket of bad decisions. The granite cables, once their trusty guides, transformed into slick slides of doom. Dad? My shoes are slippery, Grace said, realizing her brand new boots weren't living up to the promise on the box. As the rain worsened, the trail became a slow-moving traffic jam of hikers, all trying to navigate the now treacherous descent. Grace, ever determined, pressed on, but about 3/4 of the way down, tragedy struck. Her boots betrayed her, and she slipped between 2 wooden planks. Her father lunged to grab her, but it was too late. Grace fell nearly 200 feet down the granite face. Jonathan could only watch in horror, his heart sinking faster than the rain pouring from the sky. Desperate, he scrambled down the cables to find her, but was forced to stop, the terrain too steep and dangerous. Rain and hail battered the mountain as Jonathan called for emergency help. For 3 agonizing hours, rescue teams braved the storm, but when they finally reached Grace, the news was devastating. She had suffered a fatal head injury and likely passed instantly. Grace's tragic fall left a hole in the hearts of her family and friends. She was known for her fearless spirit, kindness, and determination. She was on track to graduate early, aiming to become a high school math teacher, balancing her studies with multiple jobs, and still making time for her passion for hiking. For Jonathan, this climb, meant to be a bonding adventure, became a memory too painful to revisit. He vowed never to hike Half Dome again, calling it unnecessarily dangerous. Inspired by Grace's life and legacy, he's now advocating for safety improvements to the trail, from adding more planks to requiring harnesses, hoping to prevent others from enduring the heartbreak his family suffered. In her memory, a fundraiser was set up to support causes close to Grace's heart. For those who knew her, she was a bright light, a fearless adventurer, and someone who left an indelible mark on everyone she met. Jonathan is determined that her story will inspire change, ensuring no one else faces the same devastating fate on Half Dome's slick granite face. June 14, 2016, was supposed to be a magical evening at Disney World's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa in Orlando, Florida. The Graves family, visiting from Elkhorn, Nebraska, was soaking up the Disney magic. Among them was their adventurous 2-year-old son, Lane Thomas Graves, who was enjoying the warm night by the Seven Seas Lagoon with his parents, Matt and Melissa, and his big sister Ella. That night, Disney was screening Zootopia under the stars, and little Lane was having the time of his life, splashing in the shallow water near the shore. It was around 8:30 p.m., a time when the Florida alligators are most active. As Lane bent down near the water's edge, an alligator, estimated to be around 7 to 8 feet long, emerged from the lagoon. In a flash, the reptile lunged and grabbed Lane, mistaking him for an easy meal. Matt, standing just a few feet away, heard the splash and immediately sprang into action. Without hesitation, he rushed into the water, trying to pry his son from the gator's powerful jaws. He fought desperately, but the alligator was too strong, dragging Lane into deeper water and out of reach. It was every parent's worst nightmare unfolding in an instant. A massive search operation kicked off immediately. Disney staff, law enforcement, and dive teams worked through the night. After 17 grueling hours, Lane's body was found 6 feet underwater, about 15 yards from where he was taken. The medical examiner later confirmed his cause of death as drowning and traumatic injuries caused by the alligator. In the wake of the tragedy, Disney wasted no time making changes. They removed nearly 100 alligators from their properties, installed barriers around the lagoon, and put up new warning signs explicitly mentioning alligators. They also built a lighthouse memorial near the lagoon in honor of Lane. Meanwhile, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission investigated the incident and deemed it a predatory attack, noting that it occurred at dusk, prime hunting time for alligators. Although no swimming signs had been posted, they didn't warn guests about alligators. Shockingly, reports later revealed that some guests had even alerted Disney staff about a gator in the area before the attack, but no action was taken. Despite their unimaginable grief, Matt and Melissa Graves chose not to take legal action against Disney. Instead, they channeled their loss into something meaningful, establishing the Lane Thomas Foundation. The foundation helps families navigating pediatric organ transplants, a cause close to their hearts. March 6, 1995, started like any other day in Lake Orion, Michigan. No one could have predicted that within 72 hours, a shocking on-air moment would spiral into cold-blooded murder. Scott Amador, a 32-year-old bartender known for his big heart and infectious energy, appeared on The Jenny Jones Show, a daytime talk show infamous for its jaw-dropping surprises. That day's segment, Secret Crush, the idea was simple. Bring people on, let them confess their hidden romantic feelings, and watch the drama unfold. But what happened next was anything but simple. Scott's secret crush was Jonathan Schmitz, a 24-year-old man he had known for years. Jonathan, completely unaware that he was about to be the center of attention, walked onto the stage with no idea what was coming. When Scott's feelings were revealed, Jonathan laughed it off, visibly uncomfortable, making it clear he was straight. The audience cheered, the cameras rolled, and the moment seemed to pass without incident. But behind the awkward smiles and nervous laughter, something dark was brewing. 3 days later, Scott Amador was dead. It started with a simple note, one that Scott playfully left in Jonathan's mailbox. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe it was a way to keep the conversation going. But whatever Scott's intention, the reaction was something no one saw coming. Humiliated, furious, and unable to shake the weight of that moment on national television, Jonathan withdrew money from his bank, drove to a store, and bought a shotgun. His mind was made up. What happened next was pure horror. Jonathan drove straight to Scott's mobile home, knocked on the door, and asked one chilling question. "Did you leave me that note?" Scott smiled and said yes. Without hesitation, Jonathan turned, retrieved his gun from the car, and came back. Before Scott could react, before he could plead or even process the danger, Jonathan raised the shotgun and fired, twice. The bullets tore through Scott's chest. Within moments, he was gone. Jonathan didn't run. He didn't hide. Instead, he drove to a nearby gas station, called 911, and calmly admitted to everything. His reason? Humiliation. The case exploded in the media, quickly earning the name the Jenny Jones murder. People demanded answers. Had Jonathan been manipulated by the show's producers? He insisted he had been led to believe his admirer would be a woman. The show's team denied it. But one thing was clear. This wasn't just a murder. This was a tragic consequence of reality television pushing the boundaries of entertainment. Jonathan was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. His defense argued that he acted under extreme emotional distress, pointing to past mental health struggles. But was this an impulsive crime or a calculated execution? In 1996, he was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison. The twists didn't stop there. His conviction was overturned on appeal. Then, in a 1999 retrial, he was found guilty again and sent back to prison. But even that wasn't the end. In 2017, after serving 22 years, Jonathan was released on parole. The decision reignited the pain for Scott's family, who believed Jonathan had never truly shown remorse. Their attorney, Jeffrey Fieger, called it an insult to justice. But there was one more battle left to fight. Scott's family sued the Jenny Jones Show and its parent company, Warner Brothers, accusing them of reckless exploitation. They won $9.3 million in damages. But just like before, justice slipped through their fingers. The ruling was overturned, with courts deciding that the show couldn't have foreseen the tragedy that followed. To this day, the case stands as a chilling reminder of how reality TV, built on shock and spectacle, can have deadly consequences. Shows like The Jenny Jones Show thrived on embarrassment and surprise, never stopping to consider what would happen when the cameras stopped rolling. Could Scott Amager still be alive if Jonathan had been given more information? If the producers had handled things differently, would this tragedy have been avoided? No one can say for sure, but one thing is clear. For Scott, what started as a moment of laughter turned into a death sentence. And for the world, the Jenny Jones murder exposed the terrifying truth about turning real emotions into entertainment. Sometimes the cost is irreversible. In April 2002, Carolyn Stuttle, a kind-hearted and ambitious 19-year-old from York, England, was nearing the end of her gap-year adventure in Australia. Traveling with her close friend, Sarah Holliday, Caroline had spent months exploring the country's iconic landmarks. Their journey was almost complete, with Bundaberg, a quiet town in Queensland, being one of their final stops before heading home. But Caroline would never return to her family. Like countless young travelers, she had worked hard to save for her trip, taking shifts at Pizza Hut and making detailed plans for the adventure of a lifetime before starting her studies in criminal psychology. She dreamed of helping others, eager to begin the next chapter of her life. On April 10, 2002, Caroline stepped out alone to make a phone call to her boyfriend in England. As she walked back to her caravan park, her path crossed with Ian Privet, a 32-year-old drifter and drug addict. Desperate for money to fuel his addiction, Privet's desperation turned violent. He spotted Caroline and attempted to snatch her handbag. She fought back, refusing to let go. Determined to get what he wanted, Privet's aggression escalated. He forced Caroline over the railing of the bridge they were standing on, sending her plummeting 32 feet to the ground below. The fall left her fatally injured, her life stolen for the trivial sum of £180, a meaningless amount in exchange for a bright future extinguished too soon. When police arrived, Caroline's body lay beneath the bridge, her belongings gone. News of her murder quickly spread, shattering her family's world and stunning the community back in York. Investigators pursued leads, but Privet remained unidentified and the case grew cold. Months later, an unexpected breakthrough emerged. While serving time for an unrelated crime, Privet reportedly confessed to Caroline's murder. His chilling admission gained credibility when authorities discovered a handwritten message scrawled on a bench near his hostel. "I threw the girl off the bridge. I am sorry." The confession gave police the break they needed, leading to Privet's arrest and trial in 2004. The evidence against him was overwhelming, and the jury found him guilty. Judge Peter Doney sentenced him to life in prison, condemning his actions and the tragic loss of an innocent young woman. For Caroline's grieving family, the verdict provided some relief, but no true closure. Knowing Privet was behind bars could not erase the pain of her absence. Determined to honor her memory, Caroline's family founded Caroline's Rainbow Foundation, a charity dedicated to educating young travelers about safety and awareness while abroad. Her brother, Richard Stuttle, has continued the foundation's mission, ensuring Caroline's adventurous spirit and kindness live on through their work. However, in 2020, Privet was released from prison, reopening the wounds her loss had inflicted. Richard spoke out about the lifelong impact of Caroline's murder, stating that while Privet's life sentence ended, theirs would last forever. We've all got our guilty pleasures, hot chocolate, Netflix binges, maybe a little too much coffee, but for Natasha Harris, a 30-year-old mother of 8 from Invercargill, New Zealand, her guilty pleasure turned into a deadly obsession. Her love for Coca-Cola wasn't your typical, "I need a soda with my burger" kind of thing. We're talking 2 gallons of Coke every single day. From the moment she woke up to the moment she went to bed, she was never far from a glass of the fizzy stuff. And it wasn't just a craving, it was a full-blown addiction. Without her usual supply, Natasha would experience withdrawal symptoms like shaking, irritability, and restlessness. But because there were no warning labels on the bottles, her family never thought this everyday beverage could be dangerous, even as her health started to fall apart. For about 6 months before her death, Natasha's health took a serious hit. She was constantly exhausted, often nauseous and frequently vomiting in the mornings. Despite feeling extreme fatigue and a racing heartbeat, she avoided seeing doctors due to a deep fear of them. To make matters worse, her lifestyle wasn't helping. She barely ate, only having a small lunch most days, and smoked around 30 cigarettes daily. Her soda addiction even affected her teeth. They rotted so badly they had to be removed, and some of her kids were born without enamel on their teeth, likely due to her excessive soda consumption during pregnancy. And if you're wondering just how much caffeine she was putting into her system, brace yourself. A single ounce of Coke contains 2.3 milligrams of caffeine, and with Natasha consuming between 2.1 and 2.6 gallons daily, she was taking in around 800 milligrams of caffeine a day, double the safe limit for an average adult. Combine that with her poor diet and smoking habits, and her body was running on empty. On the morning of February 25, 2010, Natasha's routine started as usual, getting her kids ready for school and having her morning Coke fix. But shortly after, everything changed. She collapsed against a wall in the bathroom, struggling to breathe. Her partner, Christopher Hodkinson, called emergency services and tried desperately to revive her with CPR, but despite his efforts, Natasha passed away at home. The inquest into her death revealed cardiac arrhythmia, an irregular heartbeat, as the primary cause of death. But it didn't stop there. Doctors also suspected severe hypokalemia, a dangerous condition where potassium levels in the blood drop too low, likely due to her soda addiction. Potassium is crucial for proper muscle and nerve function, including keeping your heart beating normally. When you overload on caffeine and sugar, they drive potassium into your cells and out of your bloodstream, leaving dangerously low levels where it matters most. In the aftermath, Christopher blamed Coca-Cola for Natasha's death, believing the company should take responsibility for the health risks associated with excessive consumption of their product. But Coca-Cola denied direct responsibility, arguing that while cardiac arrhythmia was the official cause of death, there was no definitive proof that Coke alone was to blame. Still, experts pointed out the sheer volume of liquid Natasha consumed daily, 338 ounces a day, would strain anyone's body, regardless of the beverage. And let's not forget the 4,000 calories she was drinking every day just from Coke, almost double the recommended daily intake. While most people who enjoy soda in moderation don't need to worry, Natasha's story serves as a sobering reminder that even something as ordinary as a soft drink can turn deadly when taken to extremes. So maybe next time you reach for that extra can of Coke, you'll think twice, because no one wants their love of soda to take a dark and dangerous turn. Next up is a tragedy that shocked Canada and left wildlife experts scrambling for answers. It was October 27, 2009, on Nova Scotia's Skyline Trail, a rugged 4.3-mile path winding through Cape Breton Highlands National Park. Hikers loved it for its sweeping views of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, especially in autumn when the cliffs glow with reds and golds. But that crisp afternoon, the trail became the setting for something almost without precedent. The victim was Taylor Mitchell, a 19-year-old folk singer from Toronto. Just months earlier, she'd released her debut album, For Your Consideration, earning glowing reviews for her poetic lyrics and warm, earthy voice. That summer, she'd wowed audiences at the Winnipeg Folk Festival, quickly becoming one of Canada's most promising young artists. Between shows on a short Nova Scotia tour, Taylor decided to spend her day off hiking the Skyline Trail, a chance to enjoy the natural world she wrote about so often in her songs. Around 3 p.m., fellow hikers saw her heading back toward the parking lot. Not long after, an American couple on the same path noticed 2 eastern coyotes. Their behavior was off. Instead of fleeing, the animals stood their ground, staring boldly at the pair before melting back into the brush. Moments later, desperate cries echoed from deeper in the woods. Taylor had been attacked. At least 2 coyotes had gone after her as she walked alone. Scattered across the trail were her keys, a small pocket knife, and torn clothing, chilling signs of a frantic struggle. Farther down, hikers found her gravely injured, bleeding heavily, with one of the coyotes still hovering nearby. They managed to drive the animal off long enough to call for help. Paramedics rushed Taylor to a hospital in Cheticamp. Then she was airlifted to Halifax's Queen Elizabeth II Health Sciences Center. Doctors worked tirelessly, but her wounds were catastrophic. That evening, she died from massive blood loss. She was just 19. Investigators later confirmed the unthinkable. This was the first recorded case of an adult killed by coyotes in Canada, and only the second fatal attack on an adult in all of North America. Typically, coyotes are shy and avoid people, so why had this happened? Some experts speculated the animals might have been fed by visitors losing their fear of humans. Others pointed out that eastern coyotes in Cape Breton had begun hunting larger prey, like moose, and were developing bolder, more aggressive behavior. Authorities eventually captured 5 coyotes from the area. DNA testing showed at least 3 carried Taylor's blood, confirming their role in the attack. The Skyline Trail was temporarily closed while officials reassessed how to keep visitors safe in wild spaces. Taylor's death sent shockwaves through the music community and the wider public. She had just been nominated for a Canadian Folk Music Award as Young Performer of the Year. Her funeral in Owen Sound, Ontario, was filled with friends, family, and fans remembering a gifted artist whose songs championed kindness and respect for nature. Today, her memory lives on through the Taylor Mitchell Legacy Trust, which funds arts programs and wildlife education. But the haunting events of that day remain a sobering reminder. Even in the most beautiful places, wild animals demand our caution and our respect. Desiree Gibbon, a thrill-seeking 26-year-old from Queens, New York, set off on an adventure to Jamaica in November 2017. Staying at her grandmother's hotel in Montego Bay, she was more than just a tourist. She was a model, an aspiring filmmaker, and a globetrotter with big dreams of heading to film school in Europe. Montego Bay's lively streets and gorgeous beaches provided the perfect break from the chaotic pace of New York, offering both comfort and opportunity. Determined to make the most of her time there, she even sought a bartending job to help fund her future while uncovering the island's hidden gems. Her enthusiasm and open-minded nature led her to cross paths with all kinds of people, some friendly, others possibly dangerous. Despite whispers of certain areas, like Anchovy, being less than safe, Desiree either didn't notice or chose to ignore the warnings. Then, on November 26, 2017, she walked out of her grandmother's hotel to meet someone and vanished. The next morning, the worst possible news arrived. locals in Anchovy discovered her body hidden in the bushes. Her throat had been slashed, her face bruised, a brutal and senseless attack that sent shockwaves through the community. Jamaica, already grappling with trust in its law enforcement, now faced another tragedy that seemed to slip through the cracks of justice. Desiree's devastated family was left struggling with the unthinkable. How could this happen in a place she had felt so at home? Her mother, Andrea, couldn't shake the horrifying thought that the killer was someone her daughter had trusted. Desiree had always been cautious, aware of the risks of traveling alone, yet it seemed her kindness had been betrayed in the worst possible way. The investigation was agonizingly slow. Overwhelmed authorities found little evidence, no immediate leads, and no suspects. As frustration mounted, rumors swirled. Was it a crime of passion, a robbery gone wrong, or something even more sinister lurking beneath the surface of Paradise? Andrea, desperate for closure, was convinced her daughter had been deliberately lured away. The missing purse, money, and ID only reinforced the belief that it wasn't random. Weeks turned into months, and the case grew colder. Authorities released minimal details, citing an ongoing investigation, but progress was painfully slow. Desiree's family, stuck in an agonizing limbo, kept demanding answers, but their pleas seemed to fade into silence. The harsh reality set in. In a place where crime often met indifference and resources were stretched thin, finding justice felt impossible. Desiree's story became a chilling, cautionary tale, a reminder that even in the most beautiful places, danger can lurk beneath the surface. Her dreams of film school and making a name for herself were stolen in an instant, leaving behind only heartbreak and the unanswered question of who took her life. Natalia Nemetz never saw it coming. It was just another day at the Slavyanka confectionery factory in Stary Oskol, Russia. October 20th, 2017. A day like any other, until it wasn't. Natalia was 36 years old, a hardworking factory worker and a devoted mother to her 10-year-old son, Ivan. She lived in the Belgorod Oblast region, working long hours to provide for her child. Like many others, she relied on the factory for her livelihood, never questioning the risks that came with the job. The Slavyanka confectionery factory was a major employer in the area, producing sweets and other confectionery products. Inside, massive industrial machines stirred and melted ingredients at dangerously high temperatures. These machines were essential to production, but they were also deadly if proper safety measures weren't followed. That morning, Natalia was assigned to clean one of the large caramel mixers. It was routine work, something she had likely done many times before, but something went terribly wrong. No one saw exactly how it happened. Maybe she slipped on the factory's slick floors. Maybe the stifling heat and fumes in the air made her dizzy. Maybe she lost her balance for just a second. All that mattered was this. She fell into the boiling caramel. And then, the mixer started. Thick, molten caramel engulfed her body almost instantly. The temperature was far beyond the boiling point of water. The pain would have been unimaginable. But Natalia never even had the chance to scream. The intense heat likely knocked her unconscious almost immediately. The machine's sharp industrial blades, designed to stir and smooth the caramel, began turning. By the time her coworkers realized she was missing, it was too late. They searched the factory floor, calling her name, but their search ended in horror when they spotted something sticking out of the caramel-filled vat. Her legs. The rest of her had already been consumed by the boiling mixture. Panic spread through the factory, but there was nothing anyone could do. Natalia Nemetz, a mother, a worker, and a fighter, was gone in the most unimaginable way possible. And yet, the nightmare didn't end there. The factory's management tried to cover it up. They warned the workers to stay silent. Anyone who spoke would be fired. There were no official reports, no public acknowledgement. They wanted the accident erased as if it had never happened. But the truth has a way of forcing itself into the light. A local newspaper, Komsomolskaya Pravda, uncovered the horrifying details. Investigators soon arrived and found serious safety violations at the factory. Workers had not been given proper training. Safety protocols had been ignored, Even worse, this wasn't an isolated incident. It was the third worker death at the factory in just 1 year. Natalia's death wasn't just an accident. It was preventable. She had walked into work that morning expecting to go home to her son at the end of her shift. But because of negligence, she never got that chance. Her son, Ivan, was left without a mother. He was taken in by his aunt, forced to start over in a world that had just stolen the most important person in his life. There was no justice for Natalia, no undoing what had happened, just a lesson. A brutal, gut-wrenching lesson about the cost of cutting corners, about the lives shattered by negligence, about a mother who walked into work one morning and never walked out. Picture this. It's March 5th, 2019, in the sleepy little village of Z, tucked away in the eastern Czech Republic, the kind of place where the loudest sounds are a rooster crowing or a tractor puttering along. That is, until Michal Prek arrived. Michal wasn't your average villager. At 34, he had gained a reputation, and not in a good way. His hobby wasn't something simple like fishing or woodworking. No, he had a passion that made people question his sanity, keeping lions. Not just one, but two, a male and a lioness. Why? No one knows. Maybe he watched The Lion King one too many times or just wanted to stand out. But owning these massive predators wasn't enough for him. He had bigger plans. He wanted to breed them. In his backyard, his enclosures, if you could even call them that, were more of a chaotic DIY project than a secure habitat. They were hastily thrown together, probably held up by sheer willpower. The problem? He had no permits. Authorities fined him, neighbors complained, yet Michal ignored them all. To him, these lions weren't just exotic pets, they were family. Big, 400-pound clawed and fanged family. But keeping lions wasn't his only eccentricity. He also walked them. Imagine strolling through a quiet village and seeing a man casually walking a lion on a leash like it's a golden retriever. What could possibly go wrong? Well, everything. One infamous incident involved a cyclist who collided with the lioness during one of these bizarre outings. He ended up in the hospital. Authorities, in an absurd twist, classified it as a traffic accident. For the villagers, however, it was just another terrifying reminder of the situation they were stuck in. Years passed with no resolution. The authorities wanted the lions removed, but legal loopholes and a lack of proper wildlife sanctuaries left them powerless. Meanwhile, Michal refused to cooperate. He blocked officials from accessing his property and stubbornly defended his lions. The villagers lived in constant fear, trapped in an unending standoff. Then came the morning of March 5th, 2019. At around 7 a.m., Michal's father made a horrifying discovery. His son's lifeless body was inside the male lion's cage. Even more disturbing, the door was locked from the inside. Why did Michal enter the enclosure? No one knows. What was clear was that authorities now had an even bigger problem. Michal's body was in a cage with two very alive, very dangerous lions. And here's the thing about lions. They're not oversized house cats. They are apex predators, built for the kill. No one was about to risk being the next victim. In the end, there was only one solution. Authorities had to shoot both lions to secure the scene. If that wasn't tragic enough, it was later discovered that the lioness was pregnant. Michal's shocking death put an abrupt end to his bizarre passion, but for the villagers it also brought relief. For years, they had lived in fear, unable to do anything about the man keeping deadly predators just beyond their fences. Now, at last, the nightmare was over. In the aftermath, the mayor of Z expressed hope that this tragedy would finally lead to stricter laws on keeping dangerous animals. And indeed, the Czech government began reassessing its wildlife regulations. The country had long been a hub for illegal wildlife smuggling, a reputation it could no longer afford to ignore. Michal Prek's story serves as a cautionary tale, a stark reminder of what happens when humans blur the lines between domesticity and the wild. Lions belong in the savannah, not in someone's backyard. The icy wind cut through Christopher John Kulish as he stood on the slopes of Mount Everest, his 62-year-old frame bracing against the rising sun. It was May 27, 2019, and before him stretched a sight few ever witnessed, the roof of the world, bathed in golden light. This was the moment he had dreamed of. For Christopher, an American lawyer and passionate mountaineer, Everest wasn't just a mountain. It was the final piece of a lifelong journey. He wasn't here just to stand on top of the world. He was chasing the 7 summits, the elite club of climbers who had conquered the highest peak on every continent. But Everest does not give victories. It takes them. Christopher had trained for years, honing his body and mind against some of the harshest landscapes on Earth. He was no amateur. He knew the dangers of altitude, the thin air, the bone-shattering cold. His team climbed steadily, making their way through serpentine ice fields and towering ridges, the mountain momentarily kind to them. The weather held. The winds were still. It was as if Everest welcomed them forward. But Everest is never truly kind. They stopped at Camp 4, perched at a terrifying 26,000 feet, the gateway to the death zone, where oxygen is scarce and the human body begins to die with every passing second. This was the final staging ground before the ultimate push. Oxygen tanks were checked, layers adjusted, a final deep breath. Then, the final ascent began. The climb was grueling. Every step burned. The air was razor-thin, each breath a battle. Christopher pushed through the agony, his heart hammering against his ribs, muscles screaming for relief. Then, he was there. At the summit of Everest, Christopher stood victorious. The world stretched endlessly below him. The sunrise painted the sky in hues of fire and gold. He had done it, conquered the highest peak on Earth. But Everest does not let go so easily. As they began their descent, something was wrong. Christopher felt an odd tightness in his chest. His breathing grew labored, as if he were inhaling through a straw. His hands trembled, his vision blurred. His teammates noticed immediately. Concern flashed in their eyes. They urged him forward, knowing that getting down is always more dangerous than going up. Then, without warning, Christopher collapsed. Panic surged through the group. They tried to rouse him, to force oxygen into his lungs, but the truth was undeniable. This was not altitude sickness. This was something far deadlier. Christopher had suffered a cardiac arrest. His heart had failed him, not in the safety of his home, not in a hospital bed, but on the slopes of the deadliest mountain on Earth. Everest had claimed him. There was no chance to save him. No helicopters could reach them in time, no miracle rescues at this altitude. He was gone, but in the wake of tragedy, his family found a small comfort. He died doing what he loved. He had faced the mountain, stood at the top of the world, and etched his name into history. Now, his spirit remains forever woven into Everest's icy winds, whispering through the peaks, a reminder that no matter how strong, how determined, Everest always has the final say. The African wilderness is a place of breathtaking beauty, a land where nature reigns supreme, and every moment holds the promise of wonder or danger. For Gail Matson, an 80-year-old adventurer from Minnesota, this was meant to be her last great journey, a final grand adventure before slowing down. She had dreamed of this, watching the golden sunrise spill across the vast landscapes of Zambia's Kafue National Park, listening to the calls of birds unseen, feeling the raw pulse of the wild. But the wilderness does not grant guarantees, and on one fateful day in December 2018, the dream turned into a nightmare. The morning began, as so many others had before, a game drive into the heart of Africa's oldest and largest national park, covering more than 8,700 square miles of untamed land. The safari vehicle rumbled over the dirt paths, carrying Matson and 5 other guests, along with their seasoned guide. Cameras in hand, they marveled at the world around them, at the quiet majesty of the land, unaware of the unseen presence lurking nearby. Then, without warning, it happened. From the thick brush, an elephant emerged. Not just any elephant, a bull, massive, powerful, unpredictable. Its movements were fast. Too fast, it was charging. The guide, trained for such encounters, reacted instantly, but there was no time, no space to escape. The terrain was rough, the path blocked. There was nowhere to run. A voice, desperate, called out, "Hey! Hey! Hey!" A futile attempt to halt the inevitable. The bull Hatta struck. With terrifying force, the elephant barreled into the side of the safari truck, flipping it as if it weighed nothing. Metal crumpled. Bodies were thrown. Chaos erupted in an instant. When the dust settled, the unthinkable became reality. Matson lay lifeless. One moment she had been holding a flower, smiling for a photograph, savoring the adventure she had long awaited. The next, she was gone. 4 others sustained injuries, cuts, bruises, the deep shock of surviving what should have been impossible. One woman was so badly hurt she had to be airlifted to South Africa for emergency care. The rest, shaken but alive, would carry the horror of that day forever. The news of her death rippled through those who knew her. Friends back in Arizona, where she also had a home, struggled to process the loss. She was living life, they said. She told us this would be her last big adventure, and yet no one could have imagined how it would end. The tragedy left many questioning what had provoked the bull's attack. No one knew for certain. Climate change had been disrupting migration patterns, forcing animals into unexpected areas, creating unforeseen conflicts between wildlife and humans. But there was no easy explanation. The wild does not follow human logic. It does not offer reasons, nor does it pause for grief. It simply exists, raw, powerful, and indifferent. The safari company, Wilderness, reeled from the loss. "Our guides are extremely well trained," said CEO Keith Vincent. "But in this instance, the terrain and vegetation were against us. There was no way to move the vehicle out of harm's way fast enough." Authorities launched an investigation, but there was little to uncover. The truth was already known. The wilderness is unpredictable. Even the most experienced travelers, the most careful guides, the best laid plans, none of it matters when nature decides otherwise. For Gail Matson, her last great adventure did not end in peaceful reflection, nor in quiet reminiscence of a life well lived. It ended in the raw, unfiltered reality of the wild, a reminder that while we may journey into nature seeking beauty, it remains untamed. It does not yield, it does not forgive. It was a warm summer evening in Quozhou, China, on July 20th, 2021. Xiao Qiumei, a 23-year-old crane operator, had just wrapped up another long shift at a construction site in Jiangxi Province. Known for her petite frame, striking presence, and infectious energy, Xiao stood out in a field dominated by men. But what made her truly unique wasn't just her job, it was how she shared it with the world. Xiao had gained over 100,000 followers on Douyin, China's version of TikTok, by posting videos of her life high above the city skyline. She gave her viewers an inside look at the day-to-day reality of crane operations, all from the dizzying heights of her crane cabin. Her content was uplifting, her smile always present, and her videos challenged stereotypes about gender and labor. She was more than just an influencer. She was an inspiration. That evening, Xiao decided to record one last video before heading home. Her followers were used to her cheerful tone and playful style, often set against the unique backdrop of the construction site. At around 5:40 p.m., most of the workers had already left. The site was mostly quiet, with just a few people lingering. Xiao set up her phone, smiled at the camera, and began dancing and speaking like she always did, full of life. Then, in an instant, everything changed. The video turned blurry. Metal beams rushed past the screen. A sharp, terrifying scream echoed through the phone. Xiao's scream. She had fallen from her crane, nearly 160 feet to the ground below. Emergency responders arrived quickly, but it was too late. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Initial reports suggested that Xiao had been filming at the time of the fall, leading many to speculate that she was distracted by her phone, but her family firmly denied that. They explained that she was always cautious and professional, and she kept her phone in her bag during working hours. According to them, the fall happened because she missed a step while climbing down from the crane. A tragic accident, not a careless mistake. News of her death sent shockwaves through her fan base and across social media. Her followers, who had watched her dance and smile just hours earlier, were heartbroken. Many couldn't believe it. Some even shared the final moments of her video online, igniting debates about the ethics of circulating such personal and traumatic footage. Her family, devastated by the sudden loss, held a private funeral. In keeping with local tradition, her ashes were placed under a small umbrella on a table. Simple, quiet, and deeply moving. Authorities in Jiangshan City confirmed the incident and launched an investigation into whether proper safety protocols had been followed at the site. No further details were made public, but the tragedy raised broader concerns about safety in high-risk professions and how social media influences behavior in the workplace. Xiao's rise to internet fame was built on authenticity. She didn't pretend to be someone she wasn't. Her content was real, relatable, and refreshing. She showed the world what it was like to balance tough work with the joys of everyday life, all while raising 2 young children. Her videos reminded people that crane operators weren't just part of the background, they were essential. Even though her family insisted her death wasn't connected to social media, the incident sparked comparisons to other tragedies, like the recent passing of Instagram personality Sophia Chung, who died after falling while taking a photo at a waterfall. Xiao Qiumei's story became a haunting reminder of how fragile life can be. Her vibrant spirit, so full of light and determination, was gone in a moment. As her followers mourned an online icon, her loved ones were left to grieve a daughter, a mother, and a wife. Christy Henrich was once a dazzling embodiment of American gymnastics. Small in stature but immense in talent, she was known as E.T., not for being alien, but for being extra tough. With explosive power and unwavering discipline, Henrich was a rising star in the late 1980s, captivating judges and fans alike with her precision and grace. At just 4 feet 10 inches and 93 pounds, she battled through injuries, outworked everyone in the gym, and came within a whisper, just 0.0188 points, of qualifying for the 1988 Olympic team. She was determined, ambitious, and adored. On the surface, July 26, 1994, seemed like any other day. But by that afternoon, Henrich, once the powerhouse of the U.S. national team, had died at just 22 years old. Her body ravaged by anorexia nervosa and bulimia. Her weight had plummeted below 60 pounds. Her organs had failed, and the sport that once celebrated her spirit was forced to confront a dark truth. Henrich's descent didn't begin with a fall from the beam or a crash during a vault. It began with a comment. At an international competition in 1988, a judge offhandedly told her she needed to lose weight. That moment lodged in Henrich's psyche like a splinter. That night, she pulled her coach Al Fong into her hotel room and asked, "Am I fat?" He said no. But the damage was done. From then on, she spiraled. She began extreme dieting, surviving on salads and apples, while binging and purging in secret. Laxatives were hidden in her suitcase lining. She'd run compulsively to burn calories. She refused to eat in front of her fiancé, Bo Moreno. At one point, doctors confined her to a wheelchair to keep her from exercising. Her gums bled, her kidneys failed. She tore out 4 lines, terrified that sugar water would cause weight gain. She was hospitalized more than 15 times. And yet, Henrich pushed through pain like few others. After breaking a vertebra in 1989, she returned in just 3 months to place second at the U.S. Championships. But while her physical injuries were visible, her internal ones remained hidden until it was too late. By the early 90s, her body was giving out. She couldn't finish routines. Her moods swung violently. She left competitions mid-performance. She retired, but the monster of anorexia stayed. Therapy was inconsistent. She clung to life but quietly confessed to her therapist that her battle was about shame, control, and never feeling enough. Henrich's death sent shockwaves through the gymnastics world. Kathy Rigby, an Olympian and herself a survivor of eating disorders, said, "You don't want to believe something like this can still happen, with all we know." Her story ignited a broader conversation about the suffocating aesthetic demands in gymnastics. It prompted calls for reform, for education about eating disorders, for mental health resources, and for a culture shift within the sport. The U.S. Gymnastics Federation began holding seminars for coaches, gymnasts, and parents. But many questioned, why wasn't it enough to save Christy? In death, Christy Henrich became more than a gymnast. She became a symbol, a warning, a martyr, and a voice for those too afraid to speak. Her bright red Toyota, license plate GMNAST, sat silent outside her family's home after her passing. But her legacy roared across the sport. No victory is worth a life. In 2016, a trip to Badaling Wildlife Park in Beijing turned into a nightmare for one Chinese family. What started as a routine visit to the popular safari park ended in tragedy when Mrs. Zhao was killed by a tiger while trying to save her daughter, Mei. The horrifying incident, which unfolded in full view of her family, became a lifelong lesson about the dangers of getting too close to wild animals. It all began with a heated family argument inside their car. Mei, frustrated and upset, made the fateful decision to step out of the vehicle in an area clearly marked as off-limits. Almost immediately, a Siberian tiger lurking nearby seized the opportunity, clamping its powerful jaws on Mei and dragging her toward the underbrush. The sheer speed of the attack left her family in shock. In a moment of incredible bravery, Mrs. Zhao jumped out of the car to rescue her daughter. Without hesitation, she ran toward the tiger, trying to fend it off, but as she struggled to save Mei, another tiger appeared and attacked her. Tragically, Mrs. Zhao was mauled to death, sacrificing her life in an attempt to protect her child. Mei managed to survive the ordeal, but not without suffering severe, life-altering injuries. The entire incident was captured on CCTV, and the footage is as horrifying as you'd imagine. Park staff rushed to the scene in vehicles, but by the time they arrived, it was too late to save Mrs. Zhao. Her death left her family devastated and the public shaken. The tragedy sparked widespread debate about safety at the wildlife parks. The public questioned why a park with such dangerous animals didn't have more barriers or immediate safeguards in place to prevent visitors from leaving their vehicles. However, others pointed out that the park had clearly posted rules and warnings, and Mei's decision to exit the car ultimately led to the chain of events. The backlash didn't stop there. Mei faced public criticism for her actions, with many accusing her of not only endangering herself but also putting her entire family at risk. It was a harsh response to someone who had just survived a terrifying ordeal and lost her mother in the process. Badaling Wildlife Park temporarily closed after the incident to allow for an investigation. Officials reviewed the park's operations and safety measures but ultimately found no fault with its procedures. Despite this, the family pursued legal action against the park, though the outcome of their case didn't change the fact that the tragedy could have been avoided if the park rules had been followed. When the park reopened, it emphasized the importance of safety protocols, asking visitors to remain inside their vehicles at all times, and reinforcing its guidelines to prevent similar incidents in the future. While some saw this as a necessary step, others felt it was a constant reminder of the price one family had paid. Mrs. Zhao's actions were nothing short of heroic, but her death highlights the delicate balance between human fascination with wildlife and the risks that come with it. Safari parks offer a rare chance to see animals like tigers up close, but they also demand a deep respect for the power and unpredictability of these creatures. This heartbreaking story has become a cautionary tale about the consequences of stepping beyond boundaries, both literal and metaphorical. It's a reminder to all of us to take safety warnings seriously, especially in places where wild animals are involved. For Mrs. Zhao's family, the loss was deeply personal, but for the rest of us, it's a sobering lesson in the importance of respecting nature and its untamed beauty. On January 2, 2023, during a nationally televised Monday Night Football game between the Buffalo Bills and the Cincinnati Bengals, a horrifying moment unfolded that stunned millions of viewers and shook the entire sports world. Damar Hamlin, a 24-year-old safety for the Buffalo Bills, collapsed suddenly on the field after executing what initially appeared to be a routine tackle. In the first quarter of the game, Hamlin tackled Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins, rose to his feet briefly, and then abruptly fell backward onto the turf, unresponsive. What followed was one of the most distressing scenes ever broadcast during a live sporting event. Medical personnel rushed onto the field within seconds. It became clear this was no ordinary injury. Hamlin had suffered cardiac arrest. First responders administered CPR on the field for nearly 10 minutes, and an automated external defibrillator, AED, was used to restart his heart. Players from both teams formed a solemn circle around Hamlin, many of them kneeling in prayer or openly weeping, unable to hold back emotion as their teammate and opponent fought for his life right in front of them. The gravity of the situation was felt not only by those in the stadium, but by the millions watching at home. The ESPN broadcast, caught in a moment with no precedent, shifted into solemn silence and careful updates. Commentators, clearly shaken, did their best to communicate facts without adding to the panic. What had been a normal football game had instantly turned into a life-and-death emergency broadcast live across the world. The NFL made the decision to suspend and ultimately cancel the game, a rare move, especially in such a high-stakes late-season matchup. But at that moment, football no longer mattered. Hamlin was transported by ambulance to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, where he was listed in critical condition and placed on a ventilator. The diagnosis was later revealed to be commotio cordis, a rare and often deadly condition where a sudden blow to the chest during a critical window in the heart's rhythm causes it to stop. The odds of surviving such an event are slim, especially without immediate response. But thanks to the quick action of medical personnel, the presence of emergency equipment, and proper training, Damar Hamlin's life was saved. Over the next few days, updates on Hamlin's condition were closely followed across the country. Messages of support flooded in from fellow athletes, celebrities, fans, and even political leaders. His Toy Drive charity, originally created with a modest goal, raised millions of dollars almost overnight as people sought some way to show support. By January 11th, just 9 days later, Hamlin was discharged from the hospital and began his journey toward recovery. His story didn't end there. Hamlin made a remarkable recovery and, in a turn that many deemed miraculous, returned to the NFL field later that same year. More than just a football player, he became a symbol of hope, resilience, and the importance of emergency preparedness in sports. He partnered with the American Heart Association, campaigned for wider access to CPR training, and spoke openly about his experience to raise awareness about cardiac health. The incident sparked a national conversation about player safety and emergency medical response, not just in professional sports, but at all levels of competition. It served as a stark reminder that behind every jersey is a human life, and that split-second decisions and proper medical support can make the difference between tragedy and survival. Damar Hamlin's collapse was one of the most terrifying moments in recent sports history, but it ultimately became a story of survival, unity, and the power of quick action and collective care. The ocean's vastness has always been a world of mysteries, where exploration often means risking the unknown. This was tragically proven in 2016, when a young surfer named Lance Appleby met his end at the Granites Beach on the Eyre Peninsula. What was supposed to be a peaceful evening surf quickly turned into a horrifying ordeal, one that would end with Lance's life claimed by the very waters he loved. It all began with a simple surf session on the evening of Thursday, January 7th, when Lance, a 28-year-old from Port Lincoln, was out enjoying the waves. The evening had started like any other, with Lance catching waves and soaking up the summer sun. But as the sky dimmed, disaster struck. As Lance paddled back after riding a wave, he was suddenly attacked by a shark. The unprovoked assault came without warning, and in the blink of an eye, Lance was in the grip of the predator. Witnesses recalled the chilling moment. Local resident Jeff Schumacher, a family friend, shared his heartbreaking account of the attack. He caught a wave and flipped off, and then, as he paddled back, he was attacked, Jeff recalled. Amid the chaos, it was clear that Lance had no time to react. A surfboard, found floating nearby, would later reveal a deep bite mark, proof of the shark's forceful strike. Even more disturbing, the rope of the board had been severed, leaving no doubt that the attack was swift and powerful. Emergency services were immediately called, and the search for Lance began just as night fell. But as hours ticked by, the reality of the situation sank in. The search, while extensive, couldn't bring Lance back. His body was never found, and the community was left in shock and grief. As the word of the attack spread, the locals felt the pain deeply. Lance was a familiar face in Port Lincoln, someone known for his bright spirit and love for the ocean. This tragedy hit home for the community, as many had either surfed with him or watched him ride the waves in their hometown. "It just hits everyone so hard, especially the locals," said Jeff, capturing the collective grief of a town left to process the loss of one of their own. Lance had been in the area visiting family for Christmas. He had grown up surfing the waves of the Eyre Peninsula and had recently begun his apprenticeship as a carpenter. In many ways, he was just starting his life, filled with hope and promise. His death, so sudden and violent, left a void that could never be filled. The Granite Beach, known for its rugged beauty and wild surf, is also infamous for shark attacks. This was not the first time the region had seen such a tragedy, but it was the one that hit the hardest. As the community reeled from the attack, conversations about shark safety and awareness resurfaced. While the ocean can be beautiful and tranquil, it also holds dangers that can turn deadly in an instant. In the wake of Lance's death, many began to reflect on the risks that come with living so close to the ocean. Surfing, like many outdoor adventures, carries inherent dangers, and the loss of Lance was a painful reminder of just how quickly things can go wrong. Though it was a tragic end for a young man with a bright future, Lance's memory lives on in Port Lincoln, where the surf and the sea are as much a part of the community as its people. Though no one will ever forget that fateful evening, Lance's spirit lives on in the waves he once rode. His family, friends, and the people of Port Lincoln carry his memory with them, and his story serves as a somber reminder of the power and unpredictability of nature. The sea remains a beautiful and untamable force, both a place of wonder and a reminder of the fragile line between life and death. It was April 6th, 2018, on a quiet stretch of highway near Armley, Saskatchewan. A bus carried 28 souls, players, coaches, and staff from the Humboldt Broncos junior hockey team. They were headed north on Highway 35 toward Nipawin, chasing a playoff dream. For the town of Humboldt, a place of fewer than 6,000, the Broncos weren't just a hockey team, they were family. The boys lived with host families, went to local schools, and wore the green and gold with pride. That night, after a grueling triple overtime loss days before, they were determined to fight back in Game 5. The bus was driven by Glenn Dirksen, a seasoned, careful driver. Inside, the players were buzzing with energy, joking, listening to music, preparing themselves mentally for the game ahead. But around 5 p.m., just outside Tisdale, everything unraveled in an instant. At a place locals know as Armley Corner, the intersection of Highway 35 and Highway 335, the bus crossed paths with a transport truck. That truck was driven by 29-year-old Jaskirat Singh Sidhu, a new trucker hauling heavy bales of peat moss. He was supposed to stop at a flashing stop sign, but he didn't. Traveling nearly 100 kilometers per hour, Sidhu blew straight through it. And in that moment, the Broncos bus struck the side of the truck's lead trailer. The sound was deafening. The impact ripped the front of the bus apart, scattering metal, glass, and bodies into a nearby snowy field. The load of peat moss spilled everywhere. The chaos that followed was unbearable. Some players were thrown from the bus, their bodies lying in the snow. Others were trapped inside, screaming, crying, or silent. Defenseman Ryan Strashnitsky blacked out, only to wake moments later on the frozen ground. He couldn't move his legs. Around him lay teammates, bloodied and broken. Beside him, Nick Shumlansky moaned in pain. Not far away was defenseman Logan Boulet, who would not survive. 14 lives were lost right there at the scene. Emergency crews swarmed in, pulling survivors from the wreckage, rushing them to hospitals. 2 more would die in the days after. In total, 16 lives were taken. 10 players, ranging from just 16 to 21 years old, including Captain Logan Schatz and the youngest, Adam Harold, along with coaches, team staff, and driver Glenn Dirksen. The survivors were scarred forever, their lives divided into before and after. And then came the cruelest twist. In the aftermath, one of the defensemen, Xavier Labelle, was mistaken for teammate Parker Tobin. Both had dyed blonde hair, both had playoff beards. Label had no ID and was unconscious. His family was told he had died. Parker's family was told he had survived. It wasn't until days later, when Xavier opened his eyes and whispered his name, that the truth was revealed. 2 families had their worlds turned upside down twice. The crash shattered more than a team. It broke a nation's heart. Tributes poured in from across Canada and beyond. Wayne Gretzky wept in public. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke in disbelief. Even Donald Trump sent condolences from the U.S. NHL players wore Broncos jerseys in honor. Investigators soon pieced together what had happened. Sidhu had missed more than just a stop sign. He had broken multiple safety rules in the days leading up to the crash, driving too long, failing to log his hours properly. He admitted he had been distracted by a flapping tarp on his trailer. He wasn't impaired, but he wasn't paying attention either. One small failure to stop cost 16 lives. In January 2019, Sidhu stood in court, his voice trembling as he pled guilty to 29 charges. He made no excuses. The judge sentenced him to 8 years in prison, but the story didn't end there. Sidhu was a permanent resident, not a Canadian citizen. After serving part of his sentence, he was granted parole, but deportation loomed. In May 2024, the order came. He was to be sent back to India. His lawyers appealed, pointing to his young son's serious health issues and the lack of adequate care in India. Families of the victims were split. Some believed deportation was justice. Others, like the father of Evan Thomas, said it wasn't necessary. Ryan Strashnitsky, now paralyzed from the chest down, chose compassion, saying he wished Sidhu peace, human to human. In the vast, icy expanse of the Arctic, where the midnight sun casts an eerie glow over endless fields of snow, a group of British teenagers embarked on what was meant to be a life-changing adventure. They came seeking breathtaking landscapes, camaraderie, and perhaps a fleeting glimpse of a polar bear in its wild, untamed home. But in the summer of 2011, that dream turned into a nightmare, leaving a trail of terror and heartbreak frozen in the tundra forever. 17-year-old Horatio Chappell was one of 80 students who joined the month-long expedition to Svalbard, Norway, organized by the British Schools Exploring Society, BSES. An aspiring doctor with a bright future, Horatio was excited to study climate change firsthand and experience the raw beauty of the Arctic wilderness. For the teens, this was more than just a trip. It was a chance to test themselves against one of the harshest environments on Earth. In a land where polar bears roam as apex predators, the risks were well known. Parents were reassured that the campsites would be safeguarded by tripwires connected to small explosive mines to ward off the bears, while group leaders would carry firearms for additional protection. Pen flares, standard tools for scaring off predators, were also promised to each participant. But as the expedition ventured deeper into the wilderness, cracks in the safety precautions began to show. There weren't enough pen flares to go around. Some of the tripwires didn't function properly, and the firearm assigned to Horatio's group leader was an old, unreliable rifle handled by someone with limited training. On an otherwise calm and quiet Arctic night, as the teenagers lay asleep in their tents, disaster struck. A starving polar bear, its survival instincts sharpened by desperation, crept into the camp unnoticed. The vast, silent wilderness offered no warning of the predator's approach until it was too late. The bear tore through the stillness, ripping into Horatio's tent with ferocious force. Chaos erupted as screams shattered the night. One of Horatio's companions was bitten on the head as the bear attacked, but the worst was yet to come. The bear dragged Horatio from his tent, its powerful jaws and claws leaving no chance for escape. Despite the desperate attempts of the group's leaders to fend off the beast, they struggled with the malfunctioning rifle, unable to deliver a timely shot. Horatio's life was taken in those horrifying moments, his dreams of healing others extinguished in an act of primal violence. The carnage did not end there. 4 others in the group, including 2 adult leaders, were seriously injured as they fought to stop the bear. Finally, after what must have felt like an eternity, the animal was shot and killed. But the damage was done, both to the group's physical safety and their psyche. What had begun as a journey of discovery became a harrowing tale of survival, forever altering the lives of those who lived through it. In the aftermath, the story shook the whole world. Investigations into the tragedy revealed a cascade of failures: the insufficient safety measures, the faulty tripwires, the inadequate weaponry. The tragedy prompted questions about how such an expedition could have been so poorly equipped in a land where danger was always a heartbeat away. For the families of the victims, no explanation could ease the loss. Horatio's parents mourned the bright young man who had been full of hope and promise, his life cruelly cut short in a remote, unforgiving wilderness. Survivors carried the scars, both visible and invisible, of that night, haunted by memories of the predator's growls, the chaos, and the friends they couldn't save. Even now, the Arctic carries the weight of that terrible night. For some, it's a painful display of nature's indifference, a place where the line between beauty and brutality is perilously thin. For others, it stands as a stark warning. In the wild, where humans are but visitors, complacency can turn awe into tragedy in the blink of an eye. The Red Valley of Peru, a mesmerizing expanse of iron-rich soil, shimmering in hues of crimson and emerald, had long drawn adventurers seeking the untouched beauty of the Andean wilderness. But for one traveler, it would become the site of a heartbreaking tragedy, an untimely meeting between raw nature and sheer, unforgiving power. November 2024. Gabriela Diana Basalo, a 32-year-old from Buenos Aires, Argentina, had always embraced life's adventures. A devoted mother to a 10-year-old son, she had recently married Samuel Sierra, the man with whom she planned to explore the world. With a background in cosmology and aesthetics, Gabriela split her time between her passion for makeup artistry and a career in logistics. She was no stranger to the unpredictable, both in work and in life, but nothing could have prepared her for what awaited in the Red Valley. The trip to Peru was a dream come true, a chance to stand at the edge of the world, to breathe the thin, crisp air of the high Andes, to marvel at nature's artistry etched into the mountains. On November 1st, Gabriela and Samuel joined a guided hike through the valley, trekking past landscapes that looked as if they belonged to another planet. But beauty in the wild is never without its dangers. As they descended, the sky began to shift. A heavy silence blanketed the valley. The crisp blue overhead darkened into a swirling storm, rolling in faster than anyone had expected. The once picturesque backdrop transformed into an ominous warning. Dark clouds brooding above the peaks, whispering of an unseen threat. Then it struck. A blinding flash of white-hot energy tore through the sky, splitting the silence with a deafening explosion. A bolt of lightning, precise and merciless, found its target. Gabriela. She never saw it coming. The sheer force of the strike stopped her heart before she could scream. Her body, marked by nature's wrath, was thrown to the ground, smoke rising from her skin. Samuel, hurled aside by the shockwave, scrambled to reach her, his own body aching, his mind refusing to process the horror before him. He called her name. No answer. Gabriela was gone. The tour guide, Ephraim Zamora Galindo, frantically radioed for help. But nature was not finished. Rain slashed down in relentless sheets, the once solid trail morphing into a treacherous, mud-slick descent. Rescuers tried to reach her, but the storm would not allow it. Gabriela's lifeless body remained in the valley overnight, exposed to the elements that had so violently claimed her. It wasn't until dawn, when the fury of the storm had finally abated, that they retrieved her remains. News of her death sent shockwaves through her loved ones. Her sister, Florencia, was paralyzed by grief, her words laced with regret. Regret for unspoken conversations, for unexpressed love, for the moments she wished she could take back. And then there was Gabriela's son, left behind to face a world forever altered by loss. A mother's love, now just an echo. An investigation confirmed the cruel reality. A direct lightning strike, rare but devastating. The second fatal incident of its kind that month in Peru, it served as a grim reminder of the unpredictable dangers lurking in nature's most breathtaking landscapes. Gabriela Basalo's story is one of wonder, risk, and tragedy, a chilling reminder that in the wilderness, nature does not negotiate. It simply takes. The African wilderness is breathtaking, yet unforgiving. One wrong step, one miscalculation, and the wild reminds you who is truly in control. In 2018, a 22-year-old woman learned this in the most horrifying way imaginable What was meant to be a casual visit to a South African game reserve turned into a nightmare, a chilling moment where human curiosity met nature's raw and lethal power. She wasn't supposed to be there. The woman, whose identity was never publicly revealed, had accompanied a friend to a lion sanctuary on the 3,200-acre Dinokeng Big 5 Game Reserve, just outside Pretoria. The visit was informal. She was tagging along while her friend interviewed the camp's manager for an assignment. The reserve was home to Kevin Richardson, the so-called Lion Whisperer, a world-renowned conservationist who had forged an incredible bond with some of the most powerful predators on Earth. For the woman, this was a rare chance to see lions up close, majestic, awe-inspiring creatures in their natural environment. But what she didn't know was that something was already in motion, something deadly. On that fateful day, Kevin Richardson had taken 3 of his lions out for their routine walk. It was part of their exercise and stimulation regimen, a controlled interaction between man and beast that Richardson had done countless times before. Everything seemed normal. The lions, powerful yet familiar, strolled through the reserve as Richardson and a colleague monitored them closely. Then, everything changed in an instant. A lioness, sleek and muscular, locked eyes on her target. An impala, a swift and delicate antelope, had entered the clearing. The lioness's instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, she exploded into a full-speed chase, her powerful muscles rippling as she pursued the terrified prey. But somewhere along that pursuit, the chase veered off course. The impala darted, zigzagging through the landscape. The lioness, fully consumed by the thrill of the hunt, followed, covering a staggering 2 to 2.5 kilometers in mere moments. And then, she encountered something unexpected. The young woman. She had been standing outside the fenced area of the camp, blissfully unaware of the approaching danger. She and her friend had been snapping photos, capturing the raw beauty of the African wilderness. She never saw it coming. The lioness did. There was no time to react. Before the woman could turn, before she could even scream, the lioness struck. With a force that could shatter bones, the massive predator pounced, knocking her to the ground. The world went silent for a split second, then erupted into shrieks of terror. Her friend stood frozen in horror, watching the attack unfold. The lioness, driven by primal instinct, did what apex predators do. Teeth sank into flesh, claws tore through skin. It was over in moments. Her lifeless body lay still, the golden-brown predator towering over her, breathing heavily, blood staining its powerful jaws. The African bush, once peaceful, was now eerily silent. Paramedics raced to the scene, their sirens piercing through the stillness of the reserve. Desperate efforts were made to save her, but the injuries were catastrophic. Nick Dahlman, a paramedic spokesman, would later describe the scene as horrific. The injuries were very severe, he said. It was a deadly attack. Her friend, though physically unharmed, was in a state of complete shock. The nightmare had played out right in front of her eyes, and she could do nothing to stop it. Kevin Richardson was devastated. This wasn't a rogue attack. The lioness hadn't hunted the woman out of malice. She had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Richardson took to social media to express his sorrow. "I am devastated, and my heart goes out to this young woman's family," he wrote. He explained that his team had sent out notifications that they were walking the lions that day, as they always did. The lioness had been chasing an impala. This was not supposed to happen. Dinokeng management was quick to clarify. The lion involved in this fatality was not one of the wild, free-roaming lions of the Dinokeng Game Reserve, but that didn't matter. A woman was dead. The tragedy cast a dark shadow over Richardson's sanctuary. His reputation as the Lion Whisperer, a man who had spent his life building trust with these apex predators, was suddenly under scrutiny. Just weeks before the attack, supermodel Cara Delevingne had posed with one of Richardson's lions for a glamorous photo shoot at the sanctuary. In a heartfelt post, she had called the experience humbling, marveling at the chance to see such magnificent creatures up close. Now, that same world of intimate encounters and breathtaking beauty had revealed its darker, more brutal side. Visitors still come to Richardson's camp. They still take safari drives. still pay to volunteer and experience the thrill of being near some of the world's most powerful predators. But the woman's death serves as a chilling warning. In the wild, even the most experienced handlers know lions do not reason. They do not hesitate. They do not forgive mistakes. One moment of distraction, one misstep, one wrong place at the wrong time, and in the blink of an eye, you become the hunted. It was November 16, 2018, when 26-year-old John Allen Chau embarked on a mission that would change his life forever. A devoted American missionary, Chau had trained with All Nations International, a Christian organization, and was deeply passionate about sharing his faith. His dream? To reach the Sentinelese, a fiercely independent tribe living on North Sentinel Island in India's Andaman Islands. They had lived in isolation for thousands of years and were notorious for rejecting any outside contact. But despite the risks, Chau felt it was his calling to introduce them to Christianity. Chau wasn't new to the Andaman Islands. He had visited in 2015 and 2016, learning about the Sentinelese along the way. But this trip was different. This time, he wanted to meet them face to face. The Sentinelese, believed to number around 150, had a well-earned reputation for protecting their isolation, often greeting intruders with a barrage of arrows. Chau, however, was determined. He spent months preparing and hired local fishermen for $325 to take him close to the island, even though they knew it was illegal and extremely dangerous. On November 15th, Chau made his first attempt. Paddling in a kayak while the fishermen stayed behind, he approached the shore and introduced himself, saying that his name was John and that both he and Jesus loved them. The Sentinelese responded by readying their arrows. Hoping to win them over, he offered a fish. It didn't work. The tribe's hostility forced him to retreat. Not one to give up easily, Chau tried again later that day, bringing gifts like a football and more fish. The result? Another angry reaction and a hasty retreat. Frustrated but undeterred, he wrote in his journal that he was scared, but still felt called to his mission. He debated leaving, but ultimately decided he couldn't turn back. On November 16th, before making his final attempt, Chau penned a letter to his family, acknowledging the risks and asking for their forgiveness if things went wrong. He made it clear that he didn't blame the tribe or God for whatever might happen. The fishermen, waiting offshore, later reported that as Chau neared the beach, the Sentinelese attacked, shooting him with arrows before dragging his body away. They watched in horror, later recalling that the tribe appeared to bury him on the beach. Authorities confirmed Chau's death, but opted not to retrieve his remains to avoid further conflict. His mission sparked fierce debate. Some saw it as reckless, violating laws designed to protect the Sentinelese from outsiders and potential diseases. Others viewed it as a testament to his unwavering faith. His family forgave the tribe, seeing his mission as an act of sincere devotion. In the end, Chau's story serves as a powerful reminder of the tension between faith and respecting cultural boundaries, a topic that remains deeply polarizing. Our next story takes us deep into the wilds of Alaska, a place where beauty and danger exist side by side. It was October 2003 in Katmai National Park, a sprawling, untamed expanse along Alaska's rugged coast. For more than a decade, Timothy Treadwell had made this wilderness his summer home, sharing the landscape with some of the largest grizzly bears in North America. To his supporters, Timothy was a passionate protector of wildlife, a man determined to build a bridge between humans and animals most people feared. To his critics, he was a thrill seeker pushing the limits of common sense, daring fate one season too many. Treadwell wasn't always the rugged bear man. Born in 1957, he once dreamed of Hollywood fame, hoping to carve out a career as an actor. But after years of frustration and setbacks, he reinvented himself completely, adopting a new persona as a self-styled guardian of grizzlies. His boundless enthusiasm and almost childlike wonder made him a compelling figure. Schools invited him to speak, television crews followed him into the wild, and he even appeared on late-night talk shows. Alongside a friend, he co-founded Grizzly People, a nonprofit aimed at educating the public about bear conservation. With a video camera always in hand, He recorded nearly every moment of his life among the bears, creating an extraordinary archive of their world and his own. By the summer of 2003, Timothy wasn't alone. He was joined by his girlfriend, Amy Huguenard, a 37-year-old physician's assistant from Colorado. Amy admired Timothy's dedication, but never fully shared his comfort around the massive predators. She often felt uneasy in Katmai's remote corners, yet her affection and loyalty kept her by his side, even when the wilderness felt threatening. That fall, the pair set up camp at Kaflia Bay, a harsh and isolated area far from rangers or other visitors. It was late in the season, a dangerous period when bears become increasingly aggressive, competing for scarce food before hibernation. Typically, Timothy ended his expeditions by late September, but that year he chose to extend their stay, hoping to capture more footage of the animals he adored. On the evening of October 5th, disaster struck. A massive male grizzly, later identified as Bear 141, emerged from the shadows and lumbered into their campsite without warning. What followed was pure horror. Their video camera, left rolling with the lens cap still on, caught only the sounds. Timothy's panicked shouts, the bear's deep guttural roars, and Amy's terrified screams as she tried in vain to drive the animal away. The attack lasted only a few minutes, yet its outcome was devastating. When rangers finally reached the remote site, they discovered a grim tableau, the remains of both Timothy and Amy lying near their collapsed tent. A severed arm, still wearing Timothy's ticking wristwatch, was found nearby. Inside the stomach of Bear 141 were human remains and scraps of clothing, leaving no doubt about the violence that had unfolded. For safety, a younger bear seen lingering near the camp was also euthanized. News of the tragedy spread quickly, shocking the world. Katmai had gone 85 years without a single fatal bear attack. To some, Timothy's death felt inevitable, the tragic conclusion of a man who believed he could live as one with apex predators. To others, it was the ultimate price for an unwavering devotion to nature's raw beauty. 2 years later, director Werner Herzog released Grizzly Man, weaving Timothy's own footage into a haunting documentary that reignited debate. Was Treadwell a hero who sacrificed everything for the creatures he loved, or a reckless dreamer who put himself and Amy in mortal peril? Whatever your view, Timothy Treadwell's story stands as a stark reminder of the razor-thin line between awe and danger when humans walk unguarded into the wild. It was a calm, starry January night in 2022 at Arizona's Lost Dutchman State Park, a picturesque gem nestled about 40 miles east of Phoenix. Known for its rugged Superstition Mountains, the park is a magnet for thrill-seekers, with the Flatiron Summit as its crown jewel. This daunting peak offers breathtaking views and equally breathtaking dangers. Among the adventurers drawn to its challenging paths that night was 21-year-old Richard Jacobson, a Mesa local and an avid lover of the great outdoors. Richard had set out on a camping trip with a friend, aiming to conquer the Flatiron Summit. Their hike was no walk in the park. Steep trails, loose rocks, and narrow edges made it as nerve-wracking as it was rewarding. But when they reached the summit, their exhaustion melted away. From their lofty perch, city lights twinkled below, a glittering contrast to the serene wilderness surrounding them. They pitched their tent, soaking in the tranquil beauty and crisp mountain air. As the clock struck midnight, the peaceful scene turned ominous. Around 12:45 a.m., Richard decided to capture the city's sparkle against the shadowy landscape. Armed with his phone and flashlight, he ventured near the cliff's edge while his friend stayed back at camp. The summit was dark and treacherous, but Richard pressed on, eager to frame the perfect shot. In the dim glow of his flashlight, Richard miscalculated his footing. One slip was all it took. He lost his balance on the uneven terrain and fell an estimated 700 feet into the darkness below. His friend, startled by the sound of the fall, immediately called 911. The rescue effort began, but navigating the dangerous summit at night proved as perilous for the rescuers as it had been for Richard. Hours later, as dawn approached, search teams located Richard's body on a trail far below. The Pinal County Sheriff's Office and Arizona Department of Public Safety confirmed the heartbreaking news. Richard had died instantly. There was no sign of foul play or substance use, just a tragic accident that forever altered the lives of those who knew and loved him. Richard was remembered as a kind, adventurous soul who relished the beauty of nature. Andrew Thomas, who had shared a mission trip with him in 2020, described Richard as someone who could connect with anyone. Though devastated, his family and friends took solace in knowing he was doing something he loved. His father, Richard Jacobson Sr., posted a heartfelt message online, inviting others to celebrate his son's life and cherish his memory. Flatiron Summit is known for testing even seasoned hikers. Accessible via the Siphon Draw Trail, its steep rocky paths require unwavering focus. Online reviews frequently warn of the dangers, urging hikers to tread carefully, especially near the summit. Sadly, Richard's fall was not an isolated incident. A 2018 study revealed that between 2011 and 2017, 259 people worldwide died attempting selfies, with falls being a leading cause. Experts continue to stress the importance of safety in high-risk environments. Brandon Torres of Grand Canyon Emergency Services often cautions against mixing exploration with risky stunts. Sometimes, he notes, a fake fall for a photo becomes tragically real. Richard's story is a poignant reminder of nature's duality, awe-inspiring beauty and unforgiving peril. His love for the outdoors, coupled with a fleeting distraction, led to a devastating loss that echoes the importance of prioritizing safety in the pursuit of adventure. Ever wonder if we're really ready to hand over the steering wheel to artificial intelligence? Well, this next story might make you pump the brakes on that idea. On a quiet night in Tempe, Arizona, on March 18, 2018, a groundbreaking experiment in self-driving tech went horribly wrong. Elaine Hertzberg, a 49-year-old woman, was wheeling her bicycle across the road when she crossed paths with an Uber vehicle traveling at 40 miles per hour. Sounds like the setup for a bad movie, right? Except this was real life, and it turned tragic fast. The Volvo SUV, tricked out with Uber's autonomous driving system, was in self-driving mode with Rafaela Vasquez, a safety driver, behind the wheel. Her job? Keep an eye on the car and step in if things went haywire. Spoiler alert, things did go haywire. Here's where it gets even messier. It turns out that Rafaela was distracted, and not just "I glanced at my phone" distracted. She was streaming an episode of The Voice on her phone, yes, really, at the exact moment she was supposed to be monitoring a self-driving car. She looked down at her lap for over 5 seconds and looked up less than a second before the impact. By then, it was way too late. Meanwhile, Uber's AI brain was having an existential crisis, struggling to figure out what Elaine was: a vehicle, a bicycle, an other object. Because she wasn't near a crosswalk, the system failed to predict her path, and when the car finally decided to hit the brakes, it was 1.3 seconds before the crash, way too late to avoid tragedy. To make things worse, Uber had disabled the car's emergency braking system, putting all the responsibility on the safety driver, who, as we now know, was busy watching TV. The fallout was swift and brutal. This was the first pedestrian fatality involving a self-driving car, and the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation exposed some terrifying oversights. First, Uber's autonomous system didn't recognize jaywalkers, a huge blind spot given how often people cross outside designated areas. Second, there was insufficient training and zero oversight of safety drivers. Rafaela was working alone and distracted for most of her shift, a recipe for disaster. Third, Uber's system didn't alert safety drivers in emergencies, which meant there was no warning when things went wrong. And finally, Uber's Advanced Technologies Group had no formal safety plan, no standardized procedures, and no dedicated safety manager. Basically, they were winging it with self-driving cars. Unsurprisingly, the backlash was intense. Uber's self-driving car program in Arizona was suspended, and Rafaela faced legal consequences. She was sentenced to 3 years of supervised probation, with the charge downgraded to a misdemeanor if she completed her sentence successfully. While she bore some responsibility, the court also pointed to Uber's shocking lack of safety measures as a major contributing factor. After the accident, Uber updated its software to finally recognize jaywalkers, something you'd think would have been a basic feature from the start. So, the next time you hear someone say, "Self-driving cars are the future," maybe take a moment to wonder, are we really ready? The Carpathian Mountains, rugged, breathtaking, and untamed. For 19-year-old Maria Diana, this remote wilderness was meant to be an escape, a well-earned reward after the grueling months of high school exams. But as she set off on that July day in 2024, she had no idea she was walking straight into a nightmare. Maria had always loved the mountains. The crisp air, the endless greenery, the thrill of adventure. It called to her. That summer, she decided to explore the Yepi May Trail near Brasov with her boyfriend, eager to see the famed Spumwasa waterfall. But not everyone shared her enthusiasm. Her pregnant mother begged her not to go, her warnings heavy with unease. "Be careful," her mother had urged. "These mountains are dangerous." Maria had just smiled. "Nothing bad will happen." She was wrong. At first, the hike was peaceful. The two moved along the winding trail, surrounded by towering trees and the distant murmur of the waterfall. But deep in the wilderness, they were not alone. A shadow moved in the undergrowth. Something was watching them. Then, a snapping branch. A low, guttural growl. The brown bear emerged, massive and relentless. It locked eyes on Maria and her boyfriend, its powerful body tense, its breath heavy. And then, it charged. Panic took over. Maria and her boyfriend scrambled, trying to call for help as the beast closed in. Maria managed to dial emergency services, her voice trembling as she described the horror unfolding before her. "It's coming. Please, please hurry." Her boyfriend called too, but no one could reach them in time. Then, a scream. The bear struck with brutal force, its claws tearing into Maria's leg. She fought, but the beast was too strong, too fast. It dragged her from the path, pulling her toward the trees. Her boyfriend, helpless, could only watch in horror. Maria's screams filled the forest as the bear's powerful jaws clamped down. Then, with a final, violent shake, it threw her over the edge. She plummeted 400 feet down a steep cliff. The silence that followed was deafening. When the Salvamont Prahova rescue team arrived, they found the bear still there, prowling around Maria's lifeless body. It had tasted blood, and it wasn't finished. Rescuers had no choice. A gunshot rang out. The bear collapsed, but the damage was done. Maria lay broken at the base of the cliff, her body covered in claw marks, deep bites, evidence of the brutal attack. There had been no chance of survival. Maria's death sent shockwaves through Romania. Her boyfriend, shaken beyond words, struggled with unbearable guilt. "I should have done more," he told reporters. "It should have been me." Even experienced rescuers were shaken. Dan Banu, the head of the response team, described it as one of the most horrifying attacks he had seen in over a decade. The tragedy sparked a national debate. Romania, home to Europe's largest brown bear population outside Russia, had seen a rise in bear encounters. The government reacted swiftly, approving a controversial measure to cull nearly 500 bears. But was it the right answer? Environmentalists argued that human expansion and irresponsible tourism were pushing bears closer to people. Killing them, they warned, wouldn't solve the deeper problem. Maria Diana's story is more than just a tragedy. It's a warning. The wilderness is beautiful. It is breathtaking. But above all, it is wild. And in the wild, we are never truly in control. June 14th, 2008. Miyazaki, Japan. A live television broadcast was in full swing, the air electric with laughter and excitement. Jaga Jaga Tengoku, a beloved show known for celebrating local traditions with a playful twist, had something special planned for the day. The cameras zoomed in on a muddy rice field where Butt Sumo, a chaotic, comedic competition, was about to unfold. The goal was not to win, but to get as covered in mud as possible. Yanagita Tetsushi, a charismatic television announcer, was there to cover the event. Ever the entertainer, he wasn't content to simply report. He wanted to be part of the fun. Without hesitation, he made a decision that would change his life forever. He dove forward, head first into the muddy water, aiming to fully submerge himself for the audience's amusement. The crowd cheered, expecting another moment of light-hearted television gold. But the laughter died almost instantly. Beneath the murky surface, the soft mud he expected wasn't there. Instead, the ground was solid, unyielding, waiting. His body struck it with a sickening crack. A violent jolt shot through his spine. In an instant, everything stopped. No movement, no sound. The cameras kept rolling. The crowd kept cheering. No one realized, not yet, that something had gone horribly wrong. Even his co-host, unaware of the disaster unfolding before him, approached laughing and poured more mud onto Yanagita's head. But he didn't react. He didn't laugh. He couldn't. The weight of the moment settled in. Something was very wrong. Crew members rushed over, shaking him, calling his name. But shaking a man with a possible spinal injury? A mistake that could have made things even worse. The cheers turned to gasps, then to silence. The show was no longer entertainment. It had become a nightmare. Paramedics arrived in a blur of sirens and urgency, rushing Yanagita to a hospital in Kumamoto. Every second felt like an eternity. When the doctors spoke, their words shattered the world around them. Severe cervical spine injury, a 99% chance of permanent paralysis. Just like that, the vibrant, energetic announcer, a man who had spent his life bringing joy to others, was told he might never move again. But even in that moment, his thoughts weren't for himself. His first words after regaining consciousness weren't about his own condition. "Please," he whispered, "take care of my mother." A son's love, still stronger than his pain. For most, the story would have ended there, a tragedy, a cautionary tale. But Yanagita refused to let his fate be written for him. The battle that followed was unlike anything he had ever faced. His body, once so full of energy, now fought against him at every turn. Even sitting up became a struggle. His blood pressure would plummet, causing him to faint. The simplest movements seemed impossible, but he fought on. 1 year after the accident, he lifted his arm, just a few centimeters. To most, it would have seemed like nothing. To him, it was everything. It was hope. It was proof that he wasn't done. 10 months after the accident, he returned home in a wheelchair. But home wasn't the end of his journey. It was just another battleground. He pushed through grueling therapy, retraining his body to perform basic tasks most people take for granted. Shaving, typing, holding a pen. Each small victory was a war won. And then, against all odds, he returned to television. 3 years after the accident, in 2011, he appeared on live TV once again. For the first time since the fall, millions saw his face, not as a tragic figure but as a man who had fought his way back. His body was different, but his spirit was unchanged, and he didn't stop there. In 2012, he became a regular on Mapos, the successor show to Jaga Jaga Tangoku. His voice was back, his presence was back, his passion was back. His story is not just one of survival, it's a story of defiance, a story of a man who refused to stay down, a story of a voice that, even when silenced, found a way to be heard again. What if he had given up? Would we have witnessed this incredible comeback? Would we have seen a broken body defy the odds, fueled by sheer will? His journey is a reminder to us all. No fall, no matter how devastating, has to be the end of the story. It was early September 2019, and Samuela Kira Wakayawa was chasing a new beginning. A former schoolteacher from Fiji, he had left behind a complicated past to start over in Australia. He was 40 years old, eager to build a better life, and determined to make the most of his fresh start. He had buried his father earlier that year. His marriage had fallen apart. But despite it all, he remained hopeful. He had found work with A1 Arbor Tree Services, a tree management company in Sydney. He shared photos of himself in front of the Sydney Opera House and the Harbour Bridge, proof that he was embracing his new home. His friends and family back in Fiji saw a man smiling through the struggles, a man refusing to let life break him. But fate had other plans. The morning of September 7th, 2019, started like any other. It was a Saturday. Samuela was on a job at Cromer School in Linfield, Sydney, alongside 2 co-workers. His task was to feed branches into a wood chipper, a machine with a simple purpose but an unforgiving nature. He should not have been doing it by hand. The wood chipper's design specifications clearly stated that a mechanical log loader should be used. The machine itself bore a glaring warning: danger. Do not hand feed this machine. Severe injury or death can result. But those warnings were ignored. At some point, his co-workers stepped away to move a car. Samuela was left alone. He continued feeding the branches, unaware that every second brought him closer to disaster. Then, the unimaginable happened. In an instant, Samuela was pulled in. The monstrous machine did not hesitate, did not stop. His body disappeared into the in-feed hopper, dragged towards the roaring internal disc drum. There was no time to scream, no time to react. By the time his co-workers returned, it was already too late. Samuela was gone. Blood was splattered across the machine, a gruesome and undeniable sign of what had taken place. A sickening realization set in. They called the authorities, their hands shaking as they dialed, their voices barely able to form the words. Safe work. New South Wales launched an immediate investigation. What they found was infuriating. A 1-arbor tree. Services had ignored safety protocols. The wood chipper was not meant to be fed by hand. It had clear warnings against it. The company had failed to conduct a proper risk assessment, failed to ensure its equipment was being used safely, failed to provide adequate training. Worse still, the machine was already faulty before that morning, and yet they let him use it. The court found the company's negligence undeniable. The harm was entirely foreseeable, and the steps to prevent it had been simple, and yet they did nothing. At first, A1-Arbor Tree Services was fined $3 million. A guilty plea reduced the fine to $2.25 million, but no amount of money could bring back Samuela. Sophie Coates, New South Wales's Work, Health and Safety Minister, called it what it was, an avoidable tragedy. She reminded employers that workers should not have to fear for their lives just to earn a living, that safety laws exist for a reason, that one moment of carelessness, one ignored warning, can be the difference between life and death. Samuela's friends and family were left to mourn a man who had endured so much, only to have his life stolen from him in the cruelest way. He had been humble, hard-working, and always ready to make others laugh, and now he was gone. A man who had traveled thousands of miles for a second chance at life had instead met his death in a machine that never should have been running the way it was, all because someone chose to cut corners. The frigid winds howled like ghosts through the jagged peaks of Mount Everest. Gimi Tenji Sherpa stood on the icy slopes of the Khumbu Icefall, the weight of his pack pressing heavily against him, but his face, weathered, strong, unreadable, betrayed no sign of strain. He had done this before. At 38 years old, Gimi was no ordinary climber. A veteran Sherpa, he had conquered Everest multiple times, guiding others to the summit, ensuring their survival while risking his own life with every ascent. The Himalayas were his home, their dangers as familiar to him as breathing. But Everest does not care how many times you've bested it. It was April 14th, 2022. Another expedition, another climb. His mission was routine: carry supplies to Camp 2. Alongside a dozen other Sherpas from international mountain guides, he moved through the deadly Khumbu Icefall with practiced precision. The football field, a relatively stable section of the icefall at 17,999 feet, lay ahead. Compared to the chaotic maze of shifting seracs and deep crevasses elsewhere, this stretch was a momentary reprieve. But Everest does not give reprieves. Somewhere along the ascent, it happened. A sudden wave of nausea crashed over him. His chest tightened. His breath, once steady, controlled, turned shallow and ragged. Panic crept in. Something was wrong. He pressed forward, willing his body to obey. He had done this 100 times. But his vision blurred. His legs wobbled beneath him. The weight of his pack felt unbearable, though he had carried heavier loads before. His body was failing him. Desperate, Nima stopped. He turned, searching for his fellow climbers, but saw no one. He was alone. The nausea grew worse. His breathing became erratic. The mountain spun around him. He tried to push on, but his body rebelled. His only option now was to wait. He sank to the ice, still strapped into his pack, hoping a few moments of rest would restore his strength. They didn't. The cold crept in. His vision dimmed, his fingers numbed. The howling wind drowned out everything but the faint, distant beat of his failing heart. Then silence. When they found him at 4 a.m., he was still sitting upright, his backpack secured tightly to his body. His face was peaceful, as if he had simply closed his eyes and drifted away. But Everest had claimed another. No signs of a fall, no avalanches, no trauma, only the silent killer, high-altitude sickness. It was cruel irony. A Sherpa, a guardian of the mountain, taken by the very force he had spent his life mastering. A third of all deaths on Everest belonged to Nepali guides and porters, the unsung heroes who carry the weight of others' dreams, often at the cost of their own lives. And Nyingma Teni Sherpa was now among them. His story was not just another statistic. It was a warning, a reminder that Everest, for all its allure, is not a prize to be won. It is a force to be survived. Dr. Thomas McAfee had spent his life dedicated to medicine, to leadership, to the pursuit of knowledge. But on a September day in 2013, none of that mattered. The towering force of nature that is an elephant, one of the world's most powerful creatures, brought his story to a sudden and brutal end. It was meant to be a final escape before a new beginning. At 58, McAfee had achieved remarkable success, serving as a respected dean at UC San Diego and preparing to step into a prestigious new role as chief executive of the Keck Medicine of USC Medical Foundation. Before taking on the next chapter of his career, he had chosen to indulge in one of life's great luxuries, a safari in Tanzania's vast, untamed Tarangire National Park. The golden plains, the towering baobab trees, the endless sky. It was the kind of trip that promised adventure, beauty, and serenity. But it would end in horror. On that fateful day, McAfee and two companions ventured out on foot, eager to see Africa's majestic wildlife up close. It was a rare and intimate experience, one that many dream of but few dare to do. But deep in the wilderness, where the rules of man no longer apply, nature can turn ruthless in an instant. A herd of elephants, massive, unpredictable, and fiercely protective, emerged before them. Perhaps they were too close. Perhaps the elephants felt threatened. What happened next was pure terror. Sensing danger, the trio turned and ran, but McAfee lost his footing. The ground beneath him betrayed him, and in that single, devastating second, his fate was sealed. One of the massive creatures charged, its thunderous steps shaking the earth. There was no escape. The elephant trampled him, its sheer weight crushing the life from his body. Though help arrived, there was nothing anyone could do. He was gone. His sister, Skylee McAfee, spoke through the grief, knowing her brother had understood the risks. He was doing what he wanted to do, she said. He had been to Africa before. He had marveled at its beauty. He had respected its dangers. But respect is no shield when faced with the raw, untamed force of the wild. His death sent shockwaves through the community he had left behind. Colleagues at UC San Diego were in disbelief. The loss of such a brilliant mind, such a respected leader, was almost impossible to process. "It's a true tragedy and great loss to all of us," wrote Munir Soliman, Assistant Vice Chancellor of Health Sciences International. Plans for memorial events were already being made, but nothing could fill the void left behind. McAfee's body was taken to Arusha Lutheran Medical Center as arrangements were made to return him home. Meanwhile, questions lingered. Had they been part of a guided tour? Had there been armed rangers present? Or had they ventured too far, unaware of the danger lurking just beyond their peaceful retreat? In the vastness of Tarangire National Park, where the land belongs not to man but to the creatures that roam it, there are no second chances. Elephants, despite their gentle reputation, can be deadly when they feel threatened. Weighing up to 15,000 pounds, a charging elephant is an unstoppable force. They are not cruel nor vengeful. They simply follow the laws of the wild, and for those who cross into their domain, even the smallest misstep can be fatal. For McAfee, the dream of an African safari became a nightmare. In the end, nature did not care about his titles, his achievements, or his plans for the future. It only saw an intruder, and it did what nature does. The wild does not forgive. It does not show mercy. And in the vast, beautiful, and unforgiving landscapes of Africa, even the most seasoned traveler can find themselves at the mercy of forces far greater than themselves. In the summer of 2011, a group of British teenagers set off on what was supposed to be the adventure of a lifetime, an epic, month-long Arctic expedition in the frozen wilderness of Svalbard, Norway. Organized by the British Schools Exploring Society, BSES, this trip promised a thrilling mix of science, survival, and snow. The teens were eager to witness the majestic polar bear in its natural habitat, study the effects of climate change, and make unforgettable memories. Unfortunately, what started as an awe-inspiring expedition quickly spiraled into a nightmare, one that tragically cost the life of 17-year-old Horatio Chappell, a bright young man with dreams of becoming a doctor. The group, consisting of 80 students, arrived in Svalbard filled with excitement. They were reassured by the trip organizers that strict safety measures were in place to keep them protected in one of the world's most extreme environments. Tripwires equipped with small explosive mines were set up around their campsite to deter wildlife, pen flares were on hand to scare off any unwanted visitors, and an adult leader carried a firearm, just in case. But as it turned out, those safety precautions weren't quite as foolproof as they seemed. Shortly after setting up camp, the group discovered some major problems with their equipment. First, there weren't enough pen flares to go around, leaving many students without a crucial line of defense. Then, they realized that some of the tripwires, the ones meant to detect and scare away approaching bears, were either faulty or improperly set up. To top it off, the group leader's firearm wasn't exactly modern. It was an old rifle, far from ideal for a life-or-death emergency. And then, in the early hours of August 5th, the worst-case scenario became a horrifying reality. A starving polar bear, likely struggling to find food due to the rapidly changing Arctic ecosystem, wandered into the campsite. Driven by desperation, it ignored its usual instinct to avoid humans, and instead saw an easy meal. The bear entered the camp undetected, creeping toward the tents where the teenagers were fast asleep. Then, all hell broke loose. The bear tore into Horatio's tent, launching a frenzied attack. One of his companions was bitten on the head before the bear turned its focus on Horatio. In the chaos, Horatio was dragged from the tent and brutally mauled, while his terrified friends scrambled for safety. The entire camp erupted in panic. Screams echoed across the icy landscape as the bear continued its rampage, injuring 4 other members of the expedition, including 2 adult leaders who desperately tried to stop the attack. But their outdated rifle wasn't exactly cooperating. They struggled to fire, desperately trying to take down the beast. After a tense and terrifying struggle, they finally managed to shoot and kill the bear, but it was too late. Horatio was gone. The news of the tragedy sent shockwaves across the world, raising serious questions about the safety protocols of such high-risk expeditions. A trip designed to inspire and educate had instead exposed the fatal consequences of poor planning. Faulty equipment, insufficient training, and an unreliable firearm had left the group vulnerable to one of nature's most powerful predators. For Horatio's family and friends, the loss was unimaginable. He was a bright, compassionate young man on the verge of adulthood, eager to make a difference in the world. His death became a heartbreaking reminder of the unpredictability of nature and the immense responsibility required when venturing into its domain. Horatio's story remains a chilling chapter in the history of exploration, a reminder that while the wilderness is breathtakingly beautiful, it is also ruthlessly unforgiving. Those who knew him continue to honor his memory, remembering his adventurous spirit and love for discovery. It was January 27, 2021, in the quiet town of Smolin, Russia. At around 6 p.m., a familiar face appeared on a controversial YouTube channel known as First Step. That face belonged to 60-year-old Yuri Dushechkin, affectionately called Grandpa by his online fans. Yuri was no stranger to the channel. He'd become a regular over time, known for his warm personality amidst the chaos of each stream. But sadly, that night would be the last time viewers saw him alive. Yuri was participating in yet another live stream, broadcast to about 150 people. The stream followed the same format the channel had become infamous for: dangerous stunts, reckless dares, and viewers donating money to push things further. But this time, things took a tragic turn. During the broadcast, Yuri was encouraged by the host and viewers to drink an alarming amount of vodka, reportedly around 1.5 liters. As the stream carried on, Yuri's condition began to deteriorate. His speech slurred, his body swayed, and soon he collapsed. Yet the camera kept rolling. What made this even more disturbing was that Yuri's motionless body remained on display, live on camera, for quite some time. Some viewers grew worried and tried to raise alarms in the chat. Others didn't take it seriously, brushing it off as part of the show. When emergency responders finally arrived at his apartment on Udorov Street, it was too late. Yuri was already gone. The channel was run by a 39-year-old man known online as JEA, and it had developed a reputation for what are called trash streams. These types of live broadcasts typically feature vulnerable people, those struggling with addiction, homelessness, or poverty, who are convinced to perform degrading, risky, or outright dangerous acts in exchange for viewer donations. The more extreme the content, the more money rolled in. And Yuri, unfortunately, had become one of the most recognizable figures in this exploitative ecosystem. He wasn't just a guest, he was part of the show's identity. Over time, the pressure to keep things entertaining meant pushing boundaries further and further. The chaos of the stream that night, blaring music, a cluttered apartment, loud voices, masked the very real danger Yuri was in. As he downed more vodka, the audience egged him on, unaware, or perhaps unwilling to admit, how serious things were becoming. Once he collapsed, there was a moment of reckoning. While some in the chat begged for help to be called, others kept sending messages and donations as if it were still a game. Paramedics eventually arrived, but the damage was done. Preliminary reports suggested Yuri had died of alcohol poisoning, but a full investigation was quickly launched to find out exactly what happened and who should be held responsible. The reaction was swift. The Russian Regional Investigative Committee opened a criminal case, accusing the stream's organizers of negligence leading to death. Locals also came forward, saying they had complained for years about the noise, drunken guests, and chaos coming from the apartment used for filming, but nothing had ever changed. Even Russian Senator Alexei Pushkov spoke out, condemning trash streams as a dangerous trend and calling for legislation to prevent such tragedies. He argued that it was time to crack down on exploitative content that profits from people's suffering. Yuri's death shocked the online community and shed light on the darker side of internet entertainment. It wasn't just a single tragic event, it was a wake-up call. Critics began calling on platforms like YouTube to take stronger action against harmful content and do more to protect vulnerable individuals from being exploited on screen. As the investigation continued, one thing became clear: the culture that allowed this to happen, where human dignity is sacrificed for views and donations, has to change before more lives are lost. Samantha Serio was everything a gymnast aspires to be. A senior at Auburn University, she was a standout star both on the mat and in the classroom, an SEC Co-Scholar Athlete of the Year, and an aerospace engineering major with a job offer from Boeing already in hand. Known for her poise, discipline, and relentless work ethic, Serio had become one of collegiate gymnastics' brightest talents, commanding admiration for her elegant routines and fierce determination. Her final performance was meant to be a crowning moment. Instead, it became the most horrifying and heartbreaking moment of her career. April 5, 2019 started like any other meet day. The NCAA regional semifinals in Baton Rouge buzzed with excitement as gymnasts warmed up, coaches prepped routines, and fans filled the stands. Serio stepped onto the floor with the same calm focus she'd always brought to competition. She launched into her floor routine with powerful precision, pushing for a flawless performance that would help her team advance. But then, tragedy struck. Attempting a difficult tumbling pass, a double front flip, Serio slightly under-rotated. The miscalculation proved catastrophic. Upon landing, her legs gave way beneath her in a sickening collapse. She instantly crumpled to the mat, dislocating both knees and tearing multiple ligaments. The arena fell silent. Teammates and spectators watched in stunned horror as medical personnel rushed to her side. Her screams echoed through the stadium before she was carefully stabilized and taken away on a stretcher. The moment was captured on video, and within hours, it had gone viral. Shared across social media with millions of views, the footage of her injury ignited widespread reaction. But Serio herself was quick to condemn the voyeuristic frenzy, tweeting, "My pain is not your entertainment." She later said in an interview with Today, "You kind of want to watch it just to see what happens, but you don't think about the people that it could impact." Her words became a rallying cry for more empathy online and greater respect for athletes' dignity. Despite the gruesome injury and abrupt end to her athletic career, Serio remained inspiringly resilient. In an emotional Instagram post just days later, she announced her retirement from gymnastics. "After 18 years, I am hanging up my grips and leaving the chalk behind." But she made it clear she wouldn't be defined by a single moment. Her next goal? Walk down the aisle at her wedding, a dream she fiercely pursued while recovering from surgeries and intense physical therapy. The incident triggered deeper conversations about the dangers of high-difficulty routines in college gymnastics. Critics questioned the sport's reward systems, which often encourage athletes to perform risky maneuvers for higher scores. Advocates called for increased attention to athlete safety, mental health, and access to stronger medical support during and after competition. Coach Jeff Graba called it one of the toughest nights of my life. But the gymnastics community rallied around Serio, praising her strength, character, and the grace with which she handled the devastating end to her career. Though she never competed again, her legacy extended far beyond the sport. In the wake of her injury, universities and training centers began reevaluating athlete wellness programs and safety protocols, though many argue there's still work to be done. For Samantha Serio, however, gymnastics was just the beginning. She now builds rockets at Boeing, proving that sometimes, even after the worst fall, you can still soar. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon in Guayaquil, Ecuador, when the unexpected unfolded on live television. Viewers tuned in to TC television expecting regular news coverage, only to witness a chilling reality play out before their eyes. Around 2 p.m., a group of 13 masked and heavily armed men stormed the live broadcast studio. They carried guns, grenades, and even dynamite, creating a terrifying scene of chaos and fear. The staff were forced to the floor, and the intruders demanded airtime to issue threatening messages. The broadcast continued briefly, capturing the tension as one cameraman was shot in the leg and another suffered a broken arm. This was not a performance or a prank. It was a calculated act of aggression that exposed the growing boldness of criminal groups in the country. Viewers watched in disbelief as what should have been an afternoon news segment turned into a hostage crisis broadcast to thousands across the nation. It marked a turning point not just in Ecuador's media history, but in the broader struggle the country was facing with organized crime and escalating violence. Authorities acted swiftly. Within approximately 20 to 40 minutes, tactical police units and military forces stormed the studio in a high-stakes rescue operation. Hostages were freed and all 13 assailants were taken into custody. The intervention was swift and decisive, bringing the dangerous situation to an end without further loss of life, yet the message had already been sent. The incident was more than a violent act. It was symbolic. It showed how far criminal organizations were willing to go to instill fear and exert control, even over national broadcasts. Ecuador had already been grappling with rising violence, sparked by the recent escape of Adolfo Fito Macias, a notorious gang leader linked to drug trafficking and prison riots. This televised siege added fuel to a growing fire. The government responded by declaring a nationwide state of emergency. President Daniel Noboa also labeled 22 criminal gangs as terrorist groups and authorized military action against them. This marked a shift in the country's approach to combating organized crime, moving toward a more aggressive and militarized response to a crisis that had long been brewing beneath the surface. The aftermath was significant. TC Television ceased operations for 2 days, and many journalists involved in the incident reported trauma, including anchor Jose Luis Calderon, who later spoke about seeking psychological support. The attack left a lasting impression on the public, raising urgent questions about safety, media freedom, and the state's ability to protect its institutions. It also forced a reevaluation of how Ecuador confronts the growing power of gangs and the influence they hold over both urban and rural areas. Internationally, the event drew concern and offers of assistance, including from the United States. Meanwhile, Ecuador intensified its border security, cracked down on gang operations, and increased military presence in key regions. What began as a shocking interruption on live television quickly became a national emergency, revealing the depth of the country's internal conflict. The studio takeover was more than a violent outburst. It was a clear sign that the battle between state authority and criminal organizations had entered a new and more dangerous phase. And for the people of Ecuador, it served as both a wake-up call and a chilling reminder of the stakes involved in reclaiming public safety. It was April 25, 2019, in Lakewood, Colorado. Traffic on Interstate 70 had already slowed to a crawl after a school bus crash near the Ward Road exit. Cars lined up for miles, engines idling, drivers impatient but unaware that something far worse was barreling toward them. Around 4:30 p.m., 23-year-old Rogel Lazaro Aguilera Mederos was coming down the steep mountain stretch near Genesee in an 18-wheeler stacked high with lumber. He was young, originally from Cuba, living in Texas and working for a small Houston trucking company. But that afternoon, something was terribly wrong. His truck wasn't slowing. It was speeding up. Witnesses saw it flying downhill at over 85 miles per hour, smoke pouring from the wheels. He blew past a runaway truck ramp, then another. Exit after exit flashed by, each a chance to stop the disaster. He never took them. Ahead, traffic had nearly stopped, backed up from the earlier crash. Dozens of people sat trapped in their cars, unaware that death was racing straight toward them. Aguilera Mederos swerved desperately, weaving between vehicles, nearly forcing some off the road. One driver even went live on social media, capturing the semi thundering past at impossible speed. Seconds later, the inevitable happened. The truck slammed into the line of traffic, minus 28 vehicles crushed in an instant, including 3 other semis. The force unleashed chaos. One truck carried gasoline, another mattresses, combined with Aguilera Mederos' load of lumber. The collision turned the highway into an inferno. Flames erupted. Black smoke rose into the sky. Explosions echoed across Lakewood. People miles away could see the fire and hear the blasts. By the time emergency crews arrived, the scene was apocalyptic. 4 men were gone. 61-year-old Doyle Harrison, 67-year-old William Bailey, 69-year-old Stanley Politano, and 24-year-old Miguel Angel Lamas Arellano. 6 more were badly injured. Among them, an EMT named Malaya Harsh, who was pregnant at the time. She later admitted she thought she and her baby were going to die. Somehow both survived. Firefighters battled the blaze for hours. The wreckage smoldered until nearly 10 p.m. The interstate didn't reopen until the next evening. Aguilera Mederos himself walked away without a scratch. He didn't run, didn't resist. Police arrested him the next morning. At first, he faced vehicular manslaughter charges, but investigators pushed further. 40 charges were eventually filed. Vehicular assault, reckless driving, and multiple counts of first-degree assault with extreme indifference. In court, Aguilera Mederos wept, insisting he never wanted to hurt anyone, that his brakes had failed. He had no record, no history of violence, just a wife and a young son waiting at home, but prosecutors saw it differently. They argued he had blown past every warning sign, ignored every escape ramp, and drove recklessly into disaster. They pointed to his employer, Castellano 03 Trucking, a company riddled with safety violations, even hiring drivers who couldn't read English on roads where every critical warning sign was written in it. The trial came in September 2021. A jury convicted him on 27 charges. That December, Judge Bruce Jones handed down a sentence so staggering it shocked the nation, minus 110 years in prison. The judge admitted his hands were tied by Colorado law, but said plainly the punishment was more than he believed was fair. Millions signed a petition demanding justice. On December 30th, 2021, Colorado's governor stepped in. The sentence was reduced to 10 years. Aguilera Medeiros would still serve time, but not die in prison. Our next story takes us to the heart of Africa, where a peaceful safari turned into a scene of unimaginable tragedy. It was August 2001 in Kenya's Tsavo East National Park, a vast, sun-baked wilderness known for its elephants, lions, and sweeping savanna. Among the tourists exploring its beauty was Jacques Jackie Boxberger, one of France's most celebrated middle-distance runners. Born in 1949, Boxberger had risen to stardom as a teenager. At just 19, he shattered the world junior record in the 1,500 meters and competed in the 1968 Olympic Games in Mexico City, placing 6th in the final. Over the next 2 decades, he became a fixture in international athletics, running in 4 Olympics between 1968 and 1984. He twice won the Paris Marathon, took the Marrakesh Marathon in 1987, and collected multiple French national titles. Even a serious knee injury during military service couldn't dim his determination. By the time he retired, Boxberger was a legend, admired not just for his endurance, but for his passion for the sport. Away from the track, he was known as a devoted family man and an avid photographer. That summer, he traveled with his wife and daughter to Kenya, eager to capture the country's landscapes and wildlife through his camera lens. On an August afternoon near the Voi region of Tsavo East, the family stopped for a picnic. Always drawn to the perfect shot, Boxberger walked about 200 yards from the car to film a nearby elephant. The massive creature appeared calm as it grazed in the distance, and for a moment it must have seemed like the perfect opportunity. But elephants, despite their reputation for gentleness, can turn dangerously protective without warning, especially if they feel threatened or surprised. As Boxberger focused through his viewfinder, the elephant suddenly shifted its posture, then charged. Witnesses say it happened in seconds. The animal closed the distance, wrapped its trunk around Boxberger, and hurled him violently against a tree. The sound of the impact shattered the quiet plains. Before anyone could react, the elephant struck again, trampling him under its enormous weight. His wife and daughter watched in shock, powerless to intervene. Rangers and guides rushed to the scene, but it was too late. Boxberger died from his injuries at the age of 52. News of his death spread quickly to France, leaving the sports world stunned. Headlines called it a bitter irony. A man who had conquered Olympic tracks and grueling marathons, lost not to time or illness, but to the untamed strength of Africa's wildlife. In the years after, his daughter, Claire Boxberger, followed in his footsteps, becoming a middle-distance runner herself and honoring her father's athletic spirit. For fans and fellow athletes, his passing was more than a freak accident. It was a sobering reminder that even the most disciplined and accomplished among us are vulnerable when stepping into nature's domain. Jacques Boxberger's life, filled with records, victories, and personal devotion, ended far from the roar of stadium crowds. In its place was the thunder of an elephant's charge across the African savanna, a tragic testament to the raw power of the wild. On a shadowed summer night in 1967, Glacier National Park's vast, untamed wilderness revealed a darker side, one that still haunts its trails and towering peaks. 2 young women, just 19 years old, set out on separate adventures beneath Montana's starlit skies, unaware they were walking into a nightmare. Within hours of each other, Julie Helgeson and Michelle Coons would face the unrelenting power of nature, falling victim to the park's most fearsome predators, grizzly bears. The park's beauty had long been celebrated, its endless forests and jagged cliffs a haven for explorers. But something had changed. For weeks, grizzlies had been sighted closer and closer to campsites, drawn by scraps left behind by careless visitors and even hand-fed by thrill-seeking tourists. In those days, there were no bear-proof trash cans, no strict guidelines, and little understanding of how human interference could tip the scales of wilderness into chaos. Julie Helgeson's night began like any other, peaceful, serene. She and a friend pitched their camp in a quiet clearing, the kind of spot where the stars feel close enough to touch. But as they slept, a heavy presence stirred in the shadows. In the pre-dawn hours, a grizzly crept into their camp, sniffing at their sleeping bags. Frozen with fear, they hoped the bear might move on. It didn't. Without warning, the grizzly struck, ripping through fabric and flesh with terrifying precision. Julie's screams pierced the stillness as the bear dragged her into the darkness, her companion left bleeding and helpless. Hours later, a search party found the Julie clinging to life, her body bearing the brutal marks of the attack. Despite desperate efforts to save her, she died before the rescue helicopter could even leave the ground. Miles away, Michelle Coons and her group faced their own encounter with terror. Earlier in the evening, a grizzly had raided their campsite. Scavenging for food, thinking the danger had passed, they retreated to a beach for the night. But the wilderness is rarely so forgiving. At 4:30 a.m., the bear returned, this time with a chilling determination. As it charged, panic erupted. Michelle's friends managed to climb nearby trees, but she wasn't fast enough. The bear attacked her with a ferocity that defied imagination, severing her arm and inflicting fatal wounds. By the time help arrived, Michelle was gone. The horror of that night was unlike anything the park had ever seen. 2 women, 2 attacks, just hours apart. The coincidence was chilling, the violence unprecedented. News of the tragedy spread quickly, sending shockwaves through the nation and forcing Glacier National Park to confront the grim consequences of human carelessness. The events were later chronicled in Jack Olson's Night of the Grizzlies, a haunting account that exposed the perilous relationship between humans and wildlife. In the aftermath, the park adopted sweeping changes. Bear-proof trash cans became mandatory. Feeding wildlife was strictly prohibited, and areas with known bear activity were closed off. But for those who remember, the scars of that night remain deeper than policy shifts. Even now, Glacier's breathtaking beauty carries an air of foreboding. The jagged peaks and dense forests seem to whisper warnings to those who tread its trails. Visitors speak of an unsettling quiet in the places where the attacks occurred, as if the land itself remembers. For some, it's a chilling reminder that in the wild, there are no guarantees. Beneath the surface of serenity lies a force untamed. And for Julie Helgeson and Michelle Coons, the cost of that truth was their lives. It was May 18, 1980, a seemingly normal morning in southwestern Washington. Well, if you ignored the rumbling volcano. Robert Landsberg, a 48-year-old photographer from Portland, Oregon, had been camped out near Mount St. Helens for weeks. He wasn't there for the fresh mountain air. He was hoping to capture what geologists were ominously predicting, a catastrophic eruption. Armed with his camera and a gut feeling, he was just 4 miles from the summit, closer than most would dare. For months, Mount St. Helens had been putting on a show. Since March, small earthquakes had been rattling the area, and a massive bulge on the mountain's northeastern slope was expanding 5 feet a day. To scientists, photographers, and thrill-seekers, it was like a slow-motion countdown to chaos. Landsberg, ever the dedicated photographer, had spent weeks documenting the drama, undeterred by the danger. On the night of May 17th, Landsberg camped near the mountain, sensing something big was coming. As dawn broke on May 18th, the volcano seemed eerily calm. It had been quiet for days, leading some to think the worst was over. Landsberg, however, wasn't one to leave until he got his shot. Literally. He parked his car near Sheep Canyon, just outside the restricted zone, and prepared for another day of capturing the mountain's moody personality. At 8:32 a.m., Mother Nature decided to prove everyone wrong. A 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked the area, triggering the largest landslide in recorded history. The northern face of the mountain collapsed, and with it came a lateral blast, a pyroclastic flow hurtling down at 400 miles per hour. To witnesses miles away, it looked like the apocalypse had clocked in early. For Landsberg, positioned in the path of destruction, It was a moment of unimaginable realization. Escape wasn't an option, but Landsberg wasn't about to let the story die with him. As the ash cloud surged closer, he kept his camera snapping, capturing the eruption frame by terrifying frame. When the situation became undeniably hopeless, he sprang into action, not to save himself, but to save his work. He rewound the film, packed it into a protective canister, placed it in his backpack, and used his body to shield it. It was a gamble against nature's fury. The pyroclastic flow, with temperatures soaring to 800 degrees, engulfed Landsberg and his car. The heat and ash took his life instantly, but his foresight and dedication left behind a legacy. In the chaotic aftermath, rescuers focused on finding survivors amid a surreal landscape of ash, mudflows, and debris. Landsberg's body wasn't discovered until June 4th, buried beneath layers of volcanic ash. His car, crushed and scorched, held a remarkable treasure, the backpack he had so carefully protected. Inside, his film was intact. When developed, the photographs revealed a haunting sequence of events, the ash cloud growing larger and darker, advancing with relentless power. These images, later published in National Geographic, provided invaluable insights into the eruption's progression and became a testament to the volcano's destructive force. Robert Landsberg's final act wasn't just one of heroism, it was a moment of extraordinary presence of mind. He didn't just document history, he preserved it, even as the disaster claimed him. His photographs serve as a chilling reminder of the raw power of nature and the lengths one person went to ensure the story would be told. In the end, Landsberg captured not just the eruption, but his own indelible place in history. In October 2018, Jordan Greer, a passionate outdoorsman from Merard, New Mexico, set out on what would become his most perilous journey. The 29-year-old had spent years mastering survival skills, pushing the limits of isolation and self-reliance. His latest challenge? To endure a brutal Minnesota winter alone in the remote and unforgiving Boundary Waters Canoe Area wilderness. It was supposed to be the ultimate test of his abilities, but Jordan never came back. A month before his departure, Jordan celebrated his birthday with his family, a moment now frozen in time. He set off alone in early October, armed with supplies, experience, and an unshakable will. On October 8th, he sent his family a single photograph of a beaver pond near his chosen campsite, a glimpse into the world he was about to disappear into. It was his last known contact. As weeks passed without word, unease settled over his loved ones. Then a chilling clue emerged. Jordan's white truck, parked near a private gate off the Sioux Hustler Trail, packed with supplies but abandoned. Authorities launched a search, but the brutal Minnesota winter soon slammed the region with relentless snow and sub-zero temperatures, sealing Jordan's fate in ice and silence. Months passed. Hope dwindled. Then, in April 2019, with the thaw came a horrifying discovery. Sean Williams, a conservation officer, stumbled upon a makeshift campsite on a desolate, south-facing slope. What he found sent a chill through investigators. A hammock strung beneath a green tarp, a blood-soaked sleeping bag, and a loaded, but unused, 9mm Beretta pistol resting nearby. Wolf tracks circled the site, a grim reminder of nature's cruel indifference. But of Jordan himself, there was no sign. As the snow continued to melt, more clues surfaced, each more unsettling than the last. Scattered bones, just 12 in total, were found in the area. His skull, never recovered. What happened in those final moments? The evidence left behind only deepened the mystery. Jordan's mother, Rebecca Greer, believed her son had been ambushed in the dead of night by a hungry wolf pack. But experts, including Thomas Gable of the Voyageurs Wolf Project, dismissed this theory. No fatal wolf attack had been recorded in Minnesota since the 1800s. There were no signs of a struggle. If not wolves, then what? Other theories emerged, each with its own disturbing implications. Had Jordan suffered a fatal accident? His knives were known to be razor sharp. Had he cut himself while carving or shaving, bleeding out in the cold before he could call for help? Some bandage-like materials were found near the site, hinting at an attempted self-rescue, but no bloody knife was ever recovered. And could a mere wound account for the sheer volume of blood saturating his hammock? The possibility of foul play cast a long shadow over the case. Had someone followed Jordan into the wilderness, attacked him in the dead of night? Yet his gun lay untouched, no signs of struggle or defensive wounds. Could something even more sinister have happened? Online theorists took the case in eerie directions. Whispers of the Wendigo, the legendary beast of the Northwoods, and the elusive Sasquatch surfaced in hushed conversations. Could Jordan have stumbled into something not meant to be seen? In May 2019, Jordan's family made the heart-wrenching journey to the site. Standing among the remains of their son's last camp, they searched for answers that would never come. His mother noticed something chilling. There were no wood shavings, nothing to indicate he had settled in, carved or whittled as he always did. Had he only stayed for one night before meeting his fate? Despite extensive searches, much of Jordan's body was never found. No definitive cause of death was established. The authorities eventually closed the case, citing no evidence of foul play or suicide. But for those who knew Jordan, and for those who now know his story, the question lingers. Was he taken by the wilderness, by a predator, by an accident, or by something else entirely? The truth may forever be lost in the frozen silence of the Boundary Waters. A seasoned safari ranger, a towering beast in a violent rage, and a tragic ending no one saw coming. In December 2018, Madikwe Game Reserve in South Africa became the scene of a horrifying tragedy when a bull elephant, overcome with uncontrollable aggression, broke through a fence and stormed into a tourist area at Leopard Rock Lodge. Mark Lautenbach, a highly respected guide, wildlife photographer, and one of the most skilled rangers in the country, stepped forward to defuse the situation. But in the unforgiving world of the wild, even the most experienced hands can be powerless against nature's fury. The elephant, a 6-ton bull in musth, a state of heightened aggression caused by surging testosterone levels, was in no mood to be confronted. Witnesses say the massive creature fixated on Mark and, within seconds, charged with deadly intent. The ground trembled under its weight as it bore down on him. Before anyone could react, Mark was struck and trampled repeatedly, suffering catastrophic injuries. Musth makes bull elephants some of the most dangerous animals on Earth, flooding them with up to 6 times their normal testosterone levels, turning them into unstoppable forces of rage. Even female elephants in heat aren't safe during this period, let alone a human trying to intervene. One local expert, speaking under anonymity, described the scene with chilling clarity. Mark was one of the best, a man who understood the wild like few others, but this was something no one could stop. That elephant had made up its mind. Despite Mark's experience and knowledge, nothing could be done once the attack began. The beast left destruction in its wake before rangers made the grim decision to put it down, fearing it would strike again. For the safari community, Mark's loss was more than just a tragedy. It was a stark reminder that no matter how much we learn about nature, it remains an unpredictable, merciless force. On September 19, 2019, Stephen Weber Jr., a 40-year-old from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, was living his best life on a dreamy vacation with his girlfriend, Kenesha Antoine. The couple had splurged on a once-in-a-lifetime experience at the ultra-luxurious Manta Resort off the coast of Pemba Island, Tanzania. Their underwater cabin, a jaw-dropping $1,700 a night stay, offered front-row seats to the wonders of marine life, like living inside a giant, fancy fish tank. But this wasn't just any getaway. It was meant to be a milestone in their love story. Stephen, a guy known for his adventurous and romantic streak, had a grand plan up his sleeve. He was about to pop the big question in the most unforgettable way possible, an underwater proposal. With a handwritten note tucked safely in a Ziploc bag and an engagement ring in hand, he set the stage for a moment straight out of a movie. The note? pure romance. He joked that he couldn't hold his breath long enough to list all the reasons he loved Kanisha, but assured her that his love for her grew stronger every day. Then, with a flip of the note, he dropped the bombshell. "Will you marry me?" Inside the cozy cabin, Kanisha eagerly waited, capturing the whole thing on video. As Steven swam up to the glass, grinning like a kid with a secret, he held up the note and then the ring. She laughed, thrilled by the surprise, but just moments after, Steven swam out of view, never to return. Minutes passed, then more. The excitement turned into worry. He should have been back by now. Kanisha, now panicking, tried to contact the resort staff. No luck. Desperate, she flagged down passing boaters for help. When Steven was finally brought to the surface, he had a faint pulse, but despite CPR efforts, he didn't make it. Kanisha's heartbreak spilled onto Facebook, where she shared the gut-wrenching reality. Steven never got to hear her say yes. She reminisced about their magical trip, how he had gushed over their once-in-a-lifetime experience. His sudden passing left everyone in shock. Steven was an experienced swimmer, familiar with snorkeling, making the tragedy even harder to comprehend. His family, especially his sister Mandy, questioned if there was more to the story. How could such a confident swimmer not make it back? The Manta Resort released a statement confirming that Steven drowned while freediving outside the cabin. The water was calm, the depth around 32 feet, and yet something went terribly wrong. Despite lingering questions, one truth remains. Steven spent his final moments doing something he loved for someone he deeply cherished. His family and friends, though devastated, take solace in the joy he brought to so many lives. Kanisha, heartbroken but grateful for their time together, holds on to the memories of the man she was ready to call her husband. His tragic yet touching story continues to remind people of the fragility of life and the power of love. All right, folks, buckle up because this story is equal parts bizarre and tragic, with a side of face-palm-worthy decisions. Picture this. It's Friday, January 12th, 2007, and a morning radio show called The Morning Rave on KDND decides to host an on-air contest with a prize everyone wanted back then, a Nintendo Wii. Yep, the hottest gaming console of the era, worth around $250. The name of the contest? Hold Your Wii for a Wii. And yes, it's just as ridiculous as it sounds. But hey, you gotta admire the straightforwardness. Here's the deal. Contestants had to drink as much water as possible without going to the bathroom. If you've ever been stuck on a long road trip with no rest stops, you know the struggle these people were about to face. But on paper, it seemed harmless enough until it wasn't. Enter Jennifer Strange, a devoted wife, loving mom of 3, and someone just trying to win a fun gaming system for her family. What could possibly go wrong, right? The contest kicked off at 6:15 a.m. with 18 eager participants, each handed an 8-ounce bottle of water to chug every 15 minutes. At first, it seemed like a breeze. These were small half-pint bottles, after all, but after just 90 minutes and 5 bottles in, the first contestant, James Ibarra, tapped out, his bladder waving the white flag. And that's when things started getting weird. A nurse, clearly more informed than the show's hosts, called in to warn them about the dangers of water intoxication, a real and potentially deadly condition where drinking too much water dilutes vital electrolytes, causing severe health issues. You'd think this would be a huge red flag, but nope, the hosts laughed it off. One even joked, "Is anyone dying in there?" Another quipped, "They signed releases, so we're not responsible." Yikes. Meanwhile, the contestants were kept in a separate room, oblivious to the nurse's warning. Jennifer, determined to win that Wii for her kids, kept going even as the pain set in. She complained about severe discomfort and splitting headaches, but the hosts were still joking around, showing a shocking lack of understanding. When one DJ asked if water poisoning was even a thing, another replied, "Not with water. Your body's 98% water. Why can't you take in as much as you want?" A third host even joked, "Maybe we should have researched this first." Ya think? As the contest dragged on, the water bottles got bigger and the stakes higher. Jennifer pushed through nearly 2 gallons of water in just over 3 hours. Despite being in visible distress, she powered on, wanting to bring that wee home for her 2 sons and daughter. When she finally bowed out, she was the second to last contestant standing, earning, wait for it, tickets to a Justin Timberlake concert. Not quite the prize she was aiming for, but things went from bad to catastrophic. Jennifer's stomach was painfully swollen, and she complained of excruciating headaches. Hoping some rest would help, she skipped work and went straight to bed. What she didn't know was that her body was already in crisis. Excessive water intake had diluted her blood sodium levels, causing water to flood into her cells. While most tissues can handle a little swelling, the brain, not so much. Encased in a rigid skull, her swelling brain had nowhere to go, leading to severe damage. Later that day, Jennifer called her workplace, crying and describing unbearable pain. Just 5 hours after the contest ended, her mother found her lifeless body at home. It's hard to imagine a more heartbreaking end to what was supposed to be a lighthearted event. The fallout was swift. The morning rave hosts, known on air as Trish, Maney, and Lucas, were fired the very next day. KDND canceled the show and terminated 10 employees in total. Jennifer's family sued the station, and on October 29, 2009, a California jury awarded them $16.5 million in damages. The station was held fully accountable for the reckless stunt that cost Jennifer her life. On July 3, 2018, Erin Gibbons set out on what should have been a peaceful family trip, a day of tradition, bonding, and quiet survival in the vast Arctic wilderness. But by nightfall, he would become a legend, a father who made the ultimate sacrifice in the face of one of nature's most terrifying predators. Erin, 31, was no stranger to the wild. Born and raised in Arviat, Nunavut, he belonged to a people who had spent generations coexisting with the brutal forces of nature. Though he worked in a gold mine, his heart remained tied to his community's hunting traditions. On that fateful day, he took his children to Sentry Island, a remote Arctic outpost with windswept beaches and an abundance of wildlife. It was a chance to teach them the ways of their ancestors, to show them how to gather Arctic tern eggs, to respect the land, and to embrace the unforgiving beauty of the North. But nature doesn't follow a script. As the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the tundra, Erin caught sight of something massive, something pale, something moving, a polar bear. At first, it was just a shape in the distance, blending into the barren landscape. Then it moved again, and this time it was coming straight for them. Everything changed in an instant. Erin's instincts kicked in before fear could take hold. The bear was closing in, fast. He shouted for his children to run, his voice sharp, urgent, leaving no room for hesitation. They sprinted for the boat, scrambling over the rough terrain, their hearts hammering. But Erin, he didn't run. He couldn't. He planted his feet and turned to face the beast. He knew what had to be done. This was no ordinary bear encounter. There was no time to scare it away, no time to grab a weapon. The predator was already locked onto its prey, and Erin was the only thing standing between it and his children. The attack was brutal, a desperate struggle of flesh against claws, of a father's unbreakable love against one of nature's deadliest hunters. His children, safe aboard the boat, could only watch in horror as their father fought for his life, his final moments filled with sheer, unrelenting courage. By the time help arrived, it was too late. Erin had given everything. The bear was eventually killed, but the damage had been done. The man who had once stood as a protector of his people, a skilled hunter, a devoted father, was gone. His body, torn and bloodied, was a devastating reminder of the dangers lurking in the Arctic wilderness. In Arviat, grief turned into outrage. This wasn't just a tragic accident. It was part of a growing problem. Polar bears were getting bolder, venturing closer to human settlements. Some blamed climate change for forcing the bears further inland, while others pointed to Churchill, Manitoba, a nearby town famous for polar bear tourism. Had these guided tours, where people walked among the bears, desensitized the animals to humans? Had they lost their fear, turning them into silent stalkers of the North? Aaron's uncle, Gordy Kidpick, a respected elder, spoke out. He warned that if changes weren't made, more families would suffer, more lives would be lost. But even amid the anger, one truth remained undeniable. Aaron Gibbons had died a hero. His bravery was later recognized with Canada's Star of Courage, an honor for those who display extraordinary valor in the face of death, but no medal could bring him back. What he left behind was more than just sorrow. It was a legacy of selflessness, of love, of a father's instinct to protect at all costs, and it was a warning, a chilling reminder that in the battle between man and nature, nature never fights fair. January 16, 2009. A routine television broadcast was about to take an unexpected, heartbreaking turn, one that would leave viewers frozen in disbelief. Israeli journalist Shlomi Eldar was preparing for a standard political interview with Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni. It was supposed to be another segment about the war in Gaza, another discussion about military operations and diplomatic tensions. But then, his phone rang. It was Dr. Izzeldin Abuelaish, a Palestinian doctor known for his unwavering commitment to peace. He had spent years working in Israeli hospitals, healing patients regardless of nationality, believing that medicine could bridge even the deepest divides. But this time, his voice was different. It was shaking, frantic, filled with terror. Then came the words that stopped everything. His home in Gaza had just been hit by an airstrike. His daughters were inside, 3 of them, Besson, Meyer, Aya, along with his niece, all dead. A stunned silence filled the studio. This was no longer about politics or war strategies. This was a father, live on air, breaking apart in real time. Eldar, barely able to process what he was hearing, made a split-second decision. He put the call on speaker. Suddenly, the entire nation was pulled into the moment. Viewers could hear Dr. Abuelaish's raw, unfiltered agony, his voice cracking, his breath ragged, his words barely forming through the sobs. In the background, the screams of his surviving children pierced the airwaves, their terror and grief spilling into every home that was watching. It was no longer a news report, it was a nightmare, unfolding live. Through his sobs, Dr. Abuelaish begged for help. Some of his family members were still alive, but trapped. Medical aid couldn't reach them. Roads were blocked. Every second meant life or death. He pleaded, desperate, his voice filled with a pain no parent should ever have to endure. Eldar, visibly shaken, turned to the cameras and urged the Israeli Defense Forces to act. This wasn't about governments or borders anymore. This was about saving innocent lives. The moment sent shockwaves through Israel. For many, it was the first time they saw the war not as numbers on a screen, but as real people, real families, being torn apart. The line between us and them blurred in an instant. Suddenly, no one could look away. Dr. Abuelaish's daughters were more than just casualties of war. Besson had been studying business, passionate about making a difference. Mayar dreamed of following in her father's footsteps, becoming a doctor to save lives. Aya, the youngest, loved poetry and had a future full of possibilities ahead of her. In one instant, all of it was gone. But even in his grief, Dr. Abuelaish refused to give in to hatred. Instead of revenge, he chose peace. He wrote a memoir, I Shall Not Hate, a Gaza doctor's journey on the road to peace and human dignity. He traveled the world, speaking about the need for coexistence, for humanity beyond politics. He was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize 5 times, and yet the pain never left him. That night, his cries on live television became one of the most haunting moments in history, a moment that shattered the illusion of war as a distant conflict, a moment that made the world listen. It was more than a tragedy, it was a wake-up call, and though it couldn't bring his daughters back, it forced people to see what war truly costs, not in numbers, not in headlines, but in human lives that are lost forever. October 23, 2023, just another workday in downtown Boston. The city was alive with its usual rush, people heading to work, taxis weaving through traffic, and businesses opening their doors. High above the busy streets, Nicholas J. Marks, a 40-year-old window cleaner, prepared for another day on the job. He had been doing this for over 20 years, scaling some of the tallest buildings in the city. His job was dangerous, but Nicholas was an expert. He was careful, methodical, and respected by his colleagues. He knew the risks better than anyone. But on that day, something went terribly wrong. Nicholas was working on the 32-story office building at 100 Summer Street. As he prepared to lower himself into his bosun's chair, the safety anchor line, his lifeline, suddenly snapped. In an instant, the thing that was supposed to keep him secure failed. Nicholas fell. He plummeted toward the street below, hitting a parapet wall with such force that it left visible damage. Witnesses on the ground could do nothing but watch in shock. Some screamed. Others called 911, their hands shaking as they struggled to process what had just happened. Police and emergency responders arrived quickly. Officers roped off the area with yellow tape, while detectives took photographs of the scene. A single shoe, a shattered piece of plastic, and the broken bosun's chair were all that remained of Nicholas's final moments. This wasn't just a tragic accident. It was something that never should have happened. An investigation by OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, revealed chilling details. Nicholas's employer, Sky Safety Incorporated, had failed him. The company had not properly inspected the safety equipment. It had allowed workers to use lifelines that were already worn and defective. It had not trained them to spot these dangers before they stepped over the edge. OSHA fined the company
$447,000.
SOC, swing citing repeated and willful violations of safety regulations. Inspectors concluded that Nicholas's death could have been prevented if the company had followed proper safety procedures, but Sky Safety denied responsibility. They insisted that they had spent money on new safety equipment and that Nicholas had been properly trained. They claimed that an unseen piece of metal had severed the rope, an unexpected hazard they had no way of preventing. But OSHA found no evidence to support that claim. Nicholas's death left behind a grieving family, including 2 young children who would never see their father again. His co-workers, many of whom had looked up to him for guidance, were left questioning their own safety. This wasn't just a freak accident. It was a warning, a reminder that when companies cut corners on safety, people die, and no worker should ever have to wonder if today will be their last. The crisp, merciless air sliced through Peter Schwartz's senses as he jolted awake on May 24, 2023. But this wasn't Vancouver. This wasn't the warmth of his home. This was Camp 4, perched at a staggering 26,247 feet on the icy slopes of Mount Everest. Peter was in the heart of the death zone, where the air is too thin to sustain life. His breaths were short, ragged. A headache pounded against his skull. A wave of nausea twisted in his stomach. Something was wrong. At 63 years old, Peter wasn't just any climber. A respected anesthesiologist at UBC and Vancouver General Hospital, he had spent his life navigating the fine line between life and death. But here, on Everest, the odds were different. This was his dream, a lifelong pursuit fueled by a relentless spirit. He had trained, he had prepared, he had made it this far, and now the summit was within reach. But Everest doesn't care about dreams. The mountain whispers warnings in the wind, subtle at first, a pounding skull, a tightening chest, a creeping dizziness. These are the first signs, the mountain's way of testing your resolve, luring you forward even as it tightens its grip. Peter had a choice. He could push on, chase his dream, or listen to the warning signs clawing at his body. With the howling winds as his only witness, he made the call. He would descend. It was the right decision, but it would not save him. The journey down was just as treacherous as the climb up. Every step became heavier. The mountain fought back. The winds lashed against his body. The icy slopes turned treacherous beneath his feet. He aimed for Camp 2, where a helicopter waited to take him to safety. But first, he had to reach Camp 3. As he staggered downward, his body began to betray him. His legs weakened. His breaths grew erratic. The nausea worsened. Every step was a battle. His once steady pace became unsteady, sluggish. His vision blurred. The mountain was pulling him under. Still, he pushed forward. Camp 3 was close. So close. But Everest had already made its decision. Darkness crept in. His vision dimmed. His body refused to go any further. And then, nothing. The brutal cold wrapped around him like a final embrace. His weary eyes locked on the short distance to Camp 3, but his body would never make it. The altitude sickness had won. Everest had claimed another. Peter Schwartz collapsed, his breath stolen by the mountain. His heart, weakened by the relentless altitude, gave out in the silent, frozen abyss. His body remained on the eroded slopes, yet another fallen climber in Everest's vast, icy graveyard. Back home, his loved ones grieved, but not with regret. He had lived fully, fearlessly, relentlessly. He had faced Everest head-on, knowing the risk, knowing the cost. His journey ended in the mountain's grasp, but his legacy remained unbroken, a testament to the unstoppable human spirit that dares to reach for the impossible. Because on Everest, not all victories mean survival. A split-second decision, a predator lurking in the shadows. A family outing turned into a nightmare. On a scorching July day in 2016, what was supposed to be an exciting trip to Beijing's Badaling Wildlife Park became the stuff of horror movies. This park, famous for its drive-through safari, lets visitors see majestic Siberian tigers up close, all from the supposed safety of their cars. But as it turns out, supposed safety only applies if you follow the rules. One tiny lapse, one moment of carelessness, and suddenly you're no longer a spectator. You're on the menu. It all started with a heated argument inside a car. Tensions were rising between a woman named Xiao and her family. Frustrated and likely wanting to make a point, she did something no one could have imagined. She opened the car door. Yes, in the middle of a tiger enclosure. Maybe she thought she was just stepping out for a breath of fresh air. Maybe she wasn't thinking at all. But the thing about tigers, they don't do timeouts. Before she could even process her mistake, the jungle came alive. From the shadows, a massive Siberian tiger launched itself at her with terrifying speed. In a flash, the 400-pound predator clamped its jaws onto her and began dragging her away. Screams erupted. Panic exploded inside the vehicle. Her family, frozen in horror, had only seconds to react. That's when Xiao's mother, in a desperate act of heroism, did what any mother would do. She ran straight toward the danger. But nature is ruthless. A second tiger, bigger, faster, and even more ferocious than the first, attacked. The impact was brutal. The beast took her down with a force so powerful it sent shivers through anyone who watched the footage later. She had no chance. Unlike Xiao, she wouldn't make it out alive. Every horrifying second was caught on security cameras. The footage, which eventually leaked online, left the world in shock. Viewers watched in horror as the tigers disappeared into the underbrush with their victims. By the time park officials and emergency responders arrived, the nightmare was over. Xiao, incredibly, survived. Severely injured, but alive. Her mother, tragically, did not. Her courageous attempt to save her daughter had cost her everything. The incident sparked immediate outrage and a flood of questions. The park had clear rules. Stay inside your vehicle. Keep the windows up. Lock the doors. Yet, Xiao later claimed she had no idea what she had signed before entering. According to her, she thought it was just a standard form, not a serious waiver warning about the lurking danger. Making matters worse, she accused the park of failing to respond in time. She insisted a park official in a nearby vehicle should have stepped in to help. That accusation sent shockwaves through China, with many pointing fingers at both the park's security measures and Xiao's own reckless mistake. But the real lesson? Mother Nature doesn't care about misunderstandings. Siberian tigers are apex predators. They're designed to hunt, overpower, and kill prey much larger than themselves. Once they lock onto a target, there's no reasoning, no mercy, only raw, primal instinct. A single misstep, a fatal moment of misjudgment, a mother who sacrificed herself in the ultimate act of love, Today, the tiger enclosure at Bottling Wildlife Park remains open, but those who visit now do so with a renewed sense of caution, because if this tragedy proved anything, it's that in the wild, the rules aren't suggestions, and one wrong move, that's the difference between watching the tigers and becoming the main event. On a quiet evening in May 2018, deep within Safari Lodge of Uganda's Queen Elizabeth National Park, a horrific tragedy unfolded, one so sudden, so brutal, that it left an entire community in shock. At the Mwea Safari Lodge, a 2-year-old boy, full of innocence and curiosity, wandered just a few steps too far. He had been following his nanny, unnoticed, when the darkness of the wild came for him. It happened in an instant. A leopard, lurking in the shadows, saw its moment and struck. Before the nanny even realized what was happening, the beast had clamped its powerful jaws around the tiny child and vanished into the night. A scream shattered the air. The nanny turned, eyes wide with terror, just in time to see the leopard dragging the helpless toddler into the thick brush. She ran after them, desperation fueling her chase, but it was useless. Within moments, the child was gone. A frantic search began, but the jungle was silent, swallowing its victim whole. Hours passed. When dawn broke, the grim reality set in. Beneath a tree, rangers discovered the child's remains, his tiny skull, a few scattered bones. The leopard had not only killed him, it had fed on him. The cruelty of nature had never felt so raw, so merciless. The boy's mother, a game ranger at the park, had been at work when her son was taken. His father, Francis Manana Nabugier, spoke of his unbearable grief. "Uwe gave us the coffin," he said, voice hollow with pain. "My son is gone. Nothing will bring him back." But grief was not enough. He wanted answers. He wanted justice. How could this happen in a place where people were meant to be protected? The Uganda Wildlife Authority scrambled to respond. Bashir Hangi, their spokesman, admitted that the leopard had now tasted human blood, a chilling fact that meant it might strike again. "We are working towards tracking it down," he said. "It is not good to keep it there." The attack sent shockwaves through Uganda, a country where leopard encounters with humans were rare. But this was not just a tragic accident. It was a nightmare that no parent should ever have to endure. The loss of a child in such a gruesome way, taken by a predator from the very place meant to be a home, was almost too much to bear. As the search for the leopard continued, one thing became clear. In the wild, there are no second chances. A single misstep, a moment of distraction, and the jungle takes what it wants. Julissa Gomez was a rising star, graceful, strong, and full of promise. Born in San Antonio, Texas, to hardworking parents who once toiled as migrant farm workers, Julissa's journey was a story of determination and dreams. By just 14, she had earned her place among America's elite gymnasts, dazzling judges with her balance beam and uneven bars routines. She was widely seen as a strong contender for the 1988 Olympic Games. Those who watched her saw not just talent, but the grit of a future champion. May 5, 1988, was supposed to be just another competition day, a chance for Julissa to shine at the World Sports Fair in Tokyo. There was excitement in the air, and everything seemed routine, but behind the scenes, there had been concerns. Julissa had long struggled with one of the most technically demanding and dangerous vaults in gymnastics, the Yurchenko. This vault involves a round-off onto a springboard, followed by a back handspring onto the vaulting table. It's high risk, even for the best. Her form on the Yurchenko had been inconsistent. Coaches, teammates, and even her former trainer, Bela Karoli, had expressed concern. A fellow gymnast, Chela Stack, later said, "You could tell it was not a safe vault for her to be doing. Someone should have stopped her." But Julissa's coach at the time, Al Fong, continued to push for its perfection. In elite gymnastics, high-difficulty maneuvers mean higher scores and Olympic dreams. During warm-ups for the vault final, Julissa sprinted toward the vault, but her foot slipped on the springboard. She missed the necessary lift, crashing head first into the vaulting horse. The impact broke her neck instantly and left her paralyzed from the neck down. She was rushed to a Tokyo hospital, still conscious, able to communicate only by blinking. Her parents flew in, devastated but hopeful. Tragically, during her hospital stay, a separate mishap occurred. She became disconnected from her ventilator, which caused severe brain damage and placed her in a coma. She never woke up. After 3 years in a vegetative state, Julissa Gomez passed away in 1991 from complications related to her injuries. She was just 18. Her death was not in vain. Julissa's tragedy sparked outrage and reflection across the gymnastics world. In 1989, the International Gymnastics Federation allowed the use of padded U-shaped mats during vaults, previously permitted only in practice. By 2006, using a Yurchenko-style vault without this safety mat would result in an automatic zero. The vaulting horse itself was replaced with a wider, more stable table to reduce injuries. Julissa's story resonated deeply. It exposed the silent dangers of pushing athletes beyond their limits, especially when safety concerns were overlooked in pursuit of medals. Coach Al Fong later said he sat in his hotel room in Japan asking himself, "Is it worth risking someone's life for a life-risking skill?" The gymnastics community began prioritizing safety, rethinking how complex skills are taught, and when to intervene. Julissa's name is now tied not just to tragedy, but to reform. Her legacy is a reminder. No routine is worth a life. Timothy Treadwell, famously known as the Grizzly Man, was someone who loved bears so much that he dedicated his life to living among them in the wild. But his fascination with these powerful creatures ultimately led to his horrifying death, along with his girlfriend, Amy Huguenard. The details of their final moments, captured in an audio recording, paint a chilling picture of their last minutes alive. Timothy's obsession with grizzlies started when he was a kid. He loved camping trips with his family in Alaska, where he'd see these massive animals up close. Over time, that fascination turned into an obsession. Every summer, Timothy packed up and headed to Alaska's Katmai National Park, where he'd live among the bears for months. He believed he had a special bond with them and often got dangerously close, even touching them. While his unique approach earned him some fans, it also raised a lot of eyebrows. Many warned him he was playing with fire, but Timothy didn't listen. He was convinced he could live safely among the bears and even protect them from poachers and harm. This belief drove him to keep returning, despite the obvious risks. In 2003, his girlfriend Amy joined him on what would become their last trip. The couple had planned to head home on a seaplane, but just hours before their scheduled flight, disaster struck. A bear attacked them at their campsite, and the terrifying encounter was caught on tape. Although the camera lens cap stayed on, the audio recorded 6 agonizing minutes of their struggle. The recording starts with Amy nervously asking if the bear is still outside. Timothy's voice, panicked and desperate, yells, "Get out here! I'm getting killed out here!" You can hear the tent zipper as Amy rushes out, shouting at him to play dead, hoping the bear might lose interest. But things quickly spiraled out of control. Timothy's screams are gut-wrenching as the bear seems to let go of him for a moment. Amy, trying to help, gets too close, and the bear attacks again. It clamps its jaws around Timothy's head as he cries out for her to hit the bear. Armed with nothing but a frying pan, Amy fights back with everything she has, shouting at Timothy to fight back. Their desperate struggle continues, filled with screams and chaos, until the tape abruptly cuts off. The next morning, their pilot, Willie Fulton, arrived to pick them up. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Instead of seeing Timothy and Amy waiting by the shore as usual, there was silence. Then he spotted a massive, aggressive bear standing over a pile of human remains. It was a horrifying sight he would never forget. When park rangers arrived at the scene, they found the couple's campsite in ruins. The tent was flattened, their gear was torn apart, and even their snacks were untouched. Nearby, they discovered grisly remains, a severed arm, fingers, and Timothy's head. The bears had buried some of the remains in a pile of grass and mud, a behavior typical of predators protecting their food. Timothy's death sparked massive debates. Some argued that his reckless behavior and refusal to follow safety rules not only endangered his life, but also disrupted the natural balance between humans and wildlife. Many felt he overstepped boundaries, turning what could have been a powerful conservation message into a tragedy. Others admired his passion, even if they thought he took it too far. This heartbreaking story is a proof of nature's raw power. While Timothy's love for grizzlies was undeniable, his tragic end shows what can happen when fascination turns into recklessness. Wild animals are just that, wild. They're not meant to be treated like pets or friends, no matter how much we admire them. Though Timothy wanted to protect grizzlies and shed light on their lives, his death, and Amy's, shows the importance of respecting the line between humans and wildlife. The story is haunting, especially the final audio that captured their desperate fight for survival. It's a tale that will always serve as a chilling reminder of the dangers of underestimating the wild. It was a clear, sunny Tuesday morning in New York City on September 11th, 2001, the kind of day that felt too normal to ever be remembered for anything. People were heading to work, grabbing coffee, checking voicemails on chunky flip phones, completely unaware that the world as they knew it was about to change forever. At 8:46 a.m., the first sign that something was very wrong came in the form of American Airlines Flight 11, which slammed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Smoke billowed from the building as news channels scrambled to cover what initially looked like a horrific accident. Anchors speculated about a small plane, pilot error, or some kind of navigation failure. Cameramen zoomed in on the gaping hole, firefighters were rushing in, and nobody quite knew what to make of it. Then, 17 minutes later, while the world was still trying to process what had just happened, the second plane showed up and this one arrived on live television. At exactly 9:03 a.m., United Airlines Flight 175 came into frame like something out of a nightmare. It flew low and fast, banking ever so slightly before plunging straight into the South Tower in a fiery explosion that left millions of people around the globe staring at their TVs in pure shock. This wasn't a replay, and it definitely wasn't a movie. It was real, it was live, and it was devastating. The moment the second plane hit, the narrative changed instantly. This wasn't some bizarre accident, it was an attack. A coordinated, deliberate, terrifying attack. News anchors went from confused to horrified in real time, their voices cracking as they tried to make sense of what they were witnessing. Many people watching at home didn't even realize what was happening until it was over. Some thought it was a special effect or a re-airing of the first crash. But no, this was different. This was history unfolding in the most terrifying and unfiltered way imaginable. Multiple camera angles caught the second strike, news helicopters hovering above Manhattan, amateur videographers on the ground, and even tourists who just happened to be pointing their camcorders at the towers. One particularly famous clip, captured by the French filmmaker brothers Jules and Gédéon Naudet, shows a group of firefighters preparing to respond to the first crash when the second plane suddenly roars overhead and slams into the South Tower. The firefighters' reactions are a mix of awe, disbelief, and raw fear, and it mirrors what everyone else was feeling at that moment. That second impact made everything horrifyingly clear. America was under attack, and this was only the beginning of what would become one of the darkest days in modern history. The footage of the second plane strike quickly became one of the most replayed and analyzed video clips in the world. It's now a permanent part of history, archived, dissected, and remembered by anyone who lived through it. In many ways, that live broadcast forced the world to collectively witness the horror as it happened. It was the moment that tore away the illusion of safety and ushered in an era of fear, resilience, war, and global change. Watching the second plane hit the South Tower live wasn't just a shocking TV moment. It was a front-row seat to a tragedy that would reshape the 21st century. The footage didn't just capture a building being hit. It captured the instant a nation realized everything had changed. In 2014, a tragic incident unfolded at New Delhi Zoo that shocked onlookers and left many questioning the boundaries of human fascination with wildlife. Maksud Khan, a 22-year-old man, fell victim to his intense obsession with tigers, a fascination that ultimately cost him his life in a way both chilling and unforgettable. Maksud's ill-fated encounter occurred in the tiger enclosure of the zoo, home to Vijay, a 7-year-old white tiger belonging to an endangered species. On that fateful day, Maksud climbed over the enclosure barrier and into the moat below, putting himself directly in the path of the predator. Visitors watched in stunned silence as Maqsood came face to face with Vijay in what could only be described as a terrifying standoff. For nearly 15 minutes, Vijay observed Maqsood, seemingly unsure of his intentions. Onlookers, frozen in fear, could do nothing but watch as the scene unfolded. Some filmed the encounter, capturing the unsettling calm before the tragedy. Despite the apparent stillness, the situation grew increasingly dire. A few members of the crowd attempted to distract the tiger by shouting and throwing stones, but their efforts only added tension to an already precarious moment. As the minutes ticked by, the fragile balance was shattered. Vijay lunged, grabbing Maqsood by the neck and dragging him deeper into the enclosure. Screams erupted from the crowd as the horrific scene played out before their eyes. Witnesses later described their helplessness, one recalling the gruesome sight of Maqsood writhing badly in pain as he was mauled by the powerful animal. Panic spread through the zoo as authorities scrambled to respond. The rescue effort was complicated by Vijay's behavior, as the tiger fiercely guarded its territory and prey. It took 2 long hours for zoo staff to coax Vijay into a smaller holding cage, allowing them to retrieve Maqsood's remains. By then, it was too late. The injuries sustained during the attack were fatal. The incident sparked widespread debate and media attention, with many questioning the events leading up to the attack. Speculation arose about whether Maqsood had intentionally entered the enclosure or had fallen by accident. Some reports suggested he had been mentally unwell, while others pointed to negligence in the zoo's security measures. People were quick to point fingers after the tragedy, blaming the zoo for not having better barriers and emergency plans in place. Many believed that Maqsood's death could have been avoided if stricter safety measures had been in place. Others raised bigger questions, like whether it's even fair to keep such majestic creatures in captivity, especially in enclosures that don't come close to mimicking their natural homes. Animal rights activists were also vocal, saying Vijay wasn't being cruel or aggressive. It was just acting on instinct, doing what tigers naturally do when they feel threatened or territorial. Maqsood's death became a reminder of what can happen when humans ignore the boundaries between themselves and wild animals. Zoos might be designed to teach us about the wonders of nature, but this tragic incident showed just how important it is to respect the power of wildlife. The sight of a white tiger, so beautiful yet so dangerous, left a lasting impression on everyone who saw the horrifying event. Afterward, the zoo tightened its safety protocols, putting up stronger barriers and increasing surveillance to avoid anything like this from happening again. Still, Maqsood's story remains unforgettable for those who were there, a warning about how quickly curiosity can turn into catastrophe when we forget the wild isn't something to mess with. Elena Mukhina was nothing short of a phenomenon. A trailblazer in Soviet gymnastics, she dazzled audiences with her elegance, daring routines, and unmatched determination. At just 18, she stunned the world by winning the all-around gold at the 1978 World Championships, defeating legends like Nadia Comaneci and Nelly Kim. Her routines were revolutionary, featuring unprecedented elements like a full twisting double-back somersault on the floor and a layout corboot flip on the bars. She wasn't just a gymnast, she was the future of the sport. But that future was cut short, and in the most heartbreaking way imaginable. In 1979, Elena suffered a leg fracture, which kept her out of competition and left her racing against time to prepare for the 1980 Moscow Olympics. With her home country hosting the Games, the pressure on her was immense. Coaches and officials pushed her to reclaim her elite status. Her own coach, Mikhail Klemenko, known for his intense, unrelenting methods, treated her, as she later described, like a living robot. Then came July 3, 1980. It was supposed to be a routine day at the gym. The Olympic Games were just 2 weeks away. Elena was practicing a skill she had long feared, the Thomas Salto, a high-risk tumbling move involving a backward somersault with a full twist in a tucked position. She had warned her coach repeatedly that she didn't feel ready, but no one listened. During a training pass, Elena under-rotated. She landed on her chin, snapping her neck. In that split second, her body was paralyzed from the neck down. The move she never wanted to attempt had ended her gymnastics career and completely transformed her life. The Soviet Union responded not with support or compassion, but with secrecy and misinformation. Officials downplayed the severity of her injury, changed their story multiple times, and blamed Elena herself. They claimed she attempted the move on her own, without coaching approval, to win her way back onto the Olympic team. Even the president of the International Gymnastics Federation repeated these lies, stating she was simply too old to compete again. She was 20. The reality was much darker. Elena had been forced to train despite injuries. Her warnings were ignored, and when tragedy struck, she was discarded and forgotten. Left to cope with her injury in near isolation, she relied solely on her grandmother for care. Friends rarely visited. Gymnastics, the very thing that once gave her life purpose, now haunted her. In rare interviews, Elena spoke openly about the intense pressure, the deception, and the system that broke her. She said that when she fell, her first thought wasn't fear, but relief. Thank God I won't be going to the Olympics. That's how crushing the environment had become. The gymnastics community, too, felt the aftershocks. Former teammate Nellie Kim later admitted the incident haunted her through the Moscow Olympics and ultimately pushed her into early retirement. The Thomas Salto, already infamous, became symbolic of the dangers of valuing medals over safety. Though the Soviet Gymnastics Federation tried to erase her, Elena's story could not be silenced. She was eventually awarded the Order of the Badge of Honor, and in 1983, IOC President Juan Antonio Samaranch presented her with the Silver Olympic Order, but it was too little, too late. On December 22, 2006, Elena Mukhina died from complications related to quadriplegia. Her tragic story sparked conversations around gymnast welfare, pushing the sport to reconsider the extreme physical demands placed on young athletes. But the deeper wounds, those of accountability, ethics, and athlete autonomy, remain part of her legacy. Elena Mukhina's life was a painful reminder of what happens when ambition overrides humanity. She remains a hero, not just for what she achieved, but for the hard truths her fall forced the world to face. It was May 16, 2024, in Suffolk, Virginia, a day that would end in unimaginable tragedy. Raleigh Freeman III, known to his fans as rapper Rio Huncho, was only 17 years old. Full of talent, drive, and charisma, he was building a name for himself in the music world. With nearly 29,000 followers on Instagram and a growing presence on Spotify, Rio was on the path to something big. That evening, Rio went live from his home, a casual stream for his fans. It wasn't anything unusual. He often used these moments to connect with followers and share his personality outside of his music. But this time, things took a devastating turn. During the live stream, Rio picked up a handgun, something he had used before in photos and videos as part of his image. This particular gun had a green laser and a flashlight attachment. At first, he treated it casually, almost like a prop. He waved it around, appeared to turn off the safety, and then, in what seemed like a moment of overconfidence, pointed it at his own head. He made a bold statement and pulled the trigger. A loud gunshot rang out. The phone dropped. The live stream abruptly ended. Many viewers were left stunned, unsure if what they had seen was real. Some thought it was a dark joke or a fake stunt, but the truth came quickly. Rio had accidentally shot himself. Emergency responders arrived and rushed him to the hospital, but the damage was done. He was pronounced dead shortly after. Authorities later confirmed that the gunshot was accidental and self-inflicted. The news rocked the local community and sent shockwaves through his online following. Rio wasn't just a promising rapper, he was a son, a student, a friend. His mother, Monica Savage, a single parent who had poured her heart into raising her only child, was devastated. In a heartbreaking interview, she spoke through tears, describing the moment she found him and her wish that she could bring him back. In the wake of the tragedy, Rio's cousin started a GoFundMe to help cover funeral expenses. The campaign highlighted the family's pain and Monica's deep love for her son. Support flooded in from fans and strangers alike. At school, teachers and classmates mourned his loss. His teacher, Cara Dorsey, shared words of encouragement online, urging students to honor Rio's legacy by working toward their dreams. A balloon release followed, a colorful, emotional tribute to a life that ended far too soon. Rio's accidental death also reignited conversations around gun safety. Authorities began investigating how a loaded firearm ended up in his possession. Experts stressed the importance of education and secure gun storage, especially in households with teens. Simple safety steps, they noted, could save lives. Rio Huncho's music, songs like Money Getta and DOA, remains as a reminder of his talent and potential. Though his life was cut short, his story stands as a powerful lesson on the importance of caution, awareness, and protecting our youth. It was September 14, 2020, in Aba, a Tibetan autonomous region in Sichuan Province, China, when tragedy struck during what started as an ordinary live stream. Lamu, a 30-year-old Tibetan video blogger, had become a beloved figure online. With over 780,000 followers on Douyin, China's version of TikTok, she charmed audiences by sharing slices of rural Tibetan life, cooking traditional meals, foraging in the mountains, lip-syncing to songs, and always dressed in traditional clothing, makeup-free and glowing with authenticity. Her content was simple but heartfelt, and it resonated with people across the country. But behind her bright smile was a darker story. Lamu had been trapped in an abusive marriage. In June 2020, she finally divorced her husband Tang after enduring years of mistreatment. Even after the separation, he continued to harass her, demanding she return to him. Lamu stood firm in her decision, not realizing the danger that still loomed. On the morning of September 14th, she posted her final video, singing a traditional Tibetan song. Later that day, she went live again, casually chatting with fans, but suddenly, the stream went dark. What her viewers didn't know was that Tang had entered her home, carrying a bucket of gasoline. Off camera, but still live, he doused Lamu in the liquid and set her on fire. Though the screen remained black, the horrifying sounds of chaos and Lamu's screams were broadcast to thousands of stunned viewers, powerless to help. Neighbors rushed to her aid, managing to put out the flames and call emergency services. Lamu was hospitalized with burns covering 90% of her body. For 2 agonizing weeks, she fought for her life, but on September 30th, she passed away. Her death sent shockwaves through China and beyond. Supporters raised funds for her treatment and flooded her Douyin account with messages of grief and outrage. Tang was arrested shortly after the attack and later sentenced to death. The court condemned his actions as cruel and calculated revenge over her decision to leave him. Lamu's death highlighted a much larger issue: domestic violence in China. Although the country officially criminalized domestic abuse in 2016, critics say the laws are full of loopholes, failing to cover non-married couples, same-sex relationships, or emotional abuse. In many rural areas, violence is still seen as a private matter, discouraging victims from seeking help. During her marriage, Lamu had reportedly asked authorities for protection, but her pleas were dismissed as mere family issues. That lack of support ultimately cost her life. In 2020, China introduced a 30-day cooling-off period for couples seeking divorce, meant to reduce impulsive breakups. But for abuse victims like Lamu, it can mean being trapped with their abuser for even longer. A 2013 study by the All China Women's Federation reported that 1 in 4 married women in China had experienced domestic violence. The problem is even more severe in rural areas like Aba, where traditional values run deep and women have fewer resources. Following Lamu's death, activists and fans turned her Douyin page into a digital memorial. Her videos, once a celebration of culture and daily life, became symbols of strength, sorrow, and the urgent need for change. Some local governments have since taken steps to prevent similar tragedies, including databases to track known abusers. But many argue it's not enough. Lamu's life was full of grace, resilience, and authenticity. Her death was a devastating loss, but it sparked conversations China could no longer ignore. Her story continues to inspire efforts for justice, safety, and real protection for those trapped in cycles of abuse. Imagine you're on a road trip, taking in the breathtaking beauty of British Columbia, when you stumble upon the Liard River Hot Springs Provincial Park, a hidden gem tucked away in the boreal forest. It's the perfect spot to unwind in nature's very own hot tub. But for one unlucky family, what was supposed to be a peaceful pit stop turned into a real-life horror movie. On August 14, 1997, Patty McConnell, a Texas mom road tripping to Alaska with her kids, decided to take a much-needed break at the hot springs. The scenery was stunning, the water was warm, and the vibe was all about relaxation. Wanting to escape the crowds, Patty and her 13-year-old son Kelly wandered down a boardwalk, climbed a set of stairs, and found a quieter pool. Everything was perfect until it wasn't. Out of nowhere, a rustling in the bushes shattered the peace. Patty turned, and there it was, a massive black bear staring right at her. Before she could even react, the bear charged. In an instant, it tackled Patty, sinking its claws and teeth into her. Her terrified screams echoed through the forest as she fought for her life. Now, most 13-year-olds would probably freeze in terror, but not Kelly. This kid was made of pure courage. Grabbing the nearest tree branch, he started whacking the bear with everything he had. When that didn't work, he even kicked the bear in the face, a move that was as bold as it was risky. But the bear, furious and relentless, turned its attention to Kelly. With one powerful swipe, it clawed his neck, grabbed him by the waist, and hurled him to the ground like a rag doll. The chaos caught the attention of other visitors, including Ray Kitchen, a man who didn't hesitate to jump in and try to save the family. He fought with everything he had, but the bear's sheer strength was too much. In the struggle, the bear knocked Ray off the boardwalk, sending both of them tumbling down a hillside. Tragically, Ray didn't make it. The bear delivered fatal wounds to his neck, taking his life in the process. As panic spread through the park, another man tried to help and was critically injured in the attempt. It wasn't until two bystanders arrived with hunting rifles that the nightmare finally ended. They shot and killed the bear, but by then, the damage was done. Patty, despite her valiant effort to protect her son, didn't survive. Her bravery, however, was undeniable. Her final moments were spent fighting for Kelly. Miraculously, Kelly survived, though severely injured. His determination to battle a full-grown black bear and his incredible will to live turned him into a real-life legend. As for Ray Kitchen, his selflessness left a deep impact on everyone who heard his story. He ran toward danger without a second thought, an act of true heroism that cost him his life but saved others. The attack sent shockwaves through the region, sparking conversations about wildlife safety and the unpredictable dangers of nature. Wildlife officials later determined that the bear was emaciated and unusually aggressive, likely attacking out of pure desperation due to hunger or illness. Today, the Liard River Hot Springs is still a beloved destination, but the events of that tragic day haven't been forgotten. Warning signs about bear activity now stand as stark reminders of what happened, urging visitors to stay alert and respect the wild. Nature may be beautiful, but it doesn't play by our rules. And sometimes even the most peaceful oasis can turn into a battleground in the blink of an eye. In the summer of 2024, what was meant to be a once-in-a-lifetime adventure for Lisa Manders and her husband Craig turned into an unthinkable nightmare. The New Jersey couple had embarked on a dream safari in Zambia, eager to witness Africa's breathtaking wildlife up close. But within days of their arrival, that dream became a horrifying ordeal, one that would haunt Craig forever. On June 5th, Lisa Manders, a mother of three and a respected professional in the financial industry, set out on a bushwalk with her husband and a group of tourists. Led by experienced guides, they ventured to a riverbank where a lone hippopotamus lurked in the water. Massive and deceptively fast, Hippos are among the most dangerous animals in the wild, fiercely territorial and capable of charging without warning. Yet, the group was encouraged to observe from close range, assured that they were safe. Then, without warning, everything unraveled in seconds. The hippo lifted its head, a moment of stillness. Then it exploded from the water with terrifying speed. Lisa turned to run, but it was too late. The monstrous creature lunged, its enormous jaws clamping around her body, lifting her off the ground like a rag doll. Screams filled the air. The guides, who were supposed to protect the group, fled. The massive beast shook Lisa violently, its crushing bite shattering bones, ending her life in an instant. Craig could only watch in helpless horror as his wife was mauled to death before his eyes. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Craig Manders was left shattered, grappling not only with the violent loss of his wife, but also with the chilling realization that it could have been prevented. He has since filed a lawsuit against African Portfolio, the Connecticut-based tour company that arranged their safari, accusing them of negligence. He claims they were never adequately warned about the dangers of being so close to a wild hippo on foot, nor did the guides take proper precautions to protect them. Had we understood the dangers posed by the hippopotamus, we never would have agreed to be in such close contact while on foot, Manders said in a statement through his attorneys. The idea that we were unwittingly exposed to such an extreme danger, a danger made even worse by our tour guides leaving Lisa alone on foot with nothing between her and such a deadly animal, is nothing short of astonishing. African Portfolio has denied responsibility, with their attorney Rod Gould arguing that the company merely organizes tours and is not liable for incidents that occurred during the trips. My client is a tour operator. It organizes tours, Gould said. A trip, for example, might include airfare. We're not responsible if the airline loses luggage. But for Craig Manders and his family, this was not just an unfortunate accident. It was an unforgivable failure. Lisa Manders was more than just a tourist in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was a devoted wife, a loving mother, and a woman whose life was stolen in a gruesome attack that should never have happened. Lisa was the best mother and wife anyone could ever hope for, her husband said, his voice heavy with grief. Her violent death is a devastating loss not only for our family but for our community. The details of her final moments are almost too horrific to imagine, yet they serve as a haunting reminder of the raw, unpredictable danger of the wild. For those who dream of safaris, drawn by the promise of adventure, Lisa's story is a chilling, cautionary tale, a reminder that in the heart of the wilderness, the line between wonder and horror can vanish in an instant. Standing at 29,032 feet above sea level, Jason Kennison felt the sting of thin air at the summit of Mount Everest. His breath came in short, white puffs, disappearing into the endless expanse of the sky. Below him, the world stretched in all directions, jagged, snow-covered peaks of the Himalayas, shimmering under the thin veil of sunlight. The moment should have been euphoric. It should have been everything he dreamed of. For Jason, this climb wasn't just about reaching the highest point on Earth. It was about defying fate itself. In 2006, a devastating car accident left him paralyzed. Doctors told him he would never walk again. That was supposed to be the end of his journey, but Jason refused to accept that fate. Against all odds, he stood, he walked, and now he conquered. His ascent was more than a mountaineering achievement. It was a statement, a final act of defiance against the impossible. He had dedicated this climb to a higher purpose, raising funds for Spinal Cord Injuries Australia, determined to inspire others to fight for their own second chances. But Everest has never been kind to those who celebrate too soon. The thin air at the summit was turning against him. A dull headache crept in, slow at first, then vicious. His breaths became shallow. Something was wrong. A wave of nausea hit him like a sledgehammer, and his vision blurred. The once stunning view twisted into a dizzying nightmare. His movements grew sluggish, uncoordinated. His body was failing him. The Sherpa guiding him, Dawa Stephen, saw it instantly. Jason was in trouble. The team rushed to help, but the mountain does not wait for second chances. They needed to get him down, fast. With painstaking effort, they guided Jason to a place known as the Balcony, a precarious resting point at 27,600 feet. But time was running out. The oxygen tanks were nearly empty. Jason's condition was worsening. The Sherpa faced an agonizing decision: stay and risk everyone's lives, or descend and come back with reinforcements. They made the only choice they could. The group left, promising to return. But Everest is a cruel and merciless beast. As they descended to Camp 4 to resupply, the winds howled with deadly force, trapping them below. The weather shifted violently, cutting off their path back to Jason. He was alone, stranded in the death zone. With no oxygen, no help, and no way out, Jason Kennison took his final breath on the unforgiving slopes of Everest. His body, now frozen in time, became part of the mountain itself, another soul claimed by the world's highest graveyard. His family mourned, but they did not regret. Jason had chased his dream to the very edge of existence, and he had won. He had conquered Everest, but Everest had claimed him in return. On June 2nd, 2022, what should have been just another workday turned into a nightmare beyond imagination. Stephen Dirk, a 39-year-old father of 3, had barely begun his new job at the Caterpillar foundry in Mapleton, Illinois. It was only his 9th day, a day filled with hope for the future, a fresh start to provide for his family. But by the time the shift was over, Stephen was gone. Not just gone, erased. Stephen wasn't just another worker. He was a family man, deeply devoted to his partner, Jessica Sutter, and their 3 young daughters, aged 4, 5, and 12. Living in Peoria, Illinois, he had taken this job to secure a better future for them. But little did he know, the very place he sought opportunity would become the site of his unthinkable final moments. The Caterpillar foundry was a behemoth of industry, melting up to 1,000 tons of iron daily, producing parts for heavy machinery. But behind its massive output was a lurking danger. A smelting facility running at 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit is no place for mistakes. One wrong move could mean instant death, and that's exactly what happened. It was just past 9:20 a.m. when Stephen was assigned a seemingly simple task: collect a sample of molten iron from the massive crucible, a vat containing liquid metal hot enough to melt a human body in seconds. There were no guardrails, no safety harness, no second chances. Then it happened. A misstep, a slip, a fraction of a second. Stephen fell, but he didn't fall completely. He landed partially inside the hellish cauldron. His lower body was instantly incinerated, while the rest of him remained, if only for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Stephen's existence was reduced to ash. Panic erupted through the facility. The Peoria County Coroner's Office and Sheriff's Department were called, but there was little left to recover. By 10:20 a.m., the entire foundry was evacuated. The iron inside the crucible cooled, and when the coroner's team returned hours later, they found only small bone fragments. The cause of death? Thermal annihilation. What's even more horrifying is that this tragedy was preventable. Following an investigation by OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, it was determined that Caterpillar had failed to implement basic safety measures that could have saved Stephen's life. The fine? A mere $145,000. A slap on the wrist for a multi-billion-dollar corporation. To make matters worse, this wasn't the first death. Just 6 months earlier, another worker, Scott Adams, had also lost his life at the same facility. Employees had long voiced their concerns about the grueling conditions and unsafe practices, but their warnings went unheard. For Jessica Sutter, the pain was unbearable. She had lost the love of her life, and their daughters had lost their father, all because of negligence. She held Caterpillar directly responsible for his death, stating that the company showed no remorse, no accountability, and not a single offer of support to the family left behind. In the end, no criminal charges were filed, no justice was served, and for those who still walk the floors of the Caterpillar foundry, the question lingers: How many more lives will be lost before something changes? It was 2016 in Moscow, Russia. The cameras were rolling. The lights were bright. The audience of the popular television show Pro Lyubov, about love, was ready for an evening of light-hearted entertainment. They had no idea they were about to witness something they would never forget. That night, the show had planned something special. A live performance featuring a bear. Not just any bear, but Bona, a massive brown bear dressed in a red and yellow skirt with a matching hat. She looked almost comical, almost charming, almost safe, but Bona was still a wild animal. Her handler, dressed flamboyantly in a flamenco outfit, guided her onto the stage. A heavy leather muzzle covered her jaws. A thick leash kept her movements controlled. To keep her calm, the handler fed her treats through the small opening in the muzzle. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Bona twirled in circles on command. The audience clapped and laughed. The cameras zoomed in on her massive frame as she performed her tricks. And then, it happened. A young presenter, filming a segment about wild animal safety, stepped forward. Maybe she wanted to make the moment more interactive. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. Maybe she simply forgot what she was dealing with. She reached out her hand. A second of hesitation, a shift in the air, and then Bona turned, fast. With the sheer, raw power of nature itself, her massive paw swiped through the air and caught hold of the presenter's clothing. The force of it yanked the woman downward with a terrifying thud. The room went silent. The studio audience, once so full of laughter, now sat frozen in place. The cameraman, trained to capture every moment, instinctively took a step back. For a split second, the tension was unbearable. Would Bona attack? Would she strike again? Would the situation spiral into something far, far worse? And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Bona, as if losing interest, let go. Her handler reacted instantly, pulling the leash taut, yanking the bear back with force. He barked commands, reprimanding the presenter, not the bear. The young woman staggered to her feet, her face pale, her breath unsteady. No blood, no visible injuries, but the terror in her eyes told the real story. She mumbled an apology. To whom? No one could say. To the audience? To the handler? To the bear? But the real question hung heavy in the air. What if Bona hadn't stopped? The bear was led off the stage, but the unease remained. It was a chilling reminder of something that had been overlooked in the bright lights and scripted performances. A bear in a costume is still a bear. For years, animal rights organizations like PETA had warned about the dangers of using wild animals in entertainment. Bears like Bona were deprived of hibernation, kept in captivity, forced to perform under unnatural conditions. They were trained, but they were not tame. Even the most experienced handler couldn't erase the instinct that lay just beneath the surface. The moment that presenter stepped too close, the illusion shattered. In that instant, Bona was not a performer. She was a predator. The show was planned for entertainment. Instead, they got a wake-up call. That night, millions of viewers saw the terrifying truth. No amount of training, no costume, no muzzle could fully control an animal that was never meant to be on a stage. And for the young presenter whose segment was supposed to warn about the dangers of wild animals, the irony was cruel. Because now, she was the warning. In May 1996, what should have been a peaceful hiking trip through Virginia's Shenandoah National Park turned into a nightmare, one so chilling that it would haunt the region for decades. Julianne Julie Williams, 24, and her partner Laura Loie Winans, 26, set out on an adventure, unaware that something, or someone, was lurking in the wilderness, waiting to turn their dream getaway into a scene of unimaginable horror. The couple, both passionate nature lovers, had come to Shenandoah for a much-needed retreat. Julie was preparing to start a new job in Vermont on June 1st, a fresh chapter in her life. Instead, that date would mark the horrifying end of a frantic search, one that uncovered a crime so brutal it left even seasoned investigators shaken. Julie and Loie entered the park on May 19th, accompanied by their golden retriever, Taj. They followed the White Canyon Trail, but heavy rain forced them to change their route. They registered for additional permits and were last seen on May 24th, when a park ranger gave them a ride. Their final campsite lay near a secluded stream off the Appalachian Trail, just a short distance from the popular Skyland Lodge. It seemed safe, but safety, they would soon learn, was an illusion. For days, no one realized anything was wrong. Then, on May 31st, Julie's father, Thomas Williams, grew uneasy. His daughter should have called about her new job. When she didn't, he reported her missing. Park rangers quickly located Julie and Loie's car near Skyland Lodge, but something was off. The couple was nowhere in sight. Then, a chilling clue, Taj, their dog, was found wandering alone, confused and distressed. Something had happened. Something terrible. The next day, searchers pushed deeper into the wilderness, and that's when they found it. The campsite was eerily silent, but as they moved closer, the truth revealed itself, a scene so gruesome it would stay with them forever. Julie and Loie's bodies lay close together, bound and gagged, their final moments marked by sheer terror. They had suffered. The brutality of the attack spoke of calculated evil, of a predator who had stalked them in the night. Investigators descended on the scene, but the remote location and lack of evidence made the case daunting. They searched for answers, piecing together the couple's last days. A recovered camera showed their joy-filled adventure up until May 24th, the last day they were seen alive. Then, darkness swallowed their story. The investigation led authorities to a man named Daryl David Rice. He had a disturbing history, a documented hatred for women, and had been spotted in Shenandoah around the time of the murders. Restraints were found in his vehicle. He had even made chilling remarks about Julie and Loie's relationship. Prosecutors believed they had their man. But then, in 2003, everything collapsed. DNA from the crime scene didn't match Rice. It didn't match the victims either. The case, once seemingly airtight, fell apart in an instant. The real killer was still out there. For nearly 3 decades, Julie and Loie's families lived in torment, haunted by the unanswered questions. Who had been watching them? Who had crept into their campsite that night, tying them up, silencing their screams and snuffing out their young lives? Then, in 2024, science finally caught up to the truth. A breakthrough in DNA technology led investigators to a new name, Walter Leo Jackson. A convicted serial molester, Jackson had a history of brutal attacks, but he would never face justice for what he did to Julie and Loie. He had died in prison in 2018. The discovery was bittersweet. The families had answers but no justice. The true monster had been hiding in plain sight all along, and the chilling question remains: how many others did he leave behind in the darkness? Some stories sound so bizarre they're hard to wrap your head around, and this is definitely one of them. Meet Darren Hickey, a 51-year-old British wedding planner from Bolton, Lancashire, who was known for his big personality and even bigger heart. Not only was he a pro at planning dream weddings, but he was also deeply dedicated to charity. But Darren wasn't just about work. His incredible resilience made him an inspiration. 7 years earlier, he'd survived a massive stroke that left him with difficulty walking and speaking, but he didn't let that stop him. His determination earned him the Inspirational Person of Courage Award from the Stroke Association. You'd think after overcoming so much, Darren would have faced down just about anything. But no one could have predicted how a simple fish cake would change everything. It all started on April 4th, 2019, when Darren attended a wedding venue in Lancashire. At some point around noon, he sampled a small fish cake. Totally normal, right? But here's where things took a turn. That little bite of fish cake was scalding hot, and it burned the back of his throat. Now, we've all burnt our tongues on pizza or soup before, no big deal, and Darren thought the same. But as the day went on, that minor burn started feeling less minor. The pain grew worse, so Darren decided to get it checked out. He went to the urgent care ward at Chorley Hospital, where doctors assessed him and sent him home with paracetamol and the usual advice to come back if things got worse. Trusting the doctors, Darren went home to rest, assuming the worst was behind him. But the worst was just beginning. Over the next 12 hours, that burn turned into something far more dangerous than anyone could have expected. The swelling in Darren's throat increased rapidly, and by that evening his condition took a terrifying turn. His partner, Neil Parkinson, heard distressing noises and rushed to find Darren standing, choking and gasping for air. Neil tried desperately to help, and paramedics arrived quickly, but it was too late. Just after midnight, Darren was pronounced dead at Royal Bolton Hospital. A man who had survived a stroke and fought his way back to health was taken down by a single bite of hot fish cake. And if that's not chilling, I don't know what is. The inquest at Bolton Coroner's Court revealed the terrifying cause of Darren's death: extensive throat swelling leading to suffocation, and we're not talking a little irritation. The burn was so severe that it blocked his airway, depriving his body of oxygen. Pathologist Dr. Patrick W. explained that the burn was spot only visible with specialized equipment. He even compared the injury to burns seen in people who inhale smoke during house fires. And it all started with one small bite of hot fish cake. While these cases are incredibly rare, it makes you think twice about those times you've burnt your tongue on hot pizza, because sometimes what seems like a simple mistake can turn into something far more dangerous. Jamaica, with its sun-kissed beaches, pulsating reggae beats, and endless supply of tropical drinks, was the perfect getaway for 53-year-old Timothy Southern from Lichfield, Staffordshire. In May 2022, he landed at the Royal Decameron Club Caribbean in St. Lucia, Anne with his family, ready to soak up the warm island vibes. Days were spent basking in the sun, dipping in the ocean, and feasting on local delicacies, while evenings buzzed with music, laughter, and an array of colorful cocktails. One night, Timothy, feeling the island spirit, found himself in the middle of a drinking challenge with two fellow guests. The mission? Conquer all 21 cocktails on the menu in one sitting. Having already indulged in brandy and beer earlier in the day, one might think he'd call it a night, but the thrill of the challenge was just too tempting. The drinks flowed, the toasts kept coming, and the energy was infectious. Not typically a heavy drinker, Timothy dove into the challenge with enthusiasm. But after 12 cocktails, the mix of booze, heat, and sheer excitement began taking its toll. He started feeling wobbly, yet the buzz of the evening kept him going. Eventually, reality hit hard. He waved the white flag, said his goodbyes, and staggered back to his room, the resort's palm trees swaying, or was that just the alcohol? His family, unaware of just how much he had consumed, assumed he was simply exhausted from a long day. But once in his room, things took a turn for the worse. That lightheaded tipsiness transformed into a full-blown emergency. His stomach rebelled, nausea kicked in, and he struggled to stay coherent. In a desperate attempt to feel better, he tried to force himself to vomit but quickly found himself in trouble. A family member, sensing something was seriously wrong, rushed to his aid, placing him in the recovery position. Panic set in as his condition worsened. His breathing became shallow, his skin turned cold and clammy, and his family, now in full crisis mode, pleaded for help. A nurse finally arrived, but shockingly, no ambulance had been called. As precious minutes slipped away, the family begged for action. When the nurse finally began chest compressions, it was too late. Timothy's pulse was weak, his body unresponsive, and their worst fears became reality. He was gone. The cause of death? Acute gastroenteritis due to excessive alcohol consumption, a clinical explanation for an utterly heartbreaking loss. The Southern family's dream vacation had turned into an unthinkable nightmare. Their grief was compounded by anger, believing the resort had failed them, not only by allowing such reckless drinking but also by its delayed response. And as if fate hadn't been cruel enough, their travel insurance didn't cover repatriation, forcing them to start a GoFundMe to bring Timothy home. A paradise lost, in every sense of the word. A split-second decision, a predator lying in wait, a tragedy that unfolded in front of horrified onlookers. On a scorching day in July 2016, a family's trip to Badaling Wildlife Park in Beijing took a terrifying and deadly turn. The park, known for its drive-through safari experience, allows visitors to observe Siberian tigers up close from the supposed safety of their vehicles. But one simple mistake, one moment of letting their guard down, turned a routine drive into a horrific nightmare caught on camera. It all began with an argument. Inside their car, tensions flared between a woman, later identified as Zhao, and her companions. Frustrated, she did something unthinkable. She opened the car door and stepped out into the tiger enclosure, oblivious to the danger lurking just beyond the tree line. She barely had time to react. From the shadows, a massive Siberian tiger exploded into motion. With lightning speed, the 400-pound predator lunged, clamping its powerful jaws onto Zhao's body and dragging her away before anyone could intervene. Screams filled the air. Panic erupted inside the car. A man and another woman, later identified as Zhao's mother, jumped out, desperate to save her. But in the wild, no act of heroism goes unpunished. As Zhao's mother sprinted toward her daughter, a second tiger struck. This one was even faster, stronger, and more brutal. The massive beast took her down with bone-crushing force, mauling her in front of the helpless onlookers. Unlike Zhao, she would not survive. Surveillance cameras captured everything. The footage, later leaked onto social media, showed the horrifying attack unfold in real time. The sheer force of the tiger's ambush was enough to leave even seasoned wildlife experts stunned. Viewers watched in disbelief as the animals dragged their victims into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. By the time park officials and emergency responders arrived, it was too late. Zhao, though critically injured, had miraculously survived the attack. Her mother, however, had been mauled to death, her selfless attempt to save her daughter costing her everything. In the aftermath, questions swirled. Park rules clearly stated that visitors must remain inside their vehicles at all times, windows up, doors locked. Yet, Zhao claimed she never knew what she had signed before entering the park. She later stated that she believed the form was a standard entry registration, not an agreement that explicitly warned of the danger. To make matters worse, Zhao accused the park of failing to intervene. She alleged that a park official, stationed in a nearby vehicle, failed to come to her rescue, a claim that sparked outrage across China. The tragedy served as a grim reminder of the unforgiving nature of the wild. Siberian tigers are among the most lethal predators on Earth, capable of taking down prey many times their size. Once they lock onto a target, there is no escape. A simple mistake, a fatal miscalculation, and a mother who gave her life in a desperate bid to save her daughter from the jaws of death. The tiger enclosure at Battling Wildlife Park remains open, but those who pass through now do so with a chilling awareness. One wrong move could mean the difference between life and death. The early morning of July 6, 2021, shattered the tranquility of Ovando, Montana. Nestled along the Blackfoot River, this quiet town became the backdrop for a chilling encounter, one that would end in tragedy. Leah Davis Loken, a 65-year-old retired nurse from Chico, California, had always embraced adventure. She was an avid cyclist, drawn to the thrill of the outdoors, and had eagerly set off on a long-distance journey along the Great Divide mountain bike route. She had prepared for months, but nothing could have prepared her for what lay ahead. Ovando, a town of fewer than 100 residents, is known for its rugged wilderness and proximity to the vast Bob Marshall Wilderness Complex, a landscape shared with an estimated 1,000 grizzly bears. Leah's journey brought her here, and rather than seeking the safety of a hotel like her sister and friend, she made the fateful decision to camp outside, behind a small museum. As darkness fell, Leah and a Texas couple set up camp, but in the dead of night their peaceful rest was shattered by the presence of an intruder, a massive 417-pound grizzly bear. At around 3 a.m., Leah awoke to the sound of the beast breathing just inches from her fragile tent. A low, guttural huff sent chills down her spine. The campers sprang into action, making loud noises to scare the bear off. It retreated into the shadows, disappearing into the wilderness. Shaken but relieved, Leah took precautions. She removed snacks and dry food from her tent and placed them inside a building. She armed herself with bear spray, But one crucial mistake remained. Inside her tent, 2 toiletry bags, once used to store dried blueberries, still carried the faintest trace of their former contents. Just 10 feet away, her bicycle sat with saddlebags still containing food. Convinced she had done enough, Leah lay back down and drifted off to sleep under the vast Montana sky. Less than an hour later, terror returned. At approximately 4 a.m., the grizzly was back, this time with deadly intent. It ripped through Leah's tent with horrifying force. In the blink of an eye, it lunged, pinning her beneath its weight. A Texas camper awoke to the nightmare unfolding before his eyes. He saw the bear rearing up, pouncing viciously on Leah's tent. He shouted, grabbing his bear spray, and discharged it in a desperate attempt to stop the attack. But it was too late. The bear had already inflicted fatal wounds. Leah never had a chance. An autopsy later revealed the brutal reality. Her neck had been broken, her spine severed. She had died instantly. This was not a defensive attack. This was predation. Wildlife experts would later confirm that the grizzly had become food conditioned, learning to associate humans with an easy meal. It had stalked Leah, returning with lethal precision to finish what it had started. 3 days later, the predator struck again, raiding a chicken coop near Ovando. This time, it wouldn't escape. Wildlife officials tracked the bear down and shot it dead. DNA testing confirmed what many had feared. It was the same bear that had taken Leah's life. Leah's tragic end was a stark reminder of the ever-growing conflict between humans and grizzlies in the northern Rockies. Leah Davis Loken had spent her life chasing adventure, but on that fateful July morning, she became part of a terrifying reality, one where the line between human and predator grows thinner by the day. It was a serene Friday evening, March 31st, 2023, at McCormick's Creek State Park in Owen County, Indiana. The park, nestled amidst towering trees and gentle breezes, was the perfect retreat for Brett and Wendy Kincaid from Rossville, Indiana. For 26 years of marriage, they had shared an unwavering love for each other and the outdoors, finding peace in nature's beauty. Brett, a 53-year-old skilled contractor, was known for his reliability and hard work. Wendy, 47, a Purdue University employee, was adored by her colleagues and loved by everyone who knew her. Together, they were pillars of their community, active in their church and deeply devoted to their roles as parents and grandparents. McCormick's Creek, with its tranquil setting, was their ideal getaway, a place to relax, reconnect, and soak in the natural beauty they both cherished. As the evening wore on, Brett and Wendy settled into their camper, savoring the calm that nature had to offer. But nature had other plans. Dark clouds began to gather, signaling the arrival of a powerful storm. The first warning came in the form of gusty winds, stronger and more persistent than usual, followed by sirens blaring through the park. Campers were urged to seek shelter, with many rushing to the cement bathhouse for safety. Brett and Wendy, however, stayed in their camper, perhaps hoping the storm would pass quickly or unaware of how severe it would become. They were wrong. The tornado hit with terrifying force, its winds reaching 138 millimeters per hour. Trees were uprooted, campers were flipped, and the once tranquil park was transformed into a scene of chaos. The storm's devastation was so severe that emergency responders had difficulty navigating through the wreckage. Rescue teams began searching the area immediately, working through the night despite fallen trees, power lines, and scattered debris. Flashlights illuminated the wreckage as they combed through the destruction, searching for survivors. Most campers who had taken refuge in the bathhouse emerged with minor injuries, but Brett and Wendy were nowhere to be found. It wasn't until Saturday morning that the heartbreaking discovery was made. Among the mangled remains of their camper, Brett and Wendy's bodies were found, their lives tragically taken by the storm. News of their passing sent shockwaves through their community. Tributes poured in, reflecting on their generosity, unwavering faith, and kindness. Andrew Bean, a close family friend, described them as humble, inspiring, and profoundly kind, a couple whose love touched everyone they met. The tornado that claimed Brett and Wendy's lives was part of a larger outbreak that devastated multiple states, leaving a death toll of at least 32. In Indiana, 5 lives were lost, including Brett and Wendy's. As McCormick's Creek began the long process of recovery, the Kincaid family leaned on their faith for strength. A GoFundMe campaign was launched to cover funeral expenses, and their church community honored their memory, recalling the countless lives they had touched through Bible classes, mentoring, and acts of kindness. Brett and Wendy Kincaid's story is a sobering reminder of nature's unpredictability, yet it is also a testament to lives well lived, full of love, faith, and generosity. Though the storm took them too soon, their legacy will continue to inspire all who knew them. Deep underwater exploration has always been a dance with the unknown, where the boundaries of human ingenuity meet the unrelenting forces of nature. In 1973, the Johnson Sea Link, a state-of-the-art research submersible, descended into the depths off the coast of Key West, Florida. What began as a routine dive quickly spiraled into a nightmare, one that would claim 2 lives and leave an enduring shadow over deep-sea exploration. The story began a year earlier when the USS Fred T. Barry, a decommissioned destroyer, was deliberately sunk to create an artificial reef. By 1973, the site had transformed into a thriving underwater ecosystem, attracting the attention of scientists eager to study its development. The Johnson Sea Link, designed for cutting-edge research, was dispatched to investigate. This remarkable submersible featured a unique lockout diving system that allowed scuba divers to leave and return to its aluminum aft compartment, while keeping the pilot's compartment dry and pressurized. On this dive, seasoned diver Albert Stover and Edwin Link, son of the submersible's creator, occupied the uninsulated aluminum section, dressed casually in shorts and shirts. They expected a brief mission lasting no more than an hour. As the submersible descended toward the wreck of the Fred T. Barry, the tranquil waters of Key West seemed to promise another successful dive. But deep below the surface, unseen dangers lurked. The sub became entangled in the cables and debris of the sunken ship, trapped in a web of steel and shadows. Every effort to free the Johnson Sea Link only seemed to tighten its grip, the wreck refusing to relinquish its hold. Time ticked by, and the situation grew more dire. The temperature inside the uninsulated aft compartment began to plummet, the icy waters outside pressing in with an unyielding chill. The chemical scrubbers meant to remove carbon dioxide from the air struggled to function in the freezing conditions. Inside the compartment, the air became heavy, every breath bringing the creeping weight of carbon dioxide poisoning. A desperate question hung in the air. Could Stover and Link escape? A free dive to the surface, 360 feet, 110 meters above, was considered. A harrowing swim through crushing pressure and icy darkness. But the risks were staggering. At such depths, even the most seasoned diver would face almost certain death. The decision was made to stay put, clinging to the hope that rescuers would arrive in time. Minutes turned into hours, and the submersible remained ensnared. In the insulated pilot's compartment, 2 other crew members fought to stay calm, insulated from the cold but helpless to save their companions. For Stover and Link, trapped in the freezing aluminum section, the darkness became suffocating. The cold seeped into their bones, and the toxic air tightened its grip. By the time rescue teams finally reached the Johnson Sea Link, a full 24 hours later, it was too late. Stover and Link had succumbed to carbon dioxide poisoning, their final moments spent in the silent, crushing isolation of the deep. The survivors in the pilot's compartment were pulled to safety, but the loss of Stover and Link left an indelible mark. The ocean, vast and indifferent, had claimed 2 more lives. The Johnson Sea Link was eventually freed and repaired, but the haunting events of that day remain a chilling reminder of the risks that come with venturing into the abyss. Even now, the story of the Johnson Sea Link lingers like a ghostly whisper in the annals of deep-sea exploration, a stark warning about the unforgiving nature of the deep. What begins as a pursuit of discovery can so easily turn into a struggle for survival. Beneath the waves, where light and warmth fade into eternal night, the line between life and death is perilously thin. Today's story takes us back to San Francisco, California on a chilly afternoon, January 26, 2001. In the quiet, upscale neighborhood of Pacific Heights, everything seemed calm. But inside the hallways of a luxury apartment building, one of the most shocking tragedies in modern San Francisco history was about to unfold. The victim was Diane Whipple, a 33-year-old lacrosse star and coach. Diane was born in Princeton, New Jersey, and raised by her grandparents in New York. From an early age, she was a gifted athlete. She represented the U.S. twice at the Women's Lacrosse World Cup, and even came close to qualifying for the 1996 Olympics. By 2001, Diane was the head coach of the women's lacrosse team at St. Mary's College in Moraga. She lived with her longtime partner, Sharon Smith, and was loved by colleagues, students, and friends alike. That afternoon, Diane returned home from the grocery store, carrying her bags through the hallway toward her apartment. At the same time, her neighbors, attorneys Robert Knoll and Marjorie Knoller, were handling their two massive Presa Canario dogs, Bane and Hera. These weren't your average pets. They were enormous. Bane weighed around 140 pounds and Hera nearly 100. They'd been bred for fighting and had ties to Paul Cornfed Schneider, a violent Aryan Brotherhood gang member serving life in prison, whom Knoll and Knoller had strangely befriended and adopted. For months, residents in the building had complained that the dogs were dangerous. Some neighbors reported being bitten or threatened. A dog walker had even warned Knoller to use muzzles, but nothing changed. As Diane walked past, Bane suddenly lunged. What followed was terrifying. Witnesses later said they heard Diane's screams echo through the hallway as the huge dog attacked. The assault was brutal. She suffered 77 bite wounds to her arms, legs, and torso, with only her scalp and the soles of her feet untouched. Her throat was torn open. Neighbors tried desperately to pull the animal off, and emergency crews rushed Diane to the hospital, but it was too late. She died from massive blood loss. That same day, Bane was euthanized. Hera was seized and later put down as well. Public outrage exploded. These weren't stray animals. They were known threats, and their owners had been warned again and again. By March 2001, both Knoll and Knoller were charged. Knoller faced second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter, while Knoll was charged with involuntary manslaughter. Both were also convicted of keeping a dangerous animal. The case was so high-profile, it had to be moved to Los Angeles. Knoller tried to claim she'd attempted to stop the attack, even suggesting that Diane's perfume might have triggered the dogs, a comment that only fueled public anger. In 2002, she was convicted of second-degree murder under implied malice, meaning she knew the risk her dogs posed but ignored it. After years of appeals, her conviction was upheld, and in 2008 she was sentenced to 15 years to life. Knoll served a 4-year sentence, was paroled in 2003, and died in 2018. Sharon Smith later filed a civil suit and won $1.5 million, donating part of it to St. Mary's lacrosse program. The case set a legal precedent, proving pet owners can face serious criminal charges if they knowingly put others in danger. For Diane Whipple, a life filled with achievement and mentorship ended just steps from her own front door, a horrifying and completely preventable tragedy. It was May 4th, 2013, on Interstate 20 in Georgia. The Karth family was on a long drive from North Carolina to Texas, headed to a wedding. Behind the wheel was Mary Ann Karth, a devoted mother of 9. That day, 3 of her children were with her, Caleb in the front seat, and Analia and Mary in the back. 17-year-old Analia was the quiet one, thoughtful, creative, always writing. Her 18th birthday was just around the corner. Beside her sat 13-year-old Mary, the life of the family, with her 2 braids bouncing on her shoulders, always ready to make everyone laugh. Caleb, calm and steady, watched the road ahead. He would be the only one of the 3 to walk away from what was about to happen. Around noon, traffic slowed. Mary Ann tapped the brakes, careful, leaving space between her car and the one in front. But behind them, disaster was already racing forward. A truck hauling cars thundered closer, and the driver never hit the brakes. In an instant, the truck slammed into the back of the Karth's Ford Crown Victoria with devastating force, shoving the car sideways into oncoming traffic. Another vehicle struck them, crushing them further, before their car was pushed under the trailer ahead. That trailer had an underride guard, a steel bar meant to stop smaller vehicles from sliding underneath. But in that moment, when it mattered most, it snapped apart like a twig. The Karth's car was swallowed beneath the truck. The rear end of the car, where Analia and Mary were sitting, was destroyed in an instant. Analia never had a chance. She died immediately. Mary was still alive, but her body was crushed, her injuries catastrophic. Emergency workers fought to save her. They had to cut her braids, her signature look, the hair she had never once cut in her life, just to reach her injuries. 4 days later, on May 8th, Mary died in the hospital. Marianne survived with painful injuries, Caleb with a concussion. The truck driver was found unconscious after the crash. Investigators said he had drifted, lost control. He later pled guilty to charges connected to the wreck. His commercial license was suspended for 2 years. But Marianne and her husband Jerry couldn't just bury their daughters and move on. They wanted answers. Why had the Underride Guard failed so catastrophically? It had met federal safety standards, but those standards were from 1998, and those rules never required testing for real-world strength. On paper, it was safe. In reality, it was deadly. Marianne began speaking out, carrying her daughter's story everywhere she went. She carried Mary's cut braids with her to events, holding them up as a heartbreaking symbol of what had been lost. Her voice, joined by others, made waves. Some trailer manufacturers listened. In 2015, companies like Stoughton and Vanguard began building stronger guards. J.B. Hunt even ordered trailers with improved safety features. Not because the government forced them to, because grieving families demanded it. But change at the federal level was painfully slow. Proposals dragged on for years. It wasn't until 2022, nearly a decade after the crash, that stronger underride rules were finally enacted. And even then, side guards, which could save countless lives, were left out. Today, most trucks on American highways still don't have them. For Marianne, this fight became her life's work. She partnered with another mother, Lois Durso, who also lost a daughter in an underride crash. Together, they lobbied, met lawmakers, filed petitions, and pushed relentlessly. Parts of their proposal were included in the 2021